Chapter 1752, Fellow Disciples. Chapter 1752, Fellow Disciples. Lin Feng killed Shimu? Yuan Ho looked at the person in front of him. Shimu was one of the 5 generals of the Star Group, and 18th on the ranking list, but Lin Feng had killed him? Indeed, Lin Feng and Shimu agreed to mortal combat. Lin Feng killed Shimu on the champion battle stage, that person reported. He was still shocked. Shimu had been extremely strong. Did you see how strong he is? Asked Yuan Ho. Lin Feng seemed to be a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, as if he hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer. It meant that he had studied a skill or a technique to hide his cultivation level. I haven't, answered the newsbearer. He killed Shimu and you didn't see how strong he is? Asked Yuan Ho in disbelief. Shimu was good at fighting in close combat. However, this time, when he landed in front of Lin Feng, he was killed almost instantly. I even think that he might have been killed faster than Dan Meng. His cosmic energies didn't even get chaotic after Shimu used his deprivation technique on him. He could still condense energies, and then he slaughtered Shimu with an explosive attack. Yuan Ho's eyes were twinkling. I understand. I'll inform people from the Star Group. We can forget about him temporarily, as we won't lose track of him anyway. Let's wait for Shang Jun to come back. Dan Meng and Shimu had been humiliated and killed by Lin Feng. If the Star Group sent more Cultivator to fight against Lin Feng and failed, then it would be a nightmare. If they didn't, it would also look bad. However, they couldn't send the first general to fight against a new student. That guy had a really bad temper too, he didn't give anyone face. So the best thing might be for the first student to fight against him. Yuan Jing also learned that Lin Feng had killed Shimu. When the young man came back to her and told her, she was furious. She had taken the exam with Lin Feng, and knew who he was. She had passed the exam and decided to forget about him. Ji Cheng's club had just asked him to come to them and apologize. To Yuan Jing, the most important thing was to be a good student and become stronger, so she had immediately challenged the 30th student of Champion University, which had stirred up waves among the students. However, Lin Feng didn't come to apologize, and instead humiliated Dan Meng and killed Shimu. Now, Lin Feng was the 18th student of the university, 12 ranks higher than her. Yuan Jing wanted to rise in the ranking list now, and put him behind her. In the following days, Yuan Jing continued challenging people. She challenged the 25th student. The day after, she challenged the 20th, and on the 3rd day, she challenged the 15th student. She won all 3 battles, and kept rising in the ranking list, now 15th. Many people were amazed at her progress. Princess Yuan was incredible, as expected. No wonder she was famous in the holy city. Her success here wasn't due to her beauty or her social status, it was due to her strength. If she had only had a social status and beauty, she wouldn't have won her battles. At the same time, because Yuan Jing was rising in the ranking list, some people wanted to do the same, so the people she had defeated started challenging other people, too. And because Yuan Jing had risen in the ranking list, Lin Feng now ranked 19th. However, Lin Feng was immersed in the champion hall on the 10th floor. Lin Feng had already obtained the indestructible Devamara scriptures, so he didn't need to learn more skills, he needed to learn strength spells and techniques. In the champion hall, spells weren't in talismans, but in ancient scriptures. Lin Feng was surprised because strength spells were easier to understand when they were in talismans, where he could directly absorb them with his godly awareness. But Champion Hall was different. Maybe they didn't want students to absorb all the spells at once, or they could have given them away or sold them. Of course, people who were incredibly talented could also study spells quicker that way. The techniques of the Champion Hall are incredible. This place is filled with extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. Outside of university, even in holy clans, it is almost impossible to find so many spells and techniques, thought Lin Feng with a sigh. There were techniques for all sorts of cultivators, some of them extremely rare cosmic energy spells. The material which could be found on the 10th floor was difficult to understand for even low-level emperors. Champion University had existed for such a long time, it was an incredible place. The Champion Hall was an incredible place for cultivators, and the most terrifying part was that there were more floors above the 10th floor. Lin Feng was awed. If you were strong enough, the university could provide you with everything you needed, without any limit. It was no wonder that universities were extremely famous in the whole region, even very strong people from the holy clans went to university to study. Immortal energy, death feeling, thunderclap monarchic assassination, chaotic celestial earth punch, for energy destruction. People who don't understand these 4 kinds of energies can't learn this spell. 4 kinds of strength for an explosive and aggressive attack. Lin Feng had found a spell which required knowledge of 4 types of energies, immortal, death, thunder, and earth, called the 4 energies destructive assassination. It was extremely powerful. It seems perfect for me, Lin Feng thought eagerly. He just needed to make his immortal energy turn into cosmic energy. His death, thunder, and earth energies had already turned into cosmic energies. Lin Feng had realized that pure cosmic energy attacks weren't as efficient, he needed to learn spells to make cosmic energies fuse together. Actually, Lin Feng had already seen something similar. Shimu had made his cosmic energies fuse together really well, making his attacks much more powerful. Song Xiao and other people Lin Feng had met couldn't do the same yet. Yuan Jing did it quite well, however. For example, her 4 seasons attack required 4 types of energies. Even though she didn't make them fuse together, her attack was still quite powerful. Even though Lin Feng didn't like Yuan Jing, he knew that she was very strong. She had easily defeated the 30th student. Using several cosmic energies was even more terrifying than using several types of abstruse energies simply because cosmic energies were the evolution of abstruse energies. There were really powerful attacks when using cosmic energies. Besides, Lin Feng had an advantage because his basic speed, offense, and defense were all very good. In Champion University, there are many geniuses, people with incredible bloodlines, and people who have incredible skills. One's spirit doesn't seem as useful as before. Battles are now more direct. The number of cosmic energies you know make a big difference, and their level. The intensity of cosmic energy attacks depend on how the cultivator practices cultivation. Concerning the number of cosmic energies, I definitely have an advantage, so I shouldn't have any problem learning terrifyingly powerful attacks, thought Lin Feng. At university, nobody had a weak bloodline. In any case, some people had terrifying attacks, like Tan Tai. Many people had also studied great imperial scriptures. The biggest difference between them was the particular cosmic energies they had mastered. Of course, cultivators' bodies also played an important role, such as Langya's world body or Dugba the winner's restriction body. Their attacks were terrifying. However, Lin Feng had never been weaker than most comparable people, the only issue was breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. He was different from others when it came to that. Lin Feng had a special body which allowed him to understand different sorts of strength and which helped him practice cultivation faster. He had many different ways of fighting, so he had more options than most people. Lin Feng remained silent, walking away from the bookshelf. He found a place to sit, closed his eyes and started dreaming. Some time passed, and Lin Feng forgot about the outside world. 3 months later, more students took the exam of Champion University as usual. 12 people were accepted. 4 people were low-level emperors and 2 of them were fellow disciples. People were shocked, because on the second day, the ranking list changed again. The 2 fellow disciples had become 12th and 13th, they had challenged the same person, someone from Ji Chang's club. People at Champion University were wondering what was going on. In the last batch of new students, Lin Feng had provoked Ji Chang's club, and now those 2 had. On top of that, the 5th general of the Star Group had been killed by Lin Feng, and now the 4th general had been defeated by those 2 people. The core of that problem was that Ji Chang's club was in charge of the exams of that year, and they kept bullying new people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1753, Spells. Chapter 1753, Spells. In the star group of Ji Chang's club, many people had gathered. Yuan Jing was there too, and since she was Yuan Ho's cousin, she had even become a member of Ji Chang's club. At that moment, Yuan Ho didn't look calm at all. He looked furious. Ji Chang's club was in charge of the exams that year, and they kept being humiliated by new students. Last time, Lin Feng had humiliated Dan Meng and killed Shimu. Now others had challenged the 4th general, who was the 12th student at university. He had lost against both of them, and he was now 14th. The star group felt humiliated. Humiliation. Yuan Ho seemed furious. He was in charge of the star group. He had never felt this humiliated in his life. "What do you think?" asked Yuan Ho to the crowd. "Do you need me to challenge them?" asked someone, scratching his third eye. His eyebrows were arched, he looked aggressive. His chi was sharp, too. "Priyan, there wouldn't be any problem if you did something. The problem is that you're the 2nd general, the 5th student of the university. What would people think if you fought against new students?" Yuan Ho replied evenly. However, he didn't sound like he wanted to refuse. "That's the world of cultivation. I'm strong so I can oppress people. It's normal." "What is the problem?" Puyang asked sharply. "Puyang is right. Find a reason to oppress them." "Who would dare say anything?" asked someone else. Yuan Ho nodded. "Indeed, we can try and find an excuse. We lost face twice in about 3 months. If we don't do anything, people at Champion University will make fun of us. Even the Sun Group and the Moon Group will think we suck. Last time, someone from the Moon Group said we were getting more and more idiotic." "Indeed. We need to do something." Someone else agreed aggressively. "And Lin Feng hasn't shown up for 3 months." Yuan Jing spoke up. The crowd remembered Shimu's death. "Let him explore the university, and when he shows up, we'll do something," Puyang ground out. Puyang was right. New students wanted to know more about the university. Besides, the 2 people they were looking for were already 12th and 13th. They could now go to the 10th floor of the Champion Hall. Therefore, the 2 had gone to the Champion Hall together. They started their research on the ground floor. They wanted to see what kind of spells, techniques, and skills were suitable for them there. At that moment, Lin Feng was on the 10th floor of the building. He was dreaming. He was surrounded by immortal energies in his dream. The most terrifying part was that his immortal energies contained death chi. Who could resist such an attack? "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. 2 imperial punches bombarded the atmosphere. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. That attack combined physical strength and willpower too. After that, Lin Feng disappeared and his energies dispersed. He finally woke up. For energy's destruction, that's really destructive indeed, thought Lin Feng, opening his eyes. He just needed to understand how he could make the energies fuse together properly now. Instead of immortal cosmic energy, he could use immortal abstruse energy combined with demon cosmic energy. The attack was also quite scary that way. That attack is as explosive like the purple lake tank, thought Lin Feng with a smile. During those 3 months, apart from studying the 4 energies destructive assassination, he had also used the celestial evolution chessboard to transform some energies. The purple lake tank was one of the things he had studied. He hadn't studied them for a very long time, but he already understood those 2 techniques quite well. Of course, he needed to understand cosmic energies better. Demon and earth cosmic energies were suitable for the purple lake tank, but wind and empty space cosmic energies could strengthen the attack. It seems that I was wrong. They don't put spells in talismans, not because people could take them away, but scriptures give students a better perspective. it helped students develop critical thinking, Lin Feng judged. Talismans gave students a vague idea, while scriptures forced students to think more. The students of Champion University were all extremely talented. They were all good at studying and had different ways of controlling cosmic energies. Using scriptures to learn allowed students to adapt the spells to their cultivation. Of course, not everybody was like Lin Feng. He had incredible comprehensive ability, he understood several types of cosmic energies, and he had the celestial evolution chessboard. Most people didn't have such gifts. Lin Feng finally stood up and walked down the stairs. He had spent around 3 months in there, now he wanted to go to the Edict Palace and read the news. Many students didn't stay at university studying all the time, they also traveled around to become stronger. However, reading the news helped them by helping them choose where to go to gather experience. A short time after Lin Feng left, 2 people arrived on the 9th floor and started reading. After a short time, one of them looked happy and said, "Brother, this cosmic energy spell is perfect for you. It allows a cultivator to use reincarnation energy to assassinate people. It's one of the 6 conditions of sentient existence. With your reincarnation cosmic energy, you could carry out terrifying attacks with it." "Let me see," answered Ho Chang Lin, rather surprised. He had been in the great world for many years, but he looked the same, handsome and intelligent looking. He hadn't changed at all. Champion University is an amazing place. Such spells are difficult to find, Ho Chang Lin said with a sigh. Reincarnation spells were extremely rare, few people controlled reincarnation cosmic energy. It hadn't been easy for him to turn his reincarnation energy into cosmic energy. "We've been traveling for such a long time to find the holy city, it was worth it." Tianqi smiled. Their journey had been an exhausting one, they had gone through so many hardships. They had risked their lives to obtain great imperial scriptures. They had almost gotten killed many times. Tianqi couldn't forget how difficult and painful it had been for his fellow disciple to level up. He had risked his life to convert his reincarnation energy. Ho Chang Lin's path of improvement was different because of his reincarnation energy. Ho Chang Lin smiled back indifferently. "Back then, when we were in Fortune City, the diviner told us what he thought our future would look like. However, he wasn't a fortune teller, he just practiced the fortune telling skill. Everything depends on our talent and willpower. However, having managed to leave the small world alive already proves that the diviner was right. That's our fate. I wonder how the others are doing though," Tianqi sighed. The great world and the small world were so different, especially those gigantic cities. Such cities didn't exist in the small world. Of course, they didn't regret. If they had stayed in the small world forever, they would have stopped progressing. "Everybody should be fine," Ho Chang Lin murmured. Then, he lowered his head and continued reading. "Right. Wait until we become stronger, we'll go back to the 9 great celestial castles and we'll do what our teacher wanted. We need to make things change in the small world. It will happen sooner or later. Our teacher, Lin Feng, and the others won't forget about that. I really wonder how strong Lin Feng has become though." Ho Chang Lin smiled as he remembered how bestially strong Lin Feng was back then. He couldn't wait to see him again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1754, Demon Dragon. Chapter 1754, Demon Dragon. Lin Feng went to the Edict Palace, but he was annoyed because after having left the Champion Hall, he had lost a point on his champion card. After having defeated Shimu, his card had become level 10, and now his card was level 9? He wondered who had risen in the ranking list. On the 2nd floor of the Edict Palace, there were some very interesting news items. Lin Feng arrived on the 9th floor of the Edict Palace. There were newspapers everywhere on the walls. Holy City, northern region of the Demon Pond, the almost everlasting demon snake turned into a pitch-black demon flood dragon with 9 claws and is as strong as a medium-level emperor. After that, there was an introduction of the northern region of the demon pond. It was a desolate place. Traveling there was extremely dangerous because there were many animals who didn't want to take human form and were extremely powerful. Sometimes, some disciples from rich families or ancient clans went there to practice. Black demon flood dragon? Repeated Lin Feng. He looked at another newspaper, but the latest news was in the newspaper which dealt with the demon flood dragon. Lin Feng was very interested in dragons. He had a baby dragon in his body, he needed to raise it. That's it, thought Lin Feng. Even though many students of Champion University like traveling, many people also stayed at university. Maybe some people had already read the news and were gone, but in any case, there was always something new in the Edict Palace. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't need to worry. He had access to all the latest news. Lang Xia, what do you think of that? Asked someone at that moment, pointing at the article about the northern region of the demon pond. They were interested in the same thing as Lin Feng. Lang Xia walked forward and read the article, then smiled. Not bad. If there's nothing better than that, let's go and see. Lang Xia's friend nodded and they walked away. Lang Xia, the northern region of the demon pond is not an ordinary place, it'll be difficult for us there. We can ask some friends in the star group to come with us, replied Lang Xia. Being a member of a university group was useful. They could go to dangerous places together to support one another. Some people have been facing difficulties in the star group, and some others are traveling. There aren't many people who can come with us, but it shouldn't be a problem to go to the northern region of the demon pond, said the first person as they went down the stairs. Ji Chang's club is also interested in that place, thought Lin Feng with a frown. He had seen Lang Xia's name somewhere. He was one of the potential champions, the 6th student. Lin Feng didn't know he was a member of Ji Chang's club before, though. Lin Feng left the 9th floor too. He was going to go to the northern region of the demon pond alone. He didn't intend to bring Tantai and Huang Fulong along. He didn't want to bring his friends to dangerous places. After leaving the Edict Palace, Lin Feng headed for the exit of Champion University. As Lin Feng was about to leave, Ho Changlin and Tian Qi came out of the Champion Hall. Ho Changlin had studied the Azura reincarnation assassination. Tian Qi also learned a skill. They didn't want to learn too much. They first wanted to study those 2 spells properly. Brother, where do we go now? Champion Palace, or? Tian Qi asked Ho Changlin. Champion Hall was the first place they had gone to after learning about the university. Let's go to the Edict Palace first. No need to rush, the Champion Palace can wait, replied Ho Changlin. Tian Qi didn't mind and they headed towards the Edict Palace. Aren't they the 2 disciples? At that moment, in the distance, someone recognized Ho Changlin and Tian Qi. Indeed. They're very strong. They defeated the 12th student. Now, they're 12th and 13th. I wonder how strong they are in comparison to the 2 students who were accepted 3 months ago, especially Princess Yuan. She's probably going to challenge stronger people. Even though Ho Changlin and Tian Qi heard people talk around them, they just ignored them. 3 months before, 2 extremely strong students had joined the university, so what? What they didn't know, though, was that one of them was their friend. Lin Feng took the boat the Celestial Emperor Duan Mu had given to him and rose up into the air. The university was gigantic. With the boat, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about anything, it was extremely fast. The northern region of the Demon Pond was naturally to the north of the Holy City, that was why it was called the Northern Region. Even with Duan Mu's boat, Lin Feng would need some time to get there. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the sky, he could see a vast arid region of orange grass. The area was becoming more and more desolate as he traveled. Finally, a gloomy place appeared in his field of vision, and a pale dark energy appeared. It looked like demonic energy. No wonder the place was called the northern region of the demon pond. Lin Feng put his boat away and slowly descended from the sky. There were terrifying animals in the region, so Lin Feng didn't want to fly, otherwise it would draw their attention. He had to be discreet. Demon pond. Lin Feng looked at the ground. He didn't land on the ground, he stayed a few feet above it and looked around. Beasts? Lin Feng gazed into the distance and sensed some strong bestial qi. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, and Lin Feng saw a gigantic creature. It was a massive ox. Lin Feng had never seen that kind of ox. It looked ferocious and had 3 horns. Its qi was incredible, too. How reckless! That ox bellowed at him. Then, he rushed at Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng frowned. That ox was an imperial beast, and when he saw that Lin Feng was a Zun cultivator, he thought Lin Feng was reckless? Lin Feng released some wind qi, but at that moment, a terrifying and dazzling light beam appeared. A terrifying sword light streaked across the sky. The ox sensed the terrifying energy and bellowed furiously. The ox turned around, demonic qi rolled out in waves, and rose into the sky. Slash! An infinity of deadly lights appeared in the sky. Lin Feng retreated as horrible shrieks arose, and the lights cut into the ox. A silhouette appeared and moved at full speed, as fast as lightning. Sword lights kept rising to the skies. More sword lights appeared and beheaded the ox, who fell down from the sky in 2 pieces. Not bad, said someone. The ox fell down and that person took its corpse. It was a beautiful woman, her eyes twinkling like stars. She was slim, and had a cute nose and a cuter mouth. She smiled thinly, looking fragile, but surprisingly she could carry the head of the ox with one hand. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Feng looked at the young man who had killed the ox. He was tall and elegant, and his qi was extraordinary. Apart from those 2 people, there was another young man. He looked elegant too, and was wearing a golden robe. The ox surprisingly hadn't noticed any of them. They were really extraordinary. A Zun cultivator? The young man in the golden robe looked at Lin Feng in surprise. The woman just smiled and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I'm just out for a walk," Lin Feng replied carefully. "My name is Yun Changyan. We're from Champion University. We came here to practice cultivation. Your cultivation level is low, you shouldn't stay alone, you can stay with us." The young woman smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded agreement, he had no reason to refuse. Yun Changyan. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He had seen Yun Qingyan's name somewhere at university. He didn't remember who she was, though. He checked his godly awareness, but didn't find anything about her. "All right, let's go then," ordered Yun Qingyan cheerfully. She was very polite and nice. "Did you come for the demon flood dragon, too?" Yun Qingyan asked Lin Feng. "I've heard that the demon flood dragon had appeared. We came here to see, but we have to be careful." Lin Feng sensed that the 2 young men weren't happy to have him with them, so Lin Feng didn't talk too much. The demon dragon flood appeared, indeed. We learned about him at Champion University. We're not the only ones here, there are also some other strong cultivators. You haven't broken through to the Huang Qi layer and surprisingly you still came here. You're quite brave. You're lucky you encountered us, otherwise, the ox would have killed you. Yun Chengyan chided him. She sounded very nice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1755, Drinking the Dragon's Blood. Chapter 1755, Drinking the Dragon's Blood. Lin Feng, Yun Changyan, and the others walked and chatted at the same time. That young woman was different from many of the women Lin Feng had met, enthusiastic and friendly. Her friends were cold and detached. They weren't talkative at all, but they weren't aggressive to Lin Feng. Sometimes, they exchanged a few words with Yun Chengyan. They gradually walked into the depths of the territory. The beasts were stronger and stronger, nobody said anything anymore, and they all hid their qi. They had to be cautious here. Just like Yun Chengyan said, there are many people from university here. Lin Feng saw some people, but they didn't talk, they just took different ways. Roar! A terrifying roar arose, and the atmosphere shook to the extent that the grass moved. Demon Qi rose to the skies. Someone was faster than us. Yun Qingyan swore, her facial expression changed grimly as she accelerated. A gigantic head appeared in front of them, all in black. It was a flood dragon, and it was spitting out winds which turned into fearsome, highly corrosive black clouds. Roar, roar! More gigantic creatures had appeared. Lin Feng and the others frowned as the sky became darker. Disperse, said Yun Chengyan. The two young men ran sideways and rose up into the air. Lin Feng did the same, glancing around. He could see thousands of meters in all directions. There were some young men and women, most of them were from the 4 universities. After all, the 4 universities had a wide news network, so they all knew about the flood dragon. Caught between those people was a gigantic creature, hundreds of meters long. It was as pitch black as a meteorite. Its eyes were terrifying, bestial qi dripping from them. Around him were dragon guards. On the ground, there were many dead dragons, and 2 dead humans. What a terrifying physical strength! Someone cursed at that moment, gulping and pulling a long face. Chu Chunxiu, we have to rely on you here, said one of them to Chu Chunxiu. Even though Chu Chunxiu had become a student at the Celestial Godly University a short time before, he was already famous there because he was very talented. In less than 6 months, he had become a medium-level emperor. His cultivation speed was terrifying. He was a normal dragon and he evolved into a flood dragon. He has an incredible willpower and he's very strong. Chu Chunxiu's eyes were twinkling. At that moment, he was surrounded by dangerous energy. He wasn't as discreet as he was back in the vast celestial ancient city. You all want to die, snarled the dragon coldly. He hadn't thought people would come and try to kill him after he became a flood dragon. Damn humans. Die. Some whistling sounds spread in the air, and the dragons threw themselves at the humans. You want to die, shouted Yun Qingyan furiously. She stretched out her slender white hands and a terrifying golden light beam illuminated the atmosphere. It was like it was raining gold. Some horrible shrieks spread through the air. The dragon was cut by the golden lights, his body riddled with gaping wounds. He could barely breathe. How strong, Lin Feng sighed. Yun Qingyan was a medium-level emperor. Her cosmic energies were terrifying. For her, these low-level imperial beasts were weak. The 2 young men were also terrifying. One of them controlled sword energies, the other one also controlled a golden type of cosmic energy. Lin Feng didn't do anything, he just watched. Chu Chunxiu has come to the holy city as well, Lin Feng noticed. He wasn't surprised, however. A low-level imperial dragon can't kill those incredible cultivators. The crowd killed the dragon and then they continued chasing the other dragons. Chu Chunxiu and the others were already fighting against another dragon. The earth and the sky were shaking violently. The dragon roared furiously. Mountains exploded. Chu Chunxiu's will rose to the skies. His attacks were ferocious and deadly. SSS. Another dragon hissed and rushed towards Lin Feng, bearing its fangs. Lin Feng jumped forwards fearlessly. Wind. He released wind cosmic energy and accelerated to full speed. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A purple lake tank appeared, massive and moving towards the ferocious dragon at full speed. The scales of the dragon bristled, but the tank still smashed into him. Blood gushed out, and his body was cracking. However, Lin Feng continued moving like the wind, and immediately landed on the dragon. 9 flood dragons roared, flew towards the dragon, and ate him. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved like the wind, flying towards another dragon. He jumped, the earth and the sky shook again, and the dragon couldn't block Lin Feng's purple tank. He killed it, and then Lin Feng's dragon spirit ate it again. Those dragons were from this region. They didn't like human beings, they enjoyed the peace and tranquility here. They weren't very strong, they were just talented. However, they were still precious because their blood was priceless. They could evolve and transform into flood dragons, creatures which were even more powerful. Demon flood dragons had dragon blood, for Lin Feng it was priceless. What is that guy doing? Wondered someone watching Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was killing dragons alone and eating them with his spirit, amazing them. Lin Feng didn't seem that strong, but he could easily kill those flood dragons. Is that the purple lake tank? Yun Xingyan was stupefied when she saw Lin Feng. That was clearly the purple lake tank, but a more powerful version of it. That guy had to be a student at Champion University, too. She had never heard of him though, he was probably a new student. Boom! A dragon tore apart a human's head with his claws, and another strong cultivator fell down from the sky. The crowd was shocked. Practicing cultivation as a student wasn't easy, it was dangerous too. Those dragons were scary, especially after transforming into flood dragons. But all of that had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He kept killing dragons, one after another, and drinking their blood. His demon chi flew throughout his body at full speed, his blood started boiling, dragon chants spread in the air. The crowd was surprised, does this guy have dragon blood? At that moment, a terrifying sound spread in the air, a dragon was propelled away. His body even exploded. Damn humans! Black claws moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng frowned and released demon energies in waves. Rule! Lin Feng moved like the wind, and unflinchingly moved forwards. He dodged the claws and punched the dragon's waist violently. Pieces of flesh appeared as the scales were rent. The dragon tried to grab Lin Feng with his claws, but Lin Feng moved like the wind again, the attack was too slow in comparison with Lin Feng. Lin Feng! Chu Chunxiu had noticed Lin Feng. He wondered which university Lin Feng had joined. How audacious, thought the crowd. They hadn't thought of attacking dragons that way, as dragons were too dangerous, especially their physical strength. Slash, slash. The dragon exhaled and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Opportunity. Yun Xingyan hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. Golden lights invaded the atmosphere. The dragon kept roaring. Lin Feng had already attacked it a few times, if its physical body hadn't been that strong, it wouldn't have withstood this human's attacks. Continue and attack him where he's wounded, said someone. Terrifying energies moved towards the dragon's back, and it flapped its wings. Lin Feng moved back again and his purple tank combined with demon energies shook the atmosphere again. At the same time, Lin Feng moved behind the dragon. His 9-headed dragon spirit opened its wings and cut open the dragon's wound with its claws bloodily. The dragon roared furiously and beat its wings. The crowd moved away. Lin Feng used his spirit to cut open the dragon's back, standing there looking like a god. Kill him, said someone, staring at Lin Feng. Dragon blood was priceless, and Lin Feng was taking everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1756, Capturing the Flood Dragon. Chapter 1756, Capturing the Flood Dragon. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled, and his 9-headed dragon spirit suddenly moved back. Lin Feng released wind energies and 2 cosmic energies to create an armor. Boom! A terrifying energy crashed onto Lin Feng. His armor exploded and Lin Feng was propelled away, looking furious. The flood dragon looked at Lin Feng and raised his claws, roaring madly. Terrifying demon energies moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. At the same time, he also threw himself at Lin Feng. "Stupid animal," Lin Feng taunted it scornfully. He moved away, mark lights appeared behind him. "Don't waste time." The young man's eyes lit up when he saw that the dragon was chasing Lin Feng. He also understood that he had to act now, otherwise he would have no opportunity to do anything, especially now that there were more and more strong cultivators appearing. Bzzz. A golden light beam and a gigantic golden bowl appeared. "Take," said the one who had released the golden bowl. Dazzling golden lights appeared and surrounded the dragon. The dragon roared furiously as he struggled. He wanted to escape, but it was too difficult. He turned around and released demon energy to crash against the bowl. However, nothing happened, the demon energies disappeared inside. Humph. The strong cultivators chased the dragon. Some weak people had died, some others seemed weak but actually didn't use their full strength because there were other strong cultivators there. Finally, some people started using weapons, but nobody hurried. They knew that even if they obtained precious treasures, the others would attack them. Dazzling lights appeared, many people started using treasures, so the atmosphere was filled with more and more chi. The young man with the golden bowl looked angry and felt oppressed. Lin Feng frowned and released demon chi, surrounding himself with pitch-black lights. His kulpa strength rolled in waves. Stealing this dragon would be difficult. Lights twinkled. Lin Feng took out the Celestial Evolution chessboard and the Sun Disk. "The Sun Disk, from my clan, the Sun Holy Clan." A young man looked at Lin Feng coldly and threw himself at him. That young man had come with Yun Xingyan, it was the one with the sword energies who had killed the ox. Sun Holy Clan. Lin Feng was surprised. No wonder his sword energies were so dazzling, and golden like the sun. "The Celestial Evolution chessboard, you're from the vast celestial ancient city, you killed Yang Yan," swore the young man from the Sun Holy Clan, staring fixedly at Lin Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng then. A strong cultivator from the vast celestial ancient city who had obtained the Celestial Evolution chessboard? He had also killed many other people. It rang a bell. Many people had heard about him, his name was Lin Feng, it seemed that. Of course, some people didn't remember him, but they remembered the Celestial Evolution chessboard. Lin Feng didn't care about what people thought, his Celestial Evolution chessboard became gigantic, and lights twinkled in the air. Lin Feng drove his godly awareness into the chessboard, then jumped on it and condensed marks. He's the one who's been abandoned by the gods, so he's not hiding his cultivation level, he's really a Zoom cultivator who controls several sorts of cosmic energies, thought Yun Xingyan, looking at Lin Feng strangely. She had heard about the young man who had been abandoned by the gods. However, he was extremely strong. The gigantic dragon roared and moved towards the golden bowl at full speed. The young man smiled coldly and the bowl became gigantic, he wanted the dragon to fall into it. The other cultivators didn't do much now, many of them were just watching. "Since you don't want him, I'll take him." Lin Feng was surfing on his Celestial Evolution chessboard at full speed. People glanced at one another, but they didn't dare act recklessly. He could go and try if he wanted. The Celestial Evolution chessboard arrived under the dragon, Lin Feng suddenly jumped and the Celestial Evolution chessboard surrounded the dragon in an illusion. "How dare you!" The young man with the golden bowl was furious. At that moment, dangerous lights surrounded the Celestial Evolution chessboard. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the illusion, and standing in front of the dragon. He released his celestial book spirit, it was the first time he used it outside. He took the dragon into his spirit. "Take," ordered Lin Feng, and the dragon disappeared into his spirit world. Outside, people were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. the celestial evolution chessboard became small again and disappeared. Lin Feng took out a talisman, which exploded and sent Lin Feng 10,000 meters away. Oh no! The crowd frowned. Where was the dragon? What had Lin Feng done? Lacerate! A beam of sunlight streaked across the sky. Sun swords invaded the atmosphere and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. The sun disk shone with dazzling light and collided with the sun swords. A small fire dragon appeared. Under Lin Feng's feet, a boat appeared and moved away like lightning, but everything was happening so fast. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would manage to steal the dragon and disappear. Was it thanks to the celestial evolution chessboard? Come back! Shouted Chu Chunxiu, furiously releasing his energies. Lin Feng sensed some willpower invading the atmosphere, but he just smiled coldly and threw out another talisman. His speed was incredible. Bastard! The crowd chased him, but Lin Feng's ancient boat was too fast. Combined with the two talismans, it was even faster. Chase him! Shouted the people chasing after Lin Feng. The problem was that most of them only had offensive items. They couldn't catch up with Duan Mu's boat. After a short time, Lin Feng disappeared from their view. In the vast and desolate area of the Demon Pond, there was a demon hill. A cave there was completely sealed and fog hid the entrance with a strange power. A gigantic dragon was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He asked coldly, "Where are we?" "In my world," Lin Feng replied calmly. "I'll destroy your world, then," declared the dragon, spitting out terrifying energies. At the same time, he shook his claws, but nothing happened. The dragon was stunned. "What's going on? What did you do?" demanded the dragon. He couldn't use cosmic energies there. "In the outside world, I can't use the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky. I can only rely on my own cosmic energies, but here it's different. Here you can't use the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky, it's my world." Lin Feng replied calmly. He released death energy to surround the dragon, and the dragon's eyes became pitch black. "How's that possible? Your cosmic energy shouldn't be that strong." Boom! Several sorts of cosmic energies emerged from Lin Feng's body. The dragon was shocked. So many cosmic energies. How was that possible? He couldn't believe it. "Die!" shouted the dragon furiously, releasing demon energies towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng simply disappeared. The dragon couldn't attack him. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, releasing more death energy. The dragon's demon energies disappeared. Lin Feng smiled. In Lin Feng's world, the dragon was just a creature. He didn't have unlimited cosmic energies here. Even though Lin Feng couldn't use the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky, they didn't decay. His spirit and his body were in perfect symbiosis. In his world, Lin Feng also had an infinity of cosmic energies which never decayed. The dragon was furious, punching the ground and making Lin Feng's world shake. The dragon's physical strength was scary. Lin Feng understood that even though he was the master of his world, strong cultivators could also destroy it. "Stupid animal, let's see how long you can resist." Lin Feng rose up in the air and shook his hand. A purple tank appeared, and at the same time, its strength surrounded the dragon. The purple tank shot at the dragon, but the dragon destroyed it. He was extremely strong. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to let the dragon off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1757, Waiting. Chapter 1757, Waiting. In the territory of the Demon Pond, many people were looking for Lin Feng, but the area was too vast, finding someone was too difficult. Yin Xingyan and the others gathered again. The young man from the Sun Holy clan said icily, "Since he's a student at Champion University, let's wait for him there." Do you really want him as an enemy? Asked Yun Changyan. Yang Yan was a direct descendant of the Sun Holy clan, otherwise he wouldn't have had the Sun Disc. Lin Feng killed him and stole the disc. He has also killed other people from the Sun Holy clan. How could I let him off? Yang Chu-go replied coldly. As you wish, but you're ranked. If you fight against a new student, I won't get involved, Yun Changyan returned primly. No need, I can solve the issue myself, answered Yang Chu-go, and everyone began to depart. The others also started leaving, especially after learning that Lin Feng was a student at Champion University. Many people wanted to wait for him there. Regarding Lin Feng, he was in his small world and bombarding the dragon with attacks. The dragon kept roaring. He looked ferocious, but his cosmic energies were restrained. In the outside world, cultivators could borrow the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky. They were in symbiosis with nature, but in that world, the dragon's cosmic energy reserves were already empty. He could only use his physical strength to fight against Lin Feng, but it wasn't enough to pose a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept releasing death-cursing energies, corroding the dragon's body and life. The dragon's life was being drained out slowly. He couldn't escape. I will destroy you, swore the dragon, releasing a terrifying chi. He had a huge wound on his back now, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Stop resisting. I'm doing this for another dragon. You won't die, Lin Feng promised, and a dragon chant spread in the air. Dragon scales appeared and his blood started boiling. Behind him, a dragon head slowly appeared. It was a real dragon. Its body was black and it looked ferocious. A dragon? The flood dragon was stunned. Lin Feng had a dragon in his body. Indeed. This dragon is in my blood. It's part of my strength. If you and that dragon fuse together, you'll become extremely strong, Lin Feng said evenly. Even though you have a terrifying physical strength, you won't resist much longer. If you continue, I will kill you. The flood dragon looked unhappy, but he understood that Lin Feng was telling the truth. He was very strong and aggressive, and if he wanted, he could kill the dragon. The dragon suddenly looked sad. It had taken him tens of thousands of years to turn into a flood dragon, and now he was going to become a slave. Stop resisting. It's for your own good, Lin Feng said pitilessly. I didn't use precious treasures because I was scared of killing you. If you continue resisting, I won't hesitate anymore. The sun disk appeared. Lin Feng didn't want to kill the dragon, otherwise his blood would become less useful. The thunder hammer appeared. Those two treasures were terrifying together, thunder and fire appearing around them as Lin Feng got closer to the dragon. Come, be a good boy now. You will live for a very long time through your blood. I will let you keep a thread of will. Your will never disperse that way. The dragon raised his head and roared in anguish, making the sky shake. After a long time, the dragon looked up at Lin Feng sullenly. All right, I'll do as you wish, . That's the right decision. Lin Feng smiled. He landed on the back of the dragon and his nine-headed dragon spirit appeared and absorbed the dragon's blood. A few hours later, in the cave, demon strength rolled in waves, a dragon chant spread in the air, and a fearsome pitch-black demonic strength condensed. Outside of the cave, grass undulated. The mountain was shaking at the same pace as the dragon chant. Rumbling sounds spread out, a silhouette came out of the cave. The terrifying demon energy became even more intense. Lin Feng was surrounded by Devamara Kulpa strength. He raised his head and looked at the sky, as Devamara Kulpa strength descended from above and pierced through his body. Dark lights flew throughout his physical body. Boom, boom. More Devamara Kulpa strength bombarded Lin Feng's body. But he wasn't afraid, even thought the Devamara Kulpa strength was getting more and more intense. Finally, the Kulpa strength dispersed. Lin Feng was up in the sky, cleaned by Devamara Kulpa strength 4 times already. His physical body was becoming more and more dauntless. However, at that moment, a powerful bestial chi rose nearby. Lin Feng frowned, took out his boat, and left. He couldn't stay there, otherwise it would draw people's attention. Outside of Champion University, there were students, and also some people who weren't students, they're waiting. Yang Chu-ge, are you sure Lin Feng stole the flood dragon? Lung Xia asked Yang Chu-ge. He had already contacted some people from Ji Chang's club. They were initially going to go to the Demon Pond and then they encountered Yang Chu-ge on the way, so they had come back. Apparently, Lin Feng had stolen the flood dragon. Yang Chu-ge didn't reply. He glanced at Lung Xia. Lung Xia was the 6th student and he was the 7th, precisely because he had lost against Xia. Yang Chu-ge didn't like Lung Xia. He hoped to surpass the others someday. When Lung Xia saw Yang Chu-ge remain silent, he smiled coldly and said, Yang Chu-ge, you're lucky you're the 7th student, you should pay more attention to Ji Chang's club instead of following that girl. You could become something. Stop it with your nonsense. I will soon challenge you in Puyang, Yang Chu-ge shot back. The 5th and 6th students were both members of Ji Chang's club. Anytime, Lung Xia smiled back. How noisy, something is going on. At that moment, someone appeared in the distance. He was wearing white clothes and had his hands in his sleeves. He smiled at the crowd. People raised their heads and looked surprised, even a bit scared. Jing Shou, this guy was extremely dangerous. Miss Qing Yan is here too. Jing Shou looked at Yun Changyan and nodded. Why shouldn't I be here? Asked Yun Changyan, frowning. She looked back at Jing Shou and said, Jing Shou, you haven't joined any group, you should stay with me and join the Yun Club. Nah, if I follow you every day, I'll lose my mind and fall in love and then you'll abandon me, Jing Shou smiled. Then, he looked at the crowd and asked with a chuckle, who wants to challenge whom? I've heard that you are an assassin, Jing Shou, is that true? Asked a young man, grinning at Jing Shou. Since you've heard that, it can only be true. Replied Jing Shou modestly. I'd like to see your hands. The young man said impolitely. I've heard that Shi from the Celestial Godly University had dragon blood and had gone to the Demon Pond to hunt dragons. What is he doing here? Jing Shou replied easily. Then, he looked at the crowd and smiled further. I see, some students from Champion University must have obtained dragons, and now they're waiting for the ones with the dragons to come back to Champion University because they are not happy. So what? Shi challenged him. Nothing, I just want to watch people fight. Jing Shou shrugged, stepping aside to wait. Lin Feng didn't know about any of that. He was on his boat flying at full speed. When he drew nearer to the university, he saw some people on the horizon. They seemed to be waiting for something. Lin Feng stopped his boat and examined the crowd. He understood they were waiting for him. Interesting. Jing Shou saw Lin Feng and looked amused. That guy had taken a dragon in front of everybody and dared show up again. Such people were rare. Even though Jing Shou wasn't interested in the dragon, he knew that he couldn't defeat a dragon alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1758, Aggressive. Chapter 1758, Aggressive. You finally came back, shouted Yang Chu-ge. Then, he walked up to Lin Feng, his eyes filled with scorching hot flames. Lin Feng looked at the crowd disdainfully. Those people were ridiculous, they had been waiting for him? I'm back, what do you want? Lin Feng asked indifferently. You hid the flood dragon in some kind of treasure, show it to us. Ordered Yang Chu-ge, staring at Lin Feng. The others also walked forwards and surrounded Lin Feng. People from Champion University want to join hands with people from other universities, but here we're just outside Champion University, said Lin Feng looking at the crowd coldly. Yang Chu-ge was also a student at Champion University, and Lin Feng had already seen Lang Xia in the Edict Palace. He was a member of Ji Chang's club. The others were probably from other universities. The people coming in and out of the university were surprised to see all those people surrounding someone. They were interested once they found out those people were arguing over the flood dragon. They had also heard about that in the Edict Palace. The 4 universities of the Holy City have rules. If students want to challenge other students, they have to do inside the university. If both parties agree, students can fight on the battle stage, said Jing Shou indifferently. It's funny to see so many strong cultivators surround a new student though, including the 6th and 7th student. People frowned, so many strong cultivators were surrounding a new student, that was shameless indeed. That guy stole the flood dragon, we can't let him off. Yang Chu-gu retorted. Since you had the dragon and he stole it from you, it means that you guys suck at cultivation, Jing Shou judged calmly. Yang Chu-gu was infuriated. Lin Feng had taken the flood dragon in front of so many people. They had been too careless indeed. Everybody had seen Lin Feng, and still he had escaped. Lin Feng looked at Jing Shou. That guy was mysterious, he looked and sounded like a killer. If you want the flood dragon, come on then, said Lin Feng. Walked forwards. Yang Chu-gu pulled a long face and released a terrifying and scorching sun. It was different from Yang Yan's sun though. Yang Chu-ji's was much more powerful. Several suns appeared, containing terrifying sword energies that moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng frowned, an armor appeared and he stuck forward with both hands. A purple tank appeared and slammed into the incoming blades. The sun swords broke apart and exploded. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. He didn't use any treasures, so Yang Chu-gu couldn't either, otherwise he would lose face. He walked forwards too, looking like a dazzling sun. Die! Someone shouted furiously. Suddenly, a gigantic bird of fire moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Imprison! Lin Feng shook his hand and Devamara Culpa strength blocked the gigantic fire bird and imprisoned it. However, the gigantic bird quickly broke free. Rule! Lin Feng rose up in the air and his Devamara Culpa turned into a web which destroyed the gigantic bird. Slice! Yang Chu-gu rose up in the air, condensing sun swords which charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed a powerful strength. Yang Chu-gu was very strong, he was in the top 10 at university. His cosmic energies were already level 7. He could even kill medium-level emperors easily. Lin Feng suddenly released extraordinary immortal and demonic energies, looking like a demon king. His eyes were filled with death energies, his robe was fluttering in the wind. In a short time, Lin Feng's chi had completely changed, he looked like a death god. Die! Thunder descended from the sky, clouds appeared, sword lights moved chaotically. The death god Lin Feng rose up in the air. Yang Chu-gu was stunned, he had the feeling he wasn't facing a human being anymore. For energies destructive assassination. Yang Chu-gu was dumbstruck, he couldn't believe that Lin Feng had studied the 4 energies destructive assassination. It meant that he could also make 4 types of energies fuse together and use them as a spell. That was unbelievable. Wind energies surrounded Lin Feng. Yang Chu-gu had the sensation that his will was being destroyed. At the same time, death energies rose up in the air. He started running away, but Lin Feng followed him at full speed and shouted furiously. His purple tank appeared again and streaked across the sky. Piss off! Magnificent and dazzling sword lights appeared and destroyed the purple tank. However, Yang Chu-gu didn't look happy and Lin Feng only smiled coldly. Lin Feng continued towards the entrance of Champion University. Yang Chu-gu didn't chase him, his hands were shaking on the holy light sword he was holding. He's so strong. Surprisingly, Yang Chu-gu had to use his holy light sword, thought the crowd, astonished. Most of them now knew that Lin Feng was the one who had been abandoned by the gods in the vast celestial ancient city, but that he understood 7 types of cosmic energies. At that moment, he had already used several sorts of cosmic energies, but they weren't the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky, but somehow his own. It seemed like his own cosmic energies had no limits. It was strange. They didn't understand how he could do that. People who hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer but who understood cosmic energies didn't have access to an unlimited amount of cosmic energies, but Lin Feng seemed to be different. Maybe it was because he understood several sorts of cosmic energies? Yang Chu Gu, as a cultivator, it's normal to lose sometimes. Don't take it to heart. Practice more and someday you'll surpass him, Yun Xingyan said with a polite smile. She headed into Champion University, and many other people did the same. They had all seen how strong Lin Feng was. They couldn't afford to underestimate him. He had even defeated Yang Chu Gu. It seems that the seventh student is not that good, Leng Xia remarked with freezing irony and burning satire. He entered the university too. Leng Xia wondered who would win between him and Lin Feng. If he had been Yang Chu Gu, he wouldn't have laughed. It seems that everyone from Ji Chang's club is being defeated. Those new students are strong, thought Leng Xia. After a short time, everyone was back inside the university. The other students didn't have champion cards, but they could also go inside Champion University sometimes. That was a rule the 4 universities had agreed on in the Holy City. Students could go to other universities as they wished, but of course, they couldn't go to places like Champion Hall or Edict Palace. What's going on? At that moment, people who were in Champion University noticed Lin Feng. He was being followed by many other people. They were surprised. I recognize him, he's a new student, he became a student 3 months ago. He's extremely arrogant. He offended Princess Yuan and then Ji Chang's club. He's strange, though. You're talking about Lin Feng, I guess? I've heard of him. He's from the vast celestial ancient city. Back then, at the Ice Moon Lake, he was about to break through to the Huang Qi layer but it failed. The gods didn't let him become an emperor, but in the end he decided to defy them and now he controls 7 types of cosmic energies. Everybody knows about that in the vast celestial ancient city. He's very strong, someone else informed them proudly, then joined the crowd to watch. Imperial Culpa? I don't think he can defeat potential champions of the university with the strength of the Zun Qi layer. You can't underestimate him. What Zun cultivator could understand 7 sorts of cosmic energies? Have you ever heard of such a thing? Indeed, I've never heard of that, but the problem is that if he remains an Imperial Culpa, he'll be stuck at some point and he'll never become a champion. People were making comments about Lin Feng as more and more people gathered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1759, Ji Wuyo. Chapter 1759, Ji Wuyo. At that moment, some people were fighting on the battle stage and many people were watching. Ji Chang's club's star group had been humiliated twice because of new students, and needed to regain their reputation. Princess Yuan and Pu Yang had gone and looked for the new students who were extremely strong. One of them was elegant and called Ho Qinglin, the other one was a Buddhist monk and called Tianqi. They were fellow disciples. Yuan Ho also came to see the battle. Many people from the star group were there. They couldn't afford to lose. Priyang was going to fight against Ho Qinglin and Princess Yuan against Tianqi. Tianqi and Ho Qinglin had also become famous at university. Each time people of Ji Chang's club lost, their members felt even more under pressure. Ho Qinglin could have refused Puyang's challenge, as his ranking wasn't as high as Puyang's. But he hadn't refused. He liked to fight, so it was a good exercise. Bzzz. Priyang looked at the 2 disciples and shouted furiously, "Come here." Ho Qinglin rose up in the air and jumped onto the battle stage. His robe was fluttering in the wind. He looked determined and focused. At the same time, Yuan Jing also looked at Tianqi. Tianqi put his palms together and golden lights emerged. The 2 battles had started. Interesting. I've been a student for a few years and I've never seen such interesting new students. They're extremely strong, and on top of that, they're not from the holy city, whispered someone in the crowd watching the battle. But Priyang is the 5th student, Ho Chang-lin can't defeat him. I've heard that Ho Chang-lin uses reincarnation cosmic energy. It's a very rare kind of energy. He must have a special bloodline. Back then, I had a friend who knew reincarnation energy, too. He was very talented. However, he didn't manage to break through to the Huang Qi layer because his reincarnation energy wouldn't turn into reincarnation cosmic energy. Ho Chang-lin is really talented. Reincarnation energy is rare indeed. I don't know why, commented someone else. On the battle stage, the battles had already started. Puyang was condensing thunder and empty space cosmic energies. His attacks were aggressive and explosive. The atmosphere was filled with thunder. Ho Chang-lin released reincarnation cosmic energy, the atmosphere around him distorting. Sword lights appeared around him. Puyang waved his hand and an empty space light beam appeared. It fused together with thunder energies and surrounded Ho Chang-lin. Cut. A reincarnation curtain appeared around Ho Chang-lin. It seemed like it could absorb anything, including his opponent's thunder. These reincarnation energies are incredible, thought the crowd. Those two people were incredibly strong. Puyang's cosmic energies were already level 8 and Ho Chang-lin's cosmic energies were level 7. However, Puyang's dual cosmic energies were still absorbed by the reincarnation cosmic energies. Nothing could escape from them. Puyang jumped forwards. He wanted to try close combat. Thunders descended from the sky. The atmosphere turned purple. His empty space energies also surrounded Ho Chang-lin again. Come and taste my reincarnation strength. Ho Chang-lin invited him coldly. Reincarnation energies surrounded Puyang, who groaned dully. It was difficult to get close. Ho Chang-lin's energy was destroying all his cosmic energies. How was that possible? Usually, such a thing happened only when there was a big level difference between two cultivators. Azura, absorb. Ho Chang-lin said calmly. He used his Azura reincarnation strength to destroy his enemy's cosmic energies, then his energies penetrated into his opponent's body. You want to die. Puyang's expression changed drastically. He continued running towards Ho Chang-lin. Explosions kept spreading in the air as their energies met. Body reincarnation, shouted Ho Chang-lin quickly, turning into an illusion as his spirit appeared. He could make anything disappear into the reincarnation wheel of life. How powerful! Reincarnation cosmic energies, reincarnation spirit, perfect, thought the crowd. On the other side, Tianqi and Yuan Jing were also fighting. Yuan Jing was using her 4 seasons attack, which involved using 4 different types of cosmic energies. Tianqi was defending so far. He looked like an indestructible Buddha, remaining motionless. He kept chanting mantras which turned into terrifying attacks. People were so captivated by the battles that they didn't notice that a big group of people had appeared in the distance. When Lin Feng arrived, he was surprised at what he was seeing and sped up. When he arrived at the crowd, he was pleasantly surprised, suddenly smiled broadly. They're here, thought Lin Feng, looking at Ho Chang-lin and Tianqi. They hadn't changed at all. They just kept becoming more and more elegant, and stronger too. Lin Feng was very happy to see that they had become strong. They had probably gone through lots of hardship. Puyang. Lang Xia looked at Puyang and Yuan Jing strangely. Those people were fighting against new students. This year, the new students are incredible. Reincarnation strength, Buddhist cultivation, such cultivators are rare, thought Yuan Ho and the other members of the star group watching the battle. Yuan Ho tried to look unmoved, but on the inside, he was very nervous. He knew perfectly well that Puyang and Yuan Jing were very strong. Ordinary low-level emperors couldn't defeat them. They could even defeat medium-level emperors, but at university, it was a different story. Yuan, he's here, whispered someone next to Yuan Ho. Yuan Ho gazed into the distance and saw someone in fine clothes. That person also looked arrogant and proud, as if he considered everybody and everything beneath his notice. He's also interested in these battles, thought Yuan Ho with a smile. That guy had become the first student a year before, and since then, nobody had challenged him again. He was very strong and talented, quite extraordinary. He also had an incredible fellow disciple. Ji Wuyo was the first student. He had defeated Jing Shou back then and become the first on the list. Nobody dared fight against him anymore. Ji Wuyo was also Ji Chang's younger brother. Ji Wuyo. Someone noticed Ji Wuyo at the same time in the crowd. They were startled to see him. It had been a year since they had seen him on a battle stage. Rumors said that he was practicing really hard to become stronger. His goal was to become a champion, not a potential champion. Jing Shou was smiling indifferently, but when he heard Ji Wuyo's name, he suddenly frowned, turned his head, and saw Ji Wuyo. He looked at him icily. He had lost against the other back then. It was the reason he was in second place on the list. Now it was almost impossible for him to rise up in the ranking list. Ji Wuyo looked calm and aloof. He walked over to Yuan Ho and watched the battles. "How come you came today?" Yuan Ho asked Ji Wuyo. "The Yuan clan wants an alliance by marriage with my clan, right?" Ji Wuyo replied indifferently. Yuan Ho smiled and said, "You and Princess Yuan would be a perfect couple." Ji Wuyo didn't say anything, he just watched Yuan Jing on the battle stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1760, 6 People Fight. Chapter 1760, 6 People Fight. Ji Wuyo, who do you think will win between the princess and the Buddhist monk? Yuan Ho asked Ji Wuyo in a low voice. The battle is balanced, but the Yuan clan has some great secret chi, right? Yuan Jing also knows the strength of the 4 seasons. If she uses her full strength, the Buddhist monk can't defeat her, Ji Wuyo judged calmly. Yuan Ho smiled. Ji Wuyo was favoring the Yuan clan. But Puyang can't win, judged Ji Wuyo, watching Ho Changlin and Puyang. Yuan Ho frowned and looked at Ho Changlin's cosmic energies. He wasn't weaker than Puyang, and his cosmic energies were terrifying. In addition, his cosmic energies and his spirit were a perfect match. A reincarnation energy curtain surrounded Puyang, and Azura strength rose to the heavens. Tianqi and Yuan Jing's battle was incredible. A gigantic golden hand moved towards Yuan Jing at full speed, while at the same time, Yuan Jing released a 4 seasons attack. Tianqi's golden hand then disappeared, yet the energies continued moving towards Tianqi. Even a medium-level emperor couldn't resist such an attack. Oh no! Lin Feng frowned. Yuan Jing had a hidden chi, it was fearsome. Light shone, Tianqi's body became golden, and a Buddha appeared. Yuan Jing's strength bombarded Tianqi's Buddha, but the Buddha remained motionless. A metallic sound spread in the air. Some ice and fire energies penetrated into the Buddha before it shattered. Tianqi was propelled violently backwards, but at the same time, he was chanting mantras and his voice turned into golden hand imprints. "Destroy, destroy, destroy," his voice echoed all around. At that same moment, Puyang was being bombarded by Ho Changlin and was forced backwards. Puyang glared at Tianqi icily. "Since we're on the same battle stage, let's fight together," snarled Puyang, throwing himself at Tianqi. Ho Changlin looked at him in an icily and released an Azura sword, shouting, "Be careful!" Tianqi sensed that Puyang was attacking him and Yuan Jing was still releasing energies. He was stuck. He released more golden Buddha lights which surrounded his body and turned into armor. Boom! Puyang assaulted Tianqi again, condensing cosmic energies. Bastard! Lin Feng was furious when he saw that. He immediately rose up in the air and landed next to Tianqi. Piss off! A purple tank shook the air. Lin Feng dragged Tianqi away and threw a talisman into the air. They immediately disappeared and reappeared on the edge of the battle stage. Yu and Jing bombarded the atmosphere where Lin Feng and Tianqi were originally, but there was nobody there anymore. Teleportation, deployment strength. The crowd was astonished. How had Lin Feng appeared on stage? It's Lin Feng. Someone recognized Lin Feng, the student who had joined the university 3 months before. Why was he on stage now? Lin Feng. Tianqi was dumbstruck, he could only scratch his head and smile. Brother! Lin Feng replied, smiling back. It had been such a long time since they had last seen each other. They probably had millions of things to tell each other. I'm so happy to see you, Tianqi exclaimed. Then, he turned to Ho Changlin, beaming. Brother, it's Lin Feng. I know it's Lin Feng, replied Ho Changlin, also smiling broadly. He wasn't blind. Brother! Lin Feng looked at Ho Changlin, who was running towards them. He hadn't changed at all, he still looked elegant and strong. Brother? The crowd was stupefied. Did Lin Feng know those guys? Were they his fellow disciples too? 3 fellow disciples. Who is their teacher? Are they from a holy clan? Wondered many people aloud. Those 3 people had ended up in Champion University together and were fellow disciples. The crowd was astonished, they didn't know what was going on. The battle was incredible with those 4 cultivators. You again? Yu and Jing said to Lin Feng cuttingly. Lin Feng, again. It's the champion battle stage, and you dare come and fight as you wish? Demanded Puyang, staring at Lin Feng. Who do you think you are to talk to me? Said Lin Feng, glancing at him disdainfully. He had lost against Ho Changlin, so he had decided to attack Tianqi by surprise. The 5th student is a joke, mocked Lin Feng. Puyang looked furious. At that moment, Lang Xia jumped onto the battle stage and shouted, You dared get involved while people were battling, you should die. Ho Changlin spat back. Initially, there were 2 battles, that bastard suddenly attacked Tianqi by surprise, and now you say Lin Feng should die? We're now 6, let's have a battle to the death. That bastard, a battle to the death. When the crowd heard Ho Changlin, they were astonished all over again. How arrogant, 6 people, a battle to death. Such battles were extremely rare. But he sounded very confident. If the other team accepted, maybe that they were all going to die. Ho Changlin, Tianqi and Lin Feng were the 12th, 13th and 21st students, but Ho Changlin had just proved that he was much stronger than the 5th student Puyang. Tianqi was strong too, but people didn't know how strong Lin Feng was in comparison to the people of the top 10. Puyang, Lang Xia and Yu and Jing were the 5th, 6th and 14th students, but nobody knew how strong Yu and Jing really was. Her energies were terrifying, she had proven it a moment before. I would love to watch such a group battle, thought the crowd. Since Ho Changlin had proposed a battle to death, everyone would fight even harder. Battles to the death were dangerous things at Champion University. As long as one of cultivators accepted, then the battles were incredible and nobody could get involved. They also couldn't use special weapons, otherwise, the mysterious leaders of the university would get involved. Therefore, few people battled to death at university. Strong cultivators were confident, weak people could refuse. Sometimes, both sides were self-confident though. Battle to the death, how insane, thought Puyang, looking at Lang Xia and Yuan Jing. How could Princess Yuan fight? She's such an incredible woman. Ji Woyo spoke up for her. Yuan Jing had a high social status and Ho Changlin wanted to kill her? Besides, Ji Woyo and Yuan Jing were supposed to get married at some point, he couldn't let her get injured. Let's fight, if you don't dare, piss off. In your eyes she's a princess, in my eyes she's a stinky bitch. Tianqi rebutted him instantly. You're acting recklessly, you mean nothing to me. Let's fight, you're worthless, your lives are completely meaningless. Swore Yuan Jing, releasing freezing energies. Puyang, Leng Xia, and Yuan Jing moved apart, getting ready to fight. Lin Feng, who are you going to fight? Ho Cheng Lin asked. Even though Lin Feng appeared to be a Zun cultivator, cultivation level wasn't the only thing that mattered with Lin Feng. Back then, he had also seen Lin Feng become stronger. Even if this place was Champion University, Lin Feng wouldn't have passed the exam if he had been weak. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled, then Ho Cheng Lin continued, I'll take Yuan Jing, Tian Qi, you take Puyang, Lin Feng will take Leng Xia. Alright. Tian Qi nodded. Yuan Jing released her strength, she was stronger than Puyang. Alright. Lin Feng agreed, not really caring who he fought. Those three people were all the same in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1761, My Feet on Your Face. Chapter 1761, My Feet on Your Face. The six people dispersed. As they had agreed, Ho Cheng Lin faced Yuan Jing, Tianqi faced Puyang, and Lin Feng faced Leng Xia. Of course, since it was a group battle, they could also cooperate. These fighters are all amazing, thought the crowd. All these people had the potential to rise up in the ranking list. Who do you think will win? The crowd already started trying to guess who was going to win. Princess Yuan controls the strength of the four seasons and is terrifyingly strong. She also has some sort of mysterious strength. Ho Cheng Lin controls reincarnation strength and is also mysterious. Their battle will be awesome, but Princess Yuan should win. Regarding Puyang and Tianqi, Puyang should win. And finally, Leng Xia should win against Lin Feng because Leng Xia is the sixth student. Conclusion, Ji Chang's club should win. So you think that the new students don't stand a chance? The three fellow disciples can be proud of themselves, they're strong. Even if they lose, it doesn't change that, and nobody should underestimate them. Everybody expressed their views without restraining themselves. I don't think three members of Ji Chang's club have ever fought at the same time as a team, said someone knowingly. This battle was special. On the vast champion battle stage, the wind was whistling and people's clothes were fluttering. Yuan Jing and Ho Cheng Lin released four seasons energies and reincarnation energy respectively. Their attacks were beautiful and powerful. Puyang and Tianqi also started fighting, they were both aggressive and brutal. At Champion University, skills, techniques, and spells from Champion Hall were all incredible. Champion University was famous for teaching students how to be incredible fighters. 9 Cauldrons Celestial Chi skill, Purple Lake Tank, for energy's destructive assassination, all those were explosive and powerful attacks, and there were many more in Champion Hall. Leng Xia had studied the deadly Imperial Punch, a deadly attack. Lin Feng could sense how terrifying his energies were. Die! Snarled Leng Xia. Lin Feng sensed death energy, the wind was turning into death chi around him. Death? Lin Feng was surprised. Leng Xia controlled death cosmic energy, that was why he had managed to study the deadly Imperial Punch. However, his death energy couldn't corrode Lin Feng's body because Lin Feng controlled both life and death cosmic energies. Die! A purple tank appeared, she rolled in waves. Lin Feng's purple tank was filled with several sorts of cosmic energies and the speed of his attack was terrifying. His tank seemed like it could blot out the sky. Destroy! The deadly Imperial Punch and the purple tank collided. Lin Feng was behind the tank and continued running forwards, releasing immortal and demon energies as well as death chi. Consciousness curse! Lin Feng spat, staring at Leng Xia. He was trying to curse Leng Xia's will. You're going to die, said Lin Feng. His voice resonated in Leng Xia's brain and his will started shaking. Lin Feng was also getting closer and closer to him. Chaotic sky. A punch destroyed the atmosphere and moved as fast as lightning. At the same time, energies surrounded Lang Xia and corroded his skin. This guy knows so many different sorts of cosmic energies, thought the crow, impressed. Demon cosmic energy, wind cosmic energy, earth cosmic energy, death cosmic energy, thunder cosmic energy, as well as the strange cursing cosmic energy. Lin Feng didn't give Lang Xia a breath, he could only react to the attacks. Piss off! Lang Xia closed his eyes, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was influencing his will, he couldn't fight like that. The deadly imperial punch bent the very air. Death invaded the atmosphere and stole away the light. Lin Feng couldn't get any closer. Attraction Culpa, said Lin Feng, clenching his hand and attracting the Devamara Culpa strength, sealing the dark area filled with death. Rule, he continued. The Devamara Culpa strength started modifying and destroying his opponent's death energy. Lin Feng jumped and continued charging, holy marks appearing behind him and in front of him like a bridge. As Lin Feng was running, armor appeared around his body. At the same time, an infinity of light penetrated into his body, his chi was becoming stronger. Piss off! Suddenly, Lin Feng accelerated even further and turned into a light beam. Lin Feng's bridge of marks led straight to Lang Xia, whose face turned deathly pale. His deadly imperial punch pounded against Feng's attack. However, crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng's purple tank slammed into his body and damaged him. Crackling sounds spread in the air, and suddenly Lang Xia was violently propelled far away. His face was deathly pale and he coughed up blood. He violently crashed onto the ground next to the battle stage. The crowd hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be the first one to end the battle. The battle hadn't been that intense, but it was too quick, only a few seconds long. Lin Feng was incredibly strong. Lang Xia is the 6th ranked student, which means that Lin Feng should now be the 6th student, everyone realized. Lin Feng was still considered a new student and was already in the top 10. Regarding Ho Ching Lin, no matter what, he was also in the top 10 because he had defeated Puyang just before this. After this battle, all those people's ranking would change. Tianqi and Puyang's duel was intense and violent, they kept bombarding each other with brutal attacks. Tianqi was a Buddhist cultivator, his body was as hard as gold. Lin Feng already won. Now, if Lin Feng continues fighting, the battle will be even scarier, thought the crowd. If Lin Feng intervened, the result of the battle would be easy to predict. Lin Feng was terrifying. Puyang understood that, too. He pulled a long face. How could he fight peacefully with Lin Feng watching them? Fight fairly, shouted Puyang aggressively at Tianqi. You attacked me by surprise a moment ago, and now you're talking about fighting fairly? How shameless. After Tianqi replied, Lin Feng immediately intervened. He didn't feel like being polite to such despicable people. Brother, let's crush him, Lin Feng said to Tianqi, smiling grimly. Tianqi obeyed and attacked even more violently. He was chanting mantras in a clear, melodious, pure, deep, and far-reaching Brahma voice, every word containing explosive energies which bombarded Puyang. Puyang's expression changed drastically. He released thunder energies and retreated at full speed. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved like the wind, as fast as lightning, and used his Devamara Culpa punch. Lin Feng had been cleansed by the Devamara Culpa strength 4 times, his physical body was incredibly strong. Boom! Puyang suddenly turned around and collided with Lin Feng. An incredible pain invaded his body. Devamara Culpa strength was incredibly destructive. A gigantic golden hand moved towards Puyang at the same time. His face was deathly pale, he tried to run away, but the golden hand crushed him down, blood splashed all around. Lin Feng jumped and landed on Puyang's head, crushing him into the ground. Puyang's body was now thrust deep into the ground of the battle stage. If Lin Feng hadn't arrived earlier, Puyang would have attacked Tianqi by surprise and killed or injured him really badly. Lin Feng and Tianqi couldn't let Puyang off anymore. Therefore, they joined hands and were merciless. Those two guys are cruel and pitiless, thought the crowd, but Puyang had attacked Tianqi by surprise, after all, so it was normal. Lin Feng is a demon cultivator, his attacks are brutal and aggressive. Tianqi is a Buddhist cultivator, he looks gentle and innocent, but actually he's a real killer and he can be merciless. The crowd enjoyed that battle. Tianqi was merciless too, and he jumped onto Puyang's face after Lin Feng. Puyang is the fifth student, how tragic and humiliating. The crowd could imagine how Puyang felt, desperate. Besides, by humiliating Puyang like that, the whole Ji Chang's club star group felt humiliated. Of the three cultivators of the star group who were fighting against Lin Feng and the others, two had already been defeated. Since Ji Chang had created Ji Chang's club, such a horrible thing had never happened to them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1762, Cyan Dragon Totem. Chapter 1762, Cyan Dragon Totem. In the crowd amongst the battle stage, Yuan Ho was the one who looked the angriest. He was in charge of Ji Chang's club star group. When the star group was humiliated, Yuan Ho was the most humiliated, so of course he wasn't happy. Puyang and Lang Xia were 5th and 6th ranked, but they were also 2nd and 3rd generals of the star group. Apart from Ji Wuyo, they were the two strongest cultivators of the star group. However, Ji Wuyo was a member of the star group because he was related to Ji Chang. Lin Feng jumped on Puyang again. Puyang's face was completely deformed, and bleeding pieces of flesh hung from his face. It looked horrible. He could have never thought he'd look so pitiful someday. The crowd was like him, they had never thought something like that would ever happen to him. Lin Feng was extremely cruel. When Yang Chuge saw that, he was furious and shook with rage. Lin Feng was too strong, even he probably couldn't defeat the new student. Those people won't get the Flood Dragon in the end. I really need him to join the Yun Club, Yun Qingyan smiled. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. Scram now! Lin Feng kicked Puyang violently. Lin Feng hated such people. The kick propelled the unconscious Puyang off of the battle stage. This battle is over, it seems, the crowd considered. Puyang had lost, Lang Xia had lost, Yuan Jing was the last one on stage. She didn't need to continue fighting. Lin Feng and Tianqi walked towards Ho Changlin and surrounded Yuan Jing. Even though they didn't release their qi, Yuan Jing was terrified. After all, how could she fight alone against three monstrous cultivators? But the problem was that she couldn't surrender yet, as Lin Feng and Tianqi hadn't gotten involved. Besides, how could she surrender? Ho Changlin was feeling fine, his Azura reincarnation assassination attack was getting more and more intense. Yuan Jing sensed the danger. Enough! A loud voice said at that moment. The crowd frowned. The person who had spoken up was Ji Wuyo. He had chosen to get involved. Ji Wuyo was abnormally strong. Many people said that with his strength, he could easily defeat ordinary medium-level emperors. He had the potential to become a champion and was extremely proud. Some people also said that even if the few people after him in the ranking list joined hands to fight against him, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. They didn't want to test that theory out, however. Lin Feng and Tianqi turned towards Ji Wuyo. He was very arrogant, as if nobody could go against his will. It was the first time that Lin Feng had seen Ji Wuyo, so he didn't recognize him. Even though he didn't know him, he could sense that he was extremely strong. With some people, you couldn't see if they were strong, and with some others, it was obvious. Ji Wuyo belonged to the second category. Another member of Ji Chang's club fought Lin Feng. Ji Wuyo was standing next to Yuan Ho. However, Lin Feng ignored Ji Wuyo's words entirely. Tianqi put his palms together, calm and serene, also ignoring Ji Wuyo. Regarding Ho Lin, he ignored him as well. He was fighting, how could he let exterior things influence him? The crowd around the battle stage suddenly quieted down and stopped talking because of Ji Wuyo. He had made the crowd stop talking or moving, but not the fighters just ignored him. "I told you to stop fighting!" shouted Ji Wuyo furiously. He then jumped forwards and moved like the wind. "We're on the champion battle stage of Champion University, do you think you can interrupt battles as you wish?" shouted Tianqi unhappily. People from Ji Chang's club acted as if the university belonged to them, and people had to obey them. Each time someone offended them, they sent cultivators to deal with them, and the cultivators were always stronger and stronger. "I told you to stop, so you have to stop," declared Ji Wuyo, running towards the battle stage. He looked insane and arrogant. He was insane, but he was also extremely strong and talented. He had the potential to become a peerless cultivator in life. His brother was an incredible cultivator and had amazed the entire city. Only the champion Ying Chang, from the Celestial Godly University, could compete with him. Ying Chang was also the only person Ji Chang considered worth worrying about. Ji Chang's brother was younger than him, but he was also incredible. He had amazed Champion University, so new students couldn't really go against him. If he told them to stop, they had to. Lin Feng looked at Ho Lin and Yuan Jing, totally furious. Suddenly, he punched the atmosphere, a purple tank streaked across the sky and moved towards Yuan Jing at full speed. "Bastard!" shouted Ji Wuyo at the top of his voice. He accelerated as a light beam appeared. Within the light was a dragon, it looked like a totem. Cyan Dragon Totem. Thanks to their spirit and talent, the Ji clan can use the strength of the Cyan Dragon. Some of them can also turn into dragons. They're incredibly strong. The crowd looked at Ji Wuyo's Cyan Dragon Totem. It was a talent they inherited in the Ji clan. Ji Chang was even more terrifying. At that moment, 9 dragon totems had appeared in the lights. Everybody said his ability exceeded king-type bodies, his Cyan Dragon Totems were that explosive. Ji Chang could almost sweep away all other emperors. Dawn! Ji Wuyo jumped, the air shook. He looked like a ferocious beast with infinite strength. "He's very strong," thought Lin Feng. The Cyan Dragon Totem gave Lin Feng a similar feeling to when he saw the Frost Dragon at the 12 Shrines, as if the dragon contained endless strength. Tianqi frowned. He could also sense the terrifying energy coming in. He jumped forwards and a golden Buddha appeared behind him. 36 hands undulated on each side and turned into destructive golden energy rising to the skies. Arg! Ji Wuyo was furious. A cyan dragon emerged from his mouth. The air around him shook violently. The dragon looked terrifying and could make the earth and sky shake. He spat out a dragon. The crowd was absolutely stunned. Some people who had never seen him fight were dumbstruck. He was so powerful. How exciting! It made them think that his brother Ji Chang was probably even more terrifying. No wonder everybody thought that Ji Chang and Ying Chang were the strongest young people of the holy city. Ji Chang had the potential to become the next champion. It was only a matter of time, although it might take years. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic golden hand broke apart and turned into an infinity of golden pieces moving in every direction. The dragon was still there, however. It continued charging at Tianqi, jaws spread wide. The gigantic Buddha's hand descended from the sky at full speed, emitting a sonic boom and then colliding with the Cyan Dragon. Ji Wuyo continued running towards Tianqi at full speed, smiling coldly as he said, "Such a crappy guy, the worms will soon eat your corpse. You dared not listen to me? You want to bring about your own destruction." Ji Wuyo waved his hands, and the 9 other dragons roared furiously, charging towards Tianqi. Tianqi condensed another golden Buddha and dozens of Buddha hands sent out attacks. However, the dragons were too hard, they almost seemed indestructible. A sword light cut the sky. Tianqi's Buddha turned into a sharp sword. Suddenly, the cyan dragons started cracking, blood splashed in the air, and it started raining blood as if they had been real dragons. The cyan dragon attack was that terrifying. Piss off! Ji Wuyo punched in the direction of Tianqi's face. It didn't look like a punch, but like another raging dragon. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, the golden lights which surrounded Tianqi broke apart, he was propelled away and blood splashed in the air. Ji Wuyo's physical strength was terrifying, he was as strong as a dragon. Lin Feng didn't help, he just watched them battle. That was Tianqi's fight, and if he lost, it didn't matter. It was just an experience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1763, Battling and Rising. Chapter 1763, Battling and Rising. You worms think you can stop me? Ji Wuyo bellowed furiously. He continued running as energies rolled out in every direction. Tianqi looked at Ji Wuyo and condensed more golden lights. He had to fight until the end, no matter the result of the battle. Let me help. Lin Feng said, jumping and landing next to Tianqi. He smiled and said, brother, let me try. Ha! The crowd looked at Lin Feng. They had anticipated that Tianqi couldn't win. However, Lin Feng's strength was unfathomable. He had defeated Lang Xia, but could he defeat Ji Wuyo? Even if you join hands to fight against me, you won't win. Ji Wuyo laughed arrogantly. His cyan dragon totem was behind him, he looked alive, lights were shining around him, and he released even more deadly qi. His cyan dragon totem is terrifying, his physical strength is terrifying, plus his cultivation level is at the top of the low Huang Qi layer. I think his physical strength is better than mine, Lin Feng considered. He had seen how terrifying his attacks were when he had assaulted Tianqi a moment ago. Cosmic strength rose up to the skies and surrounded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng condensed cosmic energies, and at the same time, his eyes looked colder and colder, his Devamara Culpa strength surrounded him and he started charging forwards. You overestimate yourself. Hissed Ji Wuyo, also running forwards. The two fighters were streaking towards each other, getting closer and closer. The cyan dragon roared, the earth and the sky were shaking. Ji Wuyo raised his hand and another dragon appeared containing an explosive strength. The dragon roared, the crowd narrowed their eyes, some energies spilling over so they couldn't see clearly. Behind Lin Feng, Xian Yuan's axe appeared. It was gigantic and could cleave the sky. Piss off! Ji Wuyo punched in Lin Feng's direction. The cyan dragon totem looked ferocious and fierce behind him. Lin Feng didn't look scared. He punched out too. Xian Yuan's axe illuminated the skies. The dragon roared, everybody shivered, the earth and sky shook violently. Dong! The two fighters collided again. It was as if the crowd was watching two dragons battle. Dragon chants spread in the air, everything kept shaking and terrifying dragon qi spread in every direction, astonishing the whole crowd with the pure brutal power of it. Finally, an explosion spread in the air and both fighters were forced away. Ji Wuyo looked at Lin Feng, coldly furious. Ji Wuyo had realized that Lin Feng's physical strength might be as good as his. Lin Feng's robes started fluttering even more violently, as his eyes turned pitch black. He looked fearless. He still didn't know against who he was fighting, but in any case this guy was extremely strong. With the strength of a low-level emperor, his physical strength was amazing, it was rare to see. Lin Feng didn't know who he was fighting, but the crowd certainly did. The two fighters' battle was astonishing. They had vastly underestimated Lin Feng's power, and his physical strength was terrifying too. He can compete with Ji Wuyo, even though he doesn't have the upper hand. Many people were very surprised, even Yuan Ho. Everybody had underestimated this new student. Your physical strength is not bad. No wonder you dared disobey me, said Ji Wuyo arrogantly. In Champion University, Lin Feng was the first person who had fought against Ji Wuyo using physical strength. However, was that enough? Dazzling lights appeared around Ji Wuyo, and a dragon cauldron appeared. Above the cauldron, cyan dragon symbols appeared, undulating and containing a terrifying and oppressive strength. The cauldron was filled with a seemingly infinite amount of energy. I'll show you what it means to be strong, shouted Ji Wuyo furiously. He waved his hand and suddenly, the cauldron charged towards Lin Feng. It was like many dragons were attacking Lin Feng, all bearing fangs and brandishing claws. Dawn! Lin Feng shook his hand and marks appeared, containing a terrifying strength. Lin Feng moved his hands as fast as lightning. After he moved his hands a dozen times, a gigantic deployment spell formed. His attack wasn't any weaker than the dragon cauldron. The intertwining marks turned into a gigantic set of kanji, break dot. At the same time, more destructive energies spread out in the air. Lin Feng put his hands together. A purple tank appeared again and fused together with the deployment spell, then the attack rained down. Inside the cauldron, more dragons kept roaring. The cauldron collided with the tank, the air trembled, it was like the sky was going to collapse. Explosive metallic sounds spread in the air as the cauldron shattered. Ji Wuyo was astonished. He wove his hands, and more dragons came out. Lights appeared and crashed onto the tank and broke it. Deployment spell. Ji Wuyo was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. This guy also controlled deployment spells? And his deployment spells were super powerful. In such a short time, he had managed to draw such powerful marks. How scary! Lin Feng has many trump cards. He even managed to get rid of Ji Wuyo's cauldron. His deployment spells are terrifying, thought the crowd. Ji Wuyo and Lin Feng had collided a few times, but surprisingly none of them had the upper hand. On the other side, Ho Changlin's Ahsoka reincarnation sword finally destroyed Yuan Jing's mysterious attack. Then, he released sword energies which forced Yuan Jing to flee. Yuan Jing pulled a long face. She had also lost the battle, and her team had lost. Now, Ji Wuyo was fighting, but could he win? Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and saw Yuan Jing rushing over towards him. Once he noticed her, he ran towards her, which made her shout scarily. Piss off! Lin Feng condensed another purple tank which charged towards her, uncaringly brutal and violent. Yuan Jing's expression changed, and she instantly turned around and ran away. Ho Changlin had released sword energies. Yuan Jing was now being attacked by two people at the same time. Her face was angry and helpless at the same time. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng and Ho Changlin were attacking her. How impolite. When they didn't like someone, nothing mattered anymore. Ji Wuyo was even more furious. He punched out in the direction of his enemies and ran towards Yuan Jing to block the purple tank. Yuan Jing could continue fighting against Ho Changlin if she wanted to. Humph! Lin Feng groaned and moving while releasing death chi. Yuan Jing certainly didn't feel like fighting anymore. The purple tank rained down. Yuan Jing jumped aside extremely quickly. However, Lin Feng was faster. He arrived next to her and punched her violently. Blood splashed, and Yuan Jing was propelled away. Ji Wuyo jumped up and caught her. They had lost. Ji Cheng's club's team had lost. Lang Xia had been kicked away from the battle stage. Puyang had been humiliated to the extreme. Yuan Jing had been punched out by Lin Feng and she was bleeding. Ji Wuyo had gotten involved and he hadn't managed to defeat them either. Ji Cheng's club had lost really badly. If Ji Wuyo hadn't gotten involved, Yuan Jing would have ended up in an even worse situation. Lin Feng landed in front of Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing. Ho Changlin and Tian Qi landed at his sides, and they all released qi which surrounded Yuan Jing and Ji Wuyo. Even in the ranking list, it must be difficult to find three people as strong as them, thought the crowd. Lin Feng, Tianqi and Ho Changlin were rising champions who had already amazed Champion University. They were stronger than the 10 best students of the university. It had been a long time since they had seen such strong people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1764, Exchanging Views. Chapter 1764, Exchanging Views. Ji Wuyo sensed the three fellow disciples' chi, his eyes glittered. He looked proud and angry at the same time. Lin Feng was really strong, and the two others weren't weak either. If they joined hands to fight against him, he'd definitely lose. He didn't even have the upper hand when fighting one-on-one against Lin Feng. And Yuan Jing in his arms looked even more furious. She had lost, Ho Changlin had defeated her, and then Lin Feng had punched her so hard that she had been knocked away like a rag doll. She had suffered a crushing defeat. When people on the battle stage are defeated, you get involved. It seems like university's rules don't apply here, it's the law of the jungle. You're used to doing what you wish, said Ho Changlin coldly. The star group is like that, is it? Brother, we could create a faction too, that way, we could be as pretentious and arrogant as them. Then, we could also recruit more people and bully them. Laughed Lin Feng. Ho Changlin turned to Lin Feng. What would be the name? Ho Changlin asked him. What about Tian Tai? Asked Lin Feng with a smile. Ho Changlin frowned, Tianqi too. Tian Tai, they hadn't heard that name for a long time. You overestimate yourselves, Ji Wuyo hissed coldly. He then turned around and walked away with Yuan Jing. We'll stop temporarily for today. When we fight again, I will not be merciful again. The crowd was stupefied. Ji Wuyo's two attacks were very powerful. Had he been merciful? What would have happened if he had used his full strength, then? No wonder he was the first student. He was Ji Chang's younger brother, after all. Everybody thought that Lin Feng couldn't compete with Ji Wuyo again. Lin Feng was a new student and he had managed to have such a battle against Ji Wuyo, that was pretty good already. He had already amazed the crowd. However, Jing Shou, the second student, probably was at the same level as Lin Feng. Jing Shou was in the crowd, his hands still in his sleeves, his arms crossed against his chest. He looked at the three people on stage and smiled indifferently. Those guys were strong. Ji Wuyo had been forced to retreat. If he had been able to defeat those three guys, he would have done so out of pride. But no, he was leaving. He didn't dare fight. The star group had started all that, and Ji Wuyo was so proud, he didn't want to ask his friends for help. You're keeping such a low profile now, who ordered them to stop a moment ago? Asked someone suddenly. Tantai came out of the crowd and smiled at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng, you're extremely strong. I've been ranked for a short time and now, surprisingly, you're in the top 10. And your two friends are extremely strong too. I admire you guys. Tantai said, looking and waving at Ho Changlin and Tianqi. Huang Fulong had told Tantai that these guys were Lin Feng's friends. Who was their teacher? Let's go. It's not convenient to stay here, smiled Lin Feng. They quickly left the area of the battlegrounds. Yuan Ho and the other members of the star group also left. They had been humiliated and suffered a crushing defeat. Let's go to the Champion Palace. Many people wanted to see the new ranking list. They weren't sure about what had happened. What had the managers done? The battle had been a bit unusual. Had the ranking list changed? Many people ran to the Champion Palace. As expected, all the fighters were on the list. Ji Wuyo was still first. Lin Feng and Ji Wuyo had only exchanged a few punches. It wasn't enough to tell who was stronger. They needed to fight again. The second was still Jing Shou. However, the third one was now Lin Feng. The crowd was shocked. Lin Feng hadn't fought against the third student, but had replaced him anyway. It meant that the university thought that Lin Feng was stronger than him, no matter what. Ho Changlin was now the sixth student. After all, he had defeated Puyang and Yuan Jing, but because Lin Feng had gotten involved, he wasn't the fifth, but the sixth. Yuan Jing was seventh. She had lost against Ho Changlin, but won against Tian Qi. Tian Qi was eighth. Puyang and Lang Xia were after Tian Qi from fifth and sixth. They were downgraded to ninth and 10th. The former third and fourths must be unhappy. Ho Changlin has never fought against them. If he fought against them, they'd probably continue falling, thought the crowd. Of course, those changes were already terrifying. In such a short time, the top 10 had completely changed. It was exciting. Lin Feng, Ho Changlin, and Tian Qi didn't care about the ranking list. All they cared about was strength. If they managed to rise in the ranking list, why not? But the most important thing was what they could get from that. Since they were rising in the ranking list, they could go to higher floors in the Edict Palace and Champion Hall. That was the most important thing. There was also the mysterious mountain in the periphery of the university. What was there? Were there great resources for cultivation? In a courtyard, Lin Feng, Ho Changlin, Tan Tai, and the others had assembled. Xin Wu was there too. He had seen that Lin Feng risen in the ranking list, so he had come. Lin Feng, I would have never thought that you were so strong. You're just a monster. Initially, they wanted to take the flood dragon from you, and in the end you crushed them and left like a god. Nice, laughed Xin Wu. Lin Feng's performances were astounding. The news that Lin Feng had displayed such amazing strength had already spread around the university. Xin Wu also knew that Lin Feng was the one who had been abandoned by the gods in the vast celestial ancient city. Outside of the university, they wouldn't have said that. Lin Feng smiled back. Indeed. At university, students have to behave. Ji Chang's club is very proud and arrogant, but you and your friends taught them a good lesson. It's the first time I have seen someone humiliate Ji Chang's club, The first time Xin Wu had seen Lin Feng, he had thought he'd be crushed by Ji Chang's club. He hadn't thought the newcomer was so strong. By the way, do you really intend to create a new faction in Champion University? Asked Xin Wu. He had heard about that. He was curious. Lin Feng glanced at Ho Changlin and Tian Qi. They both looked moved. Tian Tai was very important to them. They really wanted to make Tian Tai raise in the great world. It reminded them of the small world. They had to recreate it, sooner or later. And in Champion University, there were many strong cultivators. They could recruit some of them. That would be very useful. The only problem was that they didn't know to what extent they could develop Tian Tai within the university. I had the idea indeed, but I don't know if it's a good idea to do it now, nodded Lin Feng. If you create a faction, I, Xin Wu, am willing to join you. Hee, count me in too, said Tan Tai with a big smile. Ji Chang's club dared act so arrogantly. If Lin Feng and his friends created Tian Tai within the university, they wouldn't be able to oppress them. And I was supposed to be a member of Tian Tai a while ago already, spoke up Huang Fulong. Not bad. If we could recruit even more people in the future, that'd be great. If we could become strong enough, then we could also have our own territory in Champion University, Tian Qi smiled. Everybody was happy to recreate Tian Tai. Indeed. We're a small army now. In the future, we can also find some things to do in the Edict Palace and do them together. It'd be easier to accomplish, said Xin Wu. There were many factions in Champion University, and in the Edict Palace, there was always something to do in the news, just like the Demon Pond thing. Lin Feng had gone alone, but with friends, it might have been much easier. Lin Feng had been able to escape that time because he had precious treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take the flood dragon away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1765, Establishing Tiantai. Chapter 1765, Establishing Tiantai. Lin Feng, said a voice at that moment. It was extremely loud. Two people appeared in the sky. Yun Changyan and a young man in a golden robe. Yang Chuge wasn't there at that moment. He was a member of the Sun Holy Clan. He didn't want to meet Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. He looked up at her and asked, "What do you want?" "I need to talk to you about something important, of course," Yun Xingyan said, looking serious for a moment. But then she smiled and said, "Look, you are all really strong, you're all potential champions, but I'm in list above, in the higher ranking list. I'm stronger than you guys." Higher ranking list? Lin Feng looked at her in a strange way and smiled. No wonder he had remembered her name. She was in the higher ranking list. "So what?" smiled Lin Feng. Yun Xingyan's eyes twinkled. She smiled back at Lin Feng and said, "You said you wanted to create a new group. You should join mine, the Yun Club." "Why would I join the Yun Club?" asked Lin Feng. "I'm in the higher ranking list, I'm stronger." "You should join my club, that's logical," Yun Changyan frowned. Lin Feng and the others looked amused. She didn't look like a strong cultivator. "But we're going to create a group called Tiantai. We can't join the Yun Club," said Tianchi. "Otherwise, you could also join Tiantai?" Yun Xingyan's eyes twinkled. She smiled and said, "I can also join Tiantai, but shouldn't the leader of the group be the strongest cultivator?" "Tiantai doesn't have a leader, every member is treated equally," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. "The leaders of Tiantai would remain the same forever." Ho Chang Lin and Tianchi perfectly understood what Lin Feng meant. Tiantai's leaders would always be their two teachers. How could that work? A group needs a leader, otherwise, who would lead? Asked Yun Changyan. She didn't understand. In Tiantai, we're all like brothers and sisters. There's no leader, nobody gives orders. That way, if someone harbors evil intentions, we can avoid trouble, Lin Feng said solemnly. Everybody around him understood. Since Lin Feng was going to recreate Tiantai in Champion University, Tiantai had to become strong. If people didn't agree with them, they didn't have to join them. Lin Feng wanted to find the other core members of Tiantai first, the direct disciples. When they were together, they were stronger. Yun Changyan looked at Lin Feng strangely. He looked grave and solemn. What was wrong with him? Harbor evil intentions? Strange. "Do you want to join Tiantai?" asked Lin Feng, smiling at Yun Changyan. "Humph." Yun Changyan groaned proudly and said, "Are you trying to scare me? I can join Tiantai, but if I'm not your leader, at least, I should be your higher female fellow disciple, like a big sister. If you want to join Tiantai, no problem, you're welcome. If you want to leave, we won't try to hold you, but if you betray Tiantai, or bully your brothers, then you'll be punished," Lin Feng said in a formal manner. He looked at Xinwu and Tantai and said, "Tantai, Xinwu, the same applies to you. If you want to join Tiantai, we'll be like brothers, but if you betray Tiantai, I won't be merciful." "I understand. We're on the same wavelength. Don't worry. If I join your group, it's because I trust you and I'd love to cooperate with you," Xinwu nodded. He understood Lin Feng. Sometimes, it was better to discuss things before doing anything. "Alright, we're like brothers and sisters, we'll work together now," said Lin Feng, stretching his hand. Then, Huang Fulong, Ho Chang Lin, Tianchi, and Tantai put their hands on Lin Feng's hand. "And your big sister," laughed Yun Xingyan. She walked forwards and put her hand on the others' hands, then they all raised their hands up. However, the guy behind her didn't look interested and merely said, "Xingyan, I'm off," before turning and leaving. Yun Xingyan smiled and said, "We need to grow bigger. I'll do my best to make the group grow and become strong. People in Champion University will realize how strong we are. That way, more people will join us or fear us." "Right, indeed." Even though we're not very strong yet, some of us are already in the top 10, we'll rise up in the list and be in the higher ranking list like you, but for new students, it's not bad. The problem is that some people who are not ranked can't go to the Edict Palace or to Champion Hall, so they don't have powerful skills, techniques and spells, said Qinwu. Of course, if we manage to become accredited, people will respect us even more. But accredited? Lin Feng looked at Qinwu, he had never heard of that. Indeed. You still don't know? At Champion University, the strongest groups, including Ji Chang's club, have been accredited. For example, Ji Chang of Ji Chang's club is close to some managers. Some clubs' founders' teachers are also managers of the university. They can all go to the Celestial Mountain. Many people want to join them, explained Xinwu. Yun Xingyan smiled and told them, "Don't worry about that, with me it'll be fine." With you? Lin Feng looked at Yun Xingyan curiously. "I'm your big sister now, I need to take care of you. I know some elders at university. If you stand out, I can introduce you to them. Then, we might become their disciples too. That way, extremely strong cultivators will join Tiantai," Yun Xingyan told them with a smile. Lin Feng was surprised. This girl knew some elders? And he was also surprised because he had heard that only champions could go to the Celestial Mountains. Even though Tiantai will recruit people, the most important thing is still fraternity. If someone tries to control others, they can be as strong as they wish, we won't accept them, said Lin Feng. He looked at Yin Xingyan and said, "Jin Shengyan, you and Xinwu can take care of the marketing part, we don't know the university that well yet." "Don't worry, leave it to me," Yun Shengyan nodded. She looked at Xinwu and said, "Xinwu, come with your big sister." Xinwu was skeptical. This girl was young, why did she like being called big sister? Lin Feng smiled wryly and said to Ho Changlin and Tianqi, "Brothers, have you seen Muchen since we left?" Ho Changlin suddenly looked worried and shook his head. "He can transform, he protected us and helped us escape." "I don't know, maybe that he went to the 9 great celestial castles. In the last few years, Tianqi and I stayed together all the time. We only encountered you here in the holy city. The great world is quite vast. In the past, we had heard of the holy city, so I thought that everybody would come here. After coming to the great world, Ban Ruo, Li Han, Xingzhan and some others were controlled by the celestial Qi castle, but I saved them and found a safe place for them. I don't know how they are now. We can go and check if they're still there someday," Lin Feng sighed. Ho Changlin looked surprised. The celestial Qi castle had controlled Ban Ruo and the others? Luckily, they were fine now. Someday, we'll go back to the 9 great celestial castles and destroy them. Ho Changlin swore. Maybe they still control the small world. Sooner or later, Lin Feng nodded. Maybe not all 9 great celestial castles, but at least the celestial Qi castle, the palace of the celestial kings of medicine, and those kind of groups. Even though Tiantai is coming back to life, we must continue becoming stronger. We're very weak and we offended the star group. I want to practice cultivation for a while, Lin Feng told Ben. He was worried. He wanted to become strong as soon as possible. Tiantai needed a solid foundation. If they weren't strong, then Tiantai would fall again. You're right. Ji Wuyo is really strong, agreed Tiantai. Lin Feng didn't know who that was. Ji Wuyo? Lin Feng remembered that name, that was the first student. Ji Wuyo, Ji Chang's younger brother, Tiantai nodded. I see, Lin Feng nodded. Ji Chang's younger brother. So Lin Feng really needed to become stronger. Ji Wuyo wasn't going to let him off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1766, Qingfeng's Arrival. Chapter 1766, Qingfeng's Arrival. Because of the battle, everyone had now heard of Lin Feng, Ho Changlin and Tianqi, especially among the low-level emperors. Of course, in order to draw medium-level emperor and high-level emperor's attention, it was still a bit early. After all, they had to do things slowly but surely. They needed to draw the attention of people of the same level, including new extremely strong cultivators. Many people knew about Lin Feng's past in the vast celestial ancient city, and they also knew that he had been abandoned by the gods, that he could control 7 sorts of cosmic energies, and that he was extremely strong. People were stupefied because he had managed to fight against Ji Wuyo. Lin Feng wasn't weak at all. And now they had created Tian Tai at Champion University. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had created a new group and even Yun Qingyan had joined them. She was busy carrying out marketing activities all around the university. She was famous for being strong and beautiful. Surprisingly, she also managed to recruit some people. Lin Feng was rather astonished. But Lin Feng didn't spend too much time with those things. He was practicing cultivation very hard, too. Sometimes Ho Chang Lin and Tian Chi found him in Champion Hall. Time passed slowly. New students joined the university. The next time, 5 students joined Champion University. Among those people, Lin Feng knew 3. He would have recognized them if he had been there: Qing Feng, Swan, and Wu. They were all extraordinary. Qing Feng was extremely strong, and Wu was a sun supernatural bird. Swan was also very powerful, as he was a legendary beast. In a secret room, Tantai was seated cross-legged. Energies rolled in waves about the room. It felt as if the room were going to explode. Tantai was tall and strong, so his energies looked even scarier around him. His veins were moving as his blood and energies flew through them. He looked as wild and mighty as a lion. Tantai was rude and simple, but he was strong and talented. He also needed to learn some good skills because he had explosive power. He needed skills which corresponded to his personality. In the 3 other universities, the atmosphere was also lively. Ying Chang was at the Celestial Godly University practicing cultivation. Many people joined the Celestial Godly University. Among them, someone drew other people's attention: Dugu the winner, who had the godly imprint King Body and 3,600 godly imprints. He was also extremely strong. Apart from people who had special bodies, there were also some people from the Snow Clan. All the men and women from the Snow Clan were good-looking and strong, so people loved them. In the ancient university, Chu Chunxiu drew people's attention. He was a medium-level emperor. They had heard about his adventures in the vast celestial ancient city. In less than a year, he had leveled up to become a medium-level emperor from the Zun Qi layer. His cultivation speed was incredible, really terrifying. People remembered the insane cultivators of the Chu clan from the past. Would he practice that much, though? At the Four Seasons University, the competition was incredible, too. For example, there was Lang Yi, who had a World King body. He was very strong. As a new student, people were shocked. It had been a long time since they had seen such a strong new student. In all the universities, everybody was practicing cultivation hard and trying to become stronger. They knew that they had no choice but to become stronger to get rid of their rivals who were of the same level as them. Lin Feng also practiced cultivation hard. He knew that the cultivation world was cruel. He had to be determined and fight. He was practicing cultivation in his own world, his eyes black as the night and demon energies were rolling in waves while Devamara Kulpa strength surrounded his body. His whole body was pitch black. The strength around his body also contained some dragon chi. His dragon blood was boiling and he could hear a dragon chant. His flood dragon was powerful and aggressive. He had completely fused together with its blood. At the same time, Lin Feng was raising the baby dragon in his body, which kept growing along with Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes. At the same time, he released his godly awareness and extended it into his celestial evolution chessboard. In the celestial evolution chessboard, he started making energies evolve. The deployment spell was gigantic. Even though Lin Feng needed time to understand the item better, it was an ancient item and very precious. It was a really good item for Lin Feng, amazingly useful. It allowed him to become stronger and to do many other things. Time passed slowly, months rolling by. Finally, Lin Feng came out of his secret room and heard some voices outside. When Lin Feng came out, he saw a group of people. Yun Changyan was in front of the group and talking animatedly. "Yun Changyan, what are you doing?" asked Lin Feng, rolling his eyes. "Lin Feng, finally, you came out. Come and see. I recruited those people, they are now members of Tiantai. I'm going to go and travel with them to become stronger," Yun Changyan said, smiling proudly. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Yun Changyan. "Didn't I tell you that you couldn't recruit people just like that?" Those people frowned. They looked too proud, as if it was an honor for Tiantai to have such people as them. What was Yun Changyan doing? "Don't worry. We are core disciples. For now, the people I recruit can be external disciples. If they are strong enough, they'll become core disciples too." Smiled Yun Changyan. "Lin Feng, I'm your big sister, I'm trying to help, it wasn't easy to find people." Lin Feng sighed, "As you wish. But if someone wants to become a core disciple, we all have to agree, like a big family." "Alright, I promise." "You're Lin Feng. I've heard that Ji Wuyo and you fought. I want to try and fight against you, we'll see why you created Tiantai," interjected one of the people. Lin Feng looked at that person and then at the crowd. He pointed at one of them and said, "First, try and fight against him. If you can defeat him, then you'll fight against me." Everybody looked at the person Lin Feng was pointing at. He looked obstinate and unruly, and was wearing a king helmet. He looked strong and aggressive. That young man looked at Lin Feng furiously, but said nothing. He rose up in the air and said to that person, "Come here and fight." "How arrogant," said the other one angrily. He rose up in the air too and waves of energies rolled in the air, rapidly churning it. However, at that moment, the man with the king helmet suddenly moved as fast as lightning, turning into a golden light beam. He used a physical sun punch, his attack was terrifying. 9 dark waves. The other one called out furiously. In a flash, 9 waves appeared in the sky and rolled towards the helmet wearer, the punch and the waves collided. The sun became bigger and bigger, and the waves evaporated. The helmet wearer's physical body was extremely strong. Boom boom! An explosion spread in the air, and the challenger was blown away. His arm felt extremely sore, and was even burning. His face turned deathly pale. What a powerful physical strength and fire! His fire is even more terrifying than fire cosmic energy, thought the watchers, looking at the helmeted man. His eyes looked like suns. They couldn't even look him in the eyes. "You're a beast, a sun bird." The challenger was staring at the young man with the helmet. "Sun supernatural bird," said the young man with the helmet aloofly. The crowd around was surprised. A bird had joined the university. Why had he joined Tiantai though? Not bad, Lin Feng, you see? I even recruited a sun supernatural bird, said Yun Changyan with a smile. However, 2 people came out of the crowd, Feng and Swan. Lin Feng had told them back then to come to Champion University. Then, they had heard about Lin Feng's adventures and about the fact that he had created Tiantai. Everything was going well for him. Thus, they had decided to join Yun Changyan's army. I see you're doing well. Surprisingly, you created a group, said Feng, smiling at Lin Feng. Like in the vast celestial ancient city, Lin Feng continued inspiring people, everybody knew him already. I hope that you'll become stronger quickly, we're supposed to fight soon, said Wu, staring at Lin Feng. Don't worry, you won't surpass me, Lin Feng replied to Wu. Even though he had an incredible godly awareness and was very strong, he couldn't surpass Lin Feng, who had already defeated him. When Yun Changyan heard them talk, her beautiful eyes twinkled. She looked a little bit angry too. That guy dared attack Lin Feng? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1767, In the Celestial Mountains. Chapter 1767, In the Celestial Mountains. Lin Feng looked at the people Yun Qingyan had recruited and said indifferently, "Since Yun Qingyan said you were external members, I agree. Of course, if you didn't join Tiantai because you really want to, you can leave. No problems from us. They didn't need many people in Tiantai, they needed strong people who had a sense of belonging. Otherwise, even if they were strong, having them was useless. Especially people like you," said Lin Feng, pointing at the young man who had just lost. People in the crowd started talking. Many of them turned around and left. "Nah, I just came to see what was going on," said someone, as dozens of people left. In a few seconds, only a few people were left. Yun Qingyan rolled her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. Many people had joined Champion University recently. It had been difficult for her to find recruits. Back then, she had founded the Yun Club and hadn't managed to find that many people, and Lin Feng had made so many people leave after 2 sentences. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Such people are useless in Tiantai." "You're annoying, the more the merrier," said Yun Qingyan. Then she said to the others, "You can go back. If I need you, I'll contact you." "All right." The few people glanced at Lin Feng. They had joined Tiantai because they wanted to become champions, and they also wanted to go and travel with fellow students. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, smiling at Qing Feng and the others as he finally left the courtyard. They walked slowly. Lin Feng realized with surprise that many people were around. He had never seen so many people in Champion University. "How come there are so many people?" whispered Lin Feng. Qing Feng smiled indifferently, "You've been practicing for too long. I joined Champion University a while ago, so I know they'll be having the university's celebration ceremony soon, so everyone who was traveling came back. I've heard that some elders will show up during the event. I don't know the details, though." "What kind of ceremony?" Lin Feng pressed. She had been a student for a while, she knew more things than he did. "I can tell you the ceremony takes place every 10 years. The champion will also change. Champions don't spend much time at university, they travel a lot. During the event, champions come back. It's also about seeing if some people want to change positions, and it's also to welcome students who have joined the university in the previous 10 years. It's also to see if other students have become stronger. It's an interesting event, very beneficial. Only champions can go to the Celestial Mountain, but during the event, elders show up, so it's the best moment to stand out and draw their attention," Yun Qingyan told him with a superior smile. "Lin Feng." Someone in the distance called out. Lin Feng gazed that way and saw someone smile strangely. "That's the Lin Feng who fought against Ji Wuyo?" said the person next to that speaker. Those 2 people were very strong, medium-level emperors. "Indeed. He's funny." After passing the exam, there were some tensions between him and Yuan Jing. He also killed Shang Jun's brother, so he's very strong. Now, he's the 3rd student, unfortunately. The 2 people passed next to Lin Feng and continued talking about him. "Indeed, what a pity. The ceremony is going to start and Shang Jun is going to come back too. Soon, Shang Jun will kill him. Even if Shang Jun doesn't kill him, Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing won't let him off." The others walked away. Lin Feng frowned. He had killed Shang Yu during the exam, and now those people were talking about Shang Jun. He was in the higher ranking list. "You offended many people," Qing Feng observed. "The situation is really complex in the holy city. You fight against someone and many people get involved. You can never have a rest here," said Lin Feng. He was speechless. Shangyu, Yuan Jing, Ji Chang, they were all like that. If he defeated them, then Ji Chang would be there, too. Of course, especially at university, and there are many young people who belong to rich families. Those rich families send all their kids to the same university, so their older brothers and sisters are here too, and they don't let anyone touch their siblings, said Xing Feng with a nod. Lin Feng was strong and talented, so he had to fight against strong people, too. I understand. Xing Feng was right. Unless he stood aloof from worldly strife and refrained from having a social life, then he had to have enemies. It was the same for everyone, even rich kids. Those Holy Clan's geniuses also fought against each other, even in the vast celestial ancient city. Lin Feng, where do you want to go? Yun Qingyan asked Lin Feng. Nowhere, I've been in a tiny room for a while, I need to have a walk, replied Lin Feng. Awesome, I'll take you somewhere, smiled Yun Qingyan. Then, she grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve and pulled him along. Your big sister will help you become more educated. Lin Feng was used to hearing her speak that way. Both of them ran along very quickly. After a short time, Lin Feng realized that Yun Qingyan had taken him to the celestial mountain. There were clouds circling about it, the place looked like a magical palace out of a dream. Where are we going? Asked Lin Feng surprised. The celestial mountain? Could they go there? I told you, I'll help you become more educated, said Yun Qingyan with a broad smile. She continued walking towards the celestial mountain. I thought only champions could go there. Lin Feng followed along curiously. Whoever said that, they don't understand this place. There are more mountains behind it that I can't go to, but this one, I can. I'll show you, she smiled, continuing along. After a short time, they arrived at the clouds. Lin Feng saw a big gate in front of him. There were two old men there, seated and playing chess. They looked captivated by the game. Gentlemen, said Yun Qingyan, walking up to them. The two old men turned their heads and smiled. Qingyan, you brought someone? Didn't you know you can't bring anyone here? This is my friend, I want to take him home and show him around. Please don't tell me I can't, said Yun Qingyan. She continued walking, even grabbing one of the old men's sleeves and pulling it like a child. All right, little girl. Let us play and go, sighed the old man, smiling wryly and shaking his head. Thank you very much, said Yun Qingyan. She continued walking towards the gate. It seems like Yun Qingyan has a good social status, thought Lin Feng. Show him home? Was she from the university itself? Lin Feng and the others followed behind her. The old men continued playing chess. One of them said, Sun Fire, obstinate and unruly, bestial Qi, Sun Cosmic Energy, that girl made friends with a three-legged golden crow. The other old man smiled, moved a piece and said, and a young legendary beast. She's mysterious, but the strongest one is the one at the front. There's something inside him. Even though his chi is strange, he is unfathomable. He looks like a murderer, too. The two old men continued comparing the people who had been following her. In the mountain, there were many palaces. Yun Qingyan took Lin Feng and the others to a beautiful palace. In the courtyard, there were two people practicing sword cultivation. Their swords had no chi at all. They were using no energy, but they looked strong. There were many sword marks on the ground. Lin Feng frowned when he saw them. That sword was impressive, those swords didn't even need strength or energy. They were a man and a woman, both middle-aged. The man looked elegant, the woman looked beautiful. They looked really good together. My baby came back, said the man and the woman, putting their swords down and looking at Yun Qingyan. Yes, I missed you. I brought some friends, I want to introduce them to you, smiled Yun Qingyan, hugging her parents. Lin Feng understood, Yun Qingyan was the daughter of some of the university's staff members. Those people looked like nice persons, however. Yun Xingyan's parents glanced at Lin Feng and the others sharply. Lin Feng shivered. These people seemed terrifyingly strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1768, Lesson. Chapter 1768, Lesson. Masters, said Lin Feng, bowing before Yun Qingyan's parents and smiling in greeting. You all seem as strong as my daughter. Not bad, and rare, nodded Yun Qingyan's parents. Yun Qingyan wasn't happy, she said. What? I'm their big sister. Big sister? Are you still trying to lead the Yun Club or what? You should be practicing cultivation really hard. Why are you trying to manage a club? You're wasting your time, Yun Qingyan's mother scolded her. No, I joined Lin Feng's club, Tiantai. I'm the big sister, pouted Yun Qingyan. Alright. You're the big sister. So, what are you doing here? Asked Ms. Yun. Yun Qingyan's beautiful eyes twinkled and she said proudly, Mom, I wanted to introduce my friends to you. Really? Asked Ms. Yun, looking at Yun Qingyan skeptically. Yun Qingyan laughed and said, They're very strong, you see. Lin Feng is incredibly talented. 3 months after Lin Feng joined the university, he was already ranked 3rd. He also fought against Ji Wuyo. Ji Wuyo didn't have the upper hand at all. The ceremony is going to start soon, so I was wondering if you could help a bit. I knew you wanted something, Ms. Yun sighed. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, he fought against Ji Wuyo shortly after having joined the university, not bad indeed. However, the elders won't give him face. I can talk to the elders, but I can't guarantee it will work. Hee, as long as you help, that's the main thing, smiled Yun Qingyan. She looked at Lin Feng and said, Don't miss that opportunity. If you can go to the remote mountains, you think Tiantai will lack members? She challenged him. You're doing honest work, said Ms. Yun. Ha, and what about Ji Chang? He's the worst, said Yun Qingyan. If you were at least half as talented as Ji Chang, I would be happy. You should know that Ji Chang has the potential to become a champion. Many elders think highly of him. He'll become a champion soon. Grand talents mature slowly, as we say. He'll be a source of glory for the university. His group will be more powerful than yours, and he'll become extremely strong, said Ms. Yun. She didn't sound really happy. Yun Qingyan pouted cutely. Lin Feng smiled. Her parents were very strict, but not mean. Are you both sword cultivators? Lin Feng asked her parents. The father looked back at Lin Feng. Are you a sword cultivator too? Before controlling cosmic energies, sword cultivation was my specialty. Back then, I could condense several sorts of abstruse energies and use different sorts of sword techniques. My attacks weren't bad. Then, I understood cosmic energies and realized that making cosmic energies fuse together was difficult and time-consuming. Therefore, I had to stop practicing sword cultivation temporarily. Perhaps you could teach me something? Lin Feng tried to sound as humble as possible. There's something I find strange though. Qingyan said that you were the 3rd student, but you have the strength of the Zun Qi layer. If you tell me you're hiding your cultivation level, I would be astonished. It would mean you're terrifyingly strong, stronger than me, Mr. Yin noted curiously. Back then, when the skies were supposed to cleanse my body with cosmic energies, they stopped, and the gods abandoned me. People said I was an imperial culpa, but I refused to believe that. Even though I wasn't cleansed by the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky and can't borrow them directly, my body seems to have more cosmic energies than anyone else. I don't think I'm an imperial culpa or that the gods have abandoned me. I think it has something to do with my body type, explained Lin Feng. As he became stronger, there were some things he couldn't hide, or people wouldn't take him seriously and would even think he harbored evil intentions. How strange. Show me your cosmic energies, Mr. Yun told him. Lin Feng nodded and released all his cosmic energies, his chi surging around him. Mr. Yun and Ms. Yun frowned on seeing that he knew several sorts of cosmic energies. Are your reserves of cosmic energy sufficient when fighting? Asked Mr. Yun. I have more than enough, they never run dry. After battles, I also swallow some cosmic energies from the earth and the sky sometimes, said Lin Feng, skirting the whole truth. How strange. Such a body is really rare, said Mr. Yun. He didn't really understand what was going on. He continued, and what about your sword cultivation? Before you learned cosmic energies, could you condense abstruse energies? Yes, I fused them together in my sword quite often, from 4 to 5 different sorts of abstruse energies. I could kill emperors that way, Lin Feng replied evenly. Talented. Mr. Yun nodded approvingly, you're talented, but as you said, cosmic energies and abstruse energies are different sorts of energies. That's the magic of our planet. If you want to make them fuse together, it's not easy. You can't make cosmic energies fuse together like abstruse energies. However, if you can make cosmic energies fuse together in a sword attack or any other sort of weapon, then your attacks would probably be terrifying. However, a sword attack with several sorts of cosmic energies is not easy to learn, mused Lin Feng. Of course, especially since the way you control one sort of cosmic energy isn't the same as the others. You understand too many sorts of cosmic energies, and therefore, you must make great efforts and improve the form and the content, especially if you want to study sword cultivation, Mr. Yun said slowly for Lin Feng to understand clearly. The form and the content? Repeated Lin Feng, looking pensive. Indeed, Mr. Yun nodded. Then, he pulled a hair off his head and gave it to Lin Feng. Try cutting it in as many pieces as you can using pure sword cosmic energies, and nothing else. Lin Feng was stupefied. He threw the hair in the air and watched it fall down. No skill nor technique, only pure energy. Lin Feng did a knife hand strike in the air, his hand as fast as lightning, cutting through the air. Without cosmic energy and without strength, can you cut it? Asked Mr. Yun. Lin Feng stretched his hand out again, he didn't use cosmic energies or strength. When he tried to cut the hair just flew away and wasn't cut. At that moment, Mr. Yun suddenly did a knife hand strike in the air, he didn't use any strength or energy. He just used his hand. A streak followed his hand, and the hair was cut in two. Form. A strange expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. By watching Mr. Yun, Lin Feng slowly understood. That was more about sword intent, so the form, cutting the hair into several pieces. Mrs. Yun didn't even release sword chi, but Lin Feng could feel the sword intent. That's the form, that's what you see. In other words, no cosmic energy. If you try to use a spell like that, it won't work, but sword cultivators are not only interested in spells. When you use spells, you compare your cosmic energies with your opponent. If I have a great spell, skill, or technique and you don't stand a chance. If my cosmic energies are much weaker than yours, then you can easily defeat me, explained Mr. Yun. Lin Feng started to understand. Strength was the form, cosmic energies was the cause. Of course, if you only care about the form and don't study spells, techniques, and skills, then your strength will be limited and you will eventually stop progressing. That way, maybe you can cut the hair into 3 or 4 pieces, but in the end your power would still be limited. If your sword intent is high, your attacks also have to be powerful. Lin Feng listened carefully. Xing Feng and the others were amazed too. Sword cultivators were really strong, Mr. Yun was right. That's like my purple lake tank then, I can modify it and improve it because I improved the form. It means the form leveled up, but still, it hasn't become the higher form of intent, murmured Lin Feng. He bowed before Mr. Yun and said, "Thank you very much for your lesson, Master." Mr. Yun waved and smiled, "You are a smart boy. I've told Qing Yan that sort of thing thousands of times, but she doesn't understand." "I see," said Lin Feng, carefully not looking at her. "All right, come to my sword pavilion. You won't find many sword things in Champion Hall, smiled Mr. Yun, and brought Lin Feng and the others to his celestial palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1769, Thoughts of Revenge. Chapter 1769, Thoughts of Revenge. Yun Qingyan's parents were sword cultivators. After they become really strong, they had decided that they wanted to stay at university. They became staff members and had a daughter, Yun Qingyan. In their sword pavilion, they had many sword skills and techniques. It was incredible. They were obviously very wealthy. Lin Feng saw books everywhere, as well as talismans for everyone, and all sorts of books. Lin Feng could sense that those items were all extraordinary. Lin Feng, these are the skills my wife and I studied. You can have a look. You guys can have a look too. Even though you're not sword cultivators, it could be interesting anyway, said Mr. Yun, smiling at the small crowd. He was being very generous to them. Thank you very much, Master, said Lin Feng. He was touched. It was the first time they met and they were so nice. It was rare to encounter. Don't be so polite. My daughter is a bad cultivator, but since she brought good cultivators, we can't blame her and we're happy to help, especially young people, said Mr. Yun, smiling. You can have a look, my wife, and I don't want to disturb you, said Mr. Yun, before turning to Yun Qingyan. Come with me. Yun Qingyan shivered and made a face before following after her father. Lin Feng walked around and looked at the books. There were many things: water, gold, heaven and earth, death, and wood sword techniques, all using different sorts of cosmic energies. In order to carry out the best attacks, one type of cosmic energy wasn't enough. The cultivator had to control several sorts of cosmic energies and be a sword cultivator, like Lin Feng. Sword Rule, Setting Sun Meteorite. Lin Feng looked at a book. The skill within required 4 types of cosmic energies and was very powerful. It had several steps. The first step consisted of using earth cosmic energy, which descended from the sky to oppress the foe. The second phase was about using fire cosmic energy to create a sun sword to blind and burn people. The third step was about using wind to make the sun plunge the sword from the sky as quickly as possible, and the fourth phase was about making it fall from the sky like a deadly meteorite filled with death. The attack seemed perfect and the phases were perfectly logical if combined. If all the phases were carried out properly, then the attack was deadly and could frighten anyone. The form of the attack had to be appropriate. Without the proper form and thus the proper will, the sword phases could fail. Form was essential for the attack to succeed, and the cosmic energies had to be used properly, too. What a powerful attack! However, the requirements are strict. Ordinary people can't carry out such a terrifying attack, thought Lin Feng. That sword rule was very difficult to study. First, the cultivator had to understand sword meaning, which was the higher version of will. He also had to understand the form, which was related to sword meaning. Then, he had to understand 4 sorts of cosmic energies, which was extremely difficult. However, Lin Feng still remembered all that. If an attack was easy to learn, could it be efficient? Lin Feng continued walking around and looking at other attacks. Lin Feng was in a trance in that place, as if the outside world had nothing to do with him anymore. He loved getting lost in the corridors surrounded by books. Qing Feng and the others left. Lin Feng didn't even know when. A few days later, Lin Feng was lying on the floor. He was dreaming, and studying in the dream. He was in Yangzhou City, in the Yunhai sect, at the top of a mountain. He looked like he was dancing, his hand kept moving, one sword attack after another. Around him, leaves kept being sliced apart. The form and the content, form and meaning, then strength, that's how I can carry out powerful attacks, muttering Lin Feng. He was moving almost automatically. The form determines the movement, the will determines the accuracy, the form determines the attack, the will allows me to move automatically, breathed Lin Feng. He started moving slower, automatically. Finally, Lin Feng moved naturally in a free and unrestrained way. He started moving more gracefully, naturally, and started cutting the air. Intent, the form contains intent. That's how the attack works. Lin Feng moved his hands back, and everything disappeared. Lin Feng looked at his hands. There was no strength, no cosmic energy, but meaning was there. In the sword library, Yun Qingyan saw Lin Feng was lying down. She was surprised. Lin Feng was sleeping? Lin Feng, said Yun Qingyan, shaking Lin Feng and poking him. He was startled and suddenly opened his eyes. When he was dreaming, it was easy to wake him up, but because he was in the library, it didn't matter. Nothing could happen to him there. You know how to enjoy life. Surprisingly, you were sleeping, said Yun Qingyan, trying to look angry. She was speechless. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "The ceremony of Champion University will start soon. We have to go." Lin Feng smiled and stood up. "Let's go." Yun Qingyan took Lin Feng outside of the palace. All the palaces looked incredibly lofty in that area. The cultivators of Champion University were terrifyingly strong. Apart from that place, there were also remote mountains. It was said that the remote mountains constituted a small world. The elders of Champion University were truly powerful cultivators. But students couldn't easily go there. Lin Feng and Yun Qingyan went back to the center of the campus. There were many people there now. The ceremony took place every 10 years, so many strong cultivators who had been out traveling had come back. Lin Feng noticed many extremely strong cultivators as he was walking. Medium-level emperors were very common. That's the place for shows there. Many people are there already. Yun Qingyan pointed to a distant place with several fields. Each field was designed for cultivators of different cultivation levels. The field for high-level emperors was smaller than the others. The fields for medium-level emperors and low-level emperors were gigantic. People who arrived first could sit wherever they wanted. Cultivators of all ages were present. Lin Feng, someone in the distance called out. Tantai and Huang Fulong were together and shouting for Lin Feng. Lin Feng? On the field of the medium-level emperors, a group of people glanced at Lin Feng and frowned, but they didn't stop walking. Shang Jun is looking for him. He's finally here, said one of them in a low voice. He can hide if he wishes. Shang Jun can't kill him within the university anyway. At least, if that guy doesn't show up too much, fewer people will humiliate him. Those people were talking about him. Some people looked at Lin Feng with compassion. He was from the vast celestial ancient city and the gods had abandoned him. He was lucky that people from the animal clan had made friends with him. But the university wasn't the vast celestial ancient city, it was the holy city. Shang Jun and Lin Feng were both in Champion University. Lin Feng had killed Shang Jun's younger brother, so he wasn't going to let Lin Feng off. Even though Lin Feng heard them, he ignored them. He wasn't interested in them. He stayed with Tantai and the others. Tantai seemed like he had become even taller. He looked as strong as a tower. "You're still growing up," laughed Lin Feng. Tantai scratched his head and said, "That's because of the herbs. I have a special strength in my body which makes me grow taller. I hope I won't grow to the point that I'll scare people away." "You're already scary," said Yun Qingyan, sticking out her tongue. She looked tiny next to him. Tantai smiled shyly and said, "Lin Feng, you see how lively it is here? The ceremony takes place every 10 years. There are so many strong cultivators here. Unfortunately, I'm not the protagonist. I hope that next time, I'll be a champion and everybody will admire me." Sooner or later, Lin Feng slapped Tantai's shoulder. He asked Yun Qingyan, "Is the ceremony today?" "Tomorrow," answered Yun Qingyan, shaking her head. "Let's go and have a rest then," said Lin Feng. As they left, Lang Xia and Puyan watched them coldly. He dared show up. Let's go and inform Shan Jun. Let's hope he'll be dead by the time the ceremony starts, spat Puyang. He was furious. Lin Feng had humiliated him badly on the battle stage and he would never forget it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1770, Threat. Chapter 1770, Threat. The ceremony, which took place every 10 years, was an extremely important event for Champion University. All the students came back for it. Even the teachers and the elders of the Celestial Mountains participated. In Champion University, even though many people were from famous families, there were also many people who came from remote places. When such people came to the holy city, they were usually very motivated and determined. For those people, the opportunity to meet the elders of the university was incredible, and they couldn't miss such a thing. If they stood out, the elders would notice them. Even for those children who came from rich families, the opportunity was great, as they were also happy to have the elders as teachers. They allowed many young people to become much stronger. It was said that the first of the champions was Ji Chang. He was terrifyingly strong. Many elders had been his teachers. There were all sorts of teachers at Champion University, and sometimes, university students amazed the whole world. Weaker students weren't pitiful here, they could still become stronger. Yun Chengyan had already made Lin Feng's residence turn into Tiantai's headquarters. At that moment, Tiantai's people were all there. The ceremony takes place every 10 years. There will be many strong cultivators, it's going to be awesome, said Huang Fulong. His eyes were twinkling. Seeing strong cultivators was always something great. You're like Tiantai, you'll soon be on stage too. Everybody will admire you, it'll be even more fun for you, Lin Feng smiled at Huang Fulong. Huang Fulong nodded, you're right. I definitely will, otherwise life wouldn't be worth living. 10 years, Lin Feng, maybe in 10 years we will be standing on that stage, too, Tianqi wondered calmly. 10 years could be a long time, but it could also be a short time. After all, they were very young. In 10 years, they could do many things, but staying at the level of a low-level emperor was still possible. However, if their cultivation speed was incredible, they could also become medium-level emperors in 10 years. Anything was possible. 10 years is a long time. We must do our best, murmured Lin Feng. He took a few steps and said, brothers, let's go. Indeed, 10 years is a long time, we must practice hard, Tianqi agreed. He sounded patient and wise. Maybe 10 years later, they would be even stronger. At the front of the battlefields, there were bleachers and flights of stairs. The crowd understood that the elders had prepared everything for the event. Many people were standing around the fields, too. Some strong cultivators had chi around them, some didn't. Those people are champions. Only champions can stand in the bleachers. They rarely show up normally, they're usually away traveling. Most champions were high-level emperors. Even in the outside world, they would be considered extremely strong cultivators. That kind of cultivation level was rare. They only came back to university when they needed skills and such, or to read the news in the Edict Palace. On the sides of the fields, there were spaces for the new students. When they joined the university, they had different levels and there were few high-level emperors. Most people were willing to go to university when they were still low-level emperors. Few high-level emperors took the university entrance exams. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, they saw an ocean of people. They were astonished. Those people were all geniuses. Even if they came from different backgrounds, at university they were all fellow students. I've been a student for 9 years, I can stay with you, said Yun Xingyan with a smile. Even though her parents worked at university, she had only passed the entrance exam 9 years before. Their group of people walked to the side of the fields. Many people noticed them. Lin Feng was famous at university, because a battle between new students and members of the Jiwuyo was very unusual. My parents will be there. When they come, they will tell the elders about you. Do your best, Yun Xingyan said, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared undisturbed. He's going to die, and he dares show up? A voice asked coldly. Lin Feng and the others turned around and saw Puyang and Lang Xia. Those people were all in the ranking list, and they had all been students for less than 10 years. What? A good-for-nothing dares act that arrogantly? Tantai asked mockingly, looking scornfully at Puyang and the others. Puyang and Tantai were furious and started shaking with anger. They glared at Lin Feng and Puyang said, Lin Feng, you're hiding your cultivation level, but you're still just a low-level emperor. You're so arrogant you think you can create a group? You overestimate yourself. We'll see what your group will become. Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Feng sneered, glancing at him. It doesn't. Even if you and your friends from Tiantai die, I don't care. I just wanted to warn you, said Puyang smiling coldly and glanced at Tiantai's people. He continued, haven't you noticed that someone from the first batch of people you recruited isn't here? Lin Feng frowned and looked around. He looked back at Puyang icily and said, where's Qinwu? Outside in the wild. If you want to go, I'll take you there, Puyang said with a cold smile. Bastard, you dared take him away. Yun Xingyan cursed furiously. Her expression had changed drastically. Yun Xingyan, even though you're in the higher list, you must understand the rules of the university. Here, you can only challenge people, you can't kidnap people. Regarding Qinwu, he followed us willingly, and he's outside of the university because the rules don't apply there. Lead the way, ordered Yun Xingyan icily. Hoof. If you want to go, I'll bring him alone, said Puyang, pointing at Lin Feng. You can't, said Yun Xingyan refusing, you're plotting against Lin Feng, it's an ambush. We have to go together. Then forget about it. When the ceremony starts, some people will never come back to university, some people will simply never come back, said Puyang caustically. Ji Chang's club is full of bastards, shouted Tantai furiously. He clenched his fists. It's a personal matter. It has nothing to do with Ji Chang's club. Lin Feng said coldly, I'm coming. Lin Feng, don't go. Those people are evil. They want to kill you, said Yun Xingyan. Don't worry. I'll come back safely, said Lin Feng, then he walked up to Puyang and said, lead the way. Let's go, retorted Puyang coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. He led the way and the three people left. Behind them, a young man watched Lin Feng go sharply. Shang Jun, won't you deal with him personally? Asked Yuan Ho. Shang Yu was of the same level and died. He was incompetent. He died, but it's his fault, said Shang Jun. He looked emotionless. Yuan Ho was stupefied. That guy was strong, cruel, and emotionless. He didn't care about his younger brother. Why have I been chasing him, then? Asked Yuan Ho. Shang Yu was my younger brother, even if he died. Only members of the Shang clan can kill him. And people who kill members of family have to die. So we still have to avenge his death, Shang Jun stated, as if it were a law. Don't worry. He won't come back alive, said Yuan Ho. His eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng was going to die. He wasn't going to be allowed to participate in the ceremony. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1771, Explosive Attacks. Chapter 1771, Explosive Attacks. Lin Feng was very quick. They were running towards the exit, towards the wilderness. Lin Feng, I'm surprised, you are willing to die for Qinwu? Priang asked, slowing down and smiling as if he had been talking to a friend. He was happy Lin Feng was going to die. I'm surprised as well. You're a university student, you're a member of Ji Chang's club, you're in the top 10, and surprisingly, you're a bastard. It seems like you reached a dead end on the path of cultivation, replied Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were pitch black. Empty words. You're funny for someone who's going to die, Priang retorted aggressively. He was terribly pissed off. For everything Lin Feng had done to him, he deserved to die 100 times. They couldn't kill him on the territory of the university, only outside it. But all in all, as long as Lin Feng died, that was fine. After leaving the city, Puyang took Lin Feng far away from the university. After all, they were doing something that was against the rules of the university. Nobody would see them in this remote place. They wanted to do a clean job that nobody would know about it. Even though Lin Feng was already the third student, he still wasn't a valuable asset for the university. Nobody would care if he died. Finally, Priang and the others arrived in the middle of some mountains which reached the clouds. In the distance, on a mountain, Xinwu was seated. His qi was very weak and his face was deathly pale. He looked furious. Xinwu. Lin Feng's facial expression changed drastically. Xinwu was surrounded by 3 guards. They were all students of Champion University, members of Ji Chang's club. They were very strong people who were ranked. With so many people surrounding him, he couldn't do anything. In the distance, at the top of another mountain, there was someone in black clothes. His eyes were closed as if all of that had nothing to do with him. Yuan Ho had invited him to come. His name was Feng Heisha, and he was a strong cultivator from the higher list. At that moment, Feng Heisha opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was a bit unhappy. 5 members of Ji Chang's club for a new student who was on the ranking list? Wasn't that enough? Why did he need to come? He was annoyed, but since Yuan Ho was willing to compensate him, he came anyway. Of course, if nobody had asked him to come, it would have been better. Xinwu opened his eyes, finally looking scared. He said to Lin Feng, I wouldn't have thought that Ji Chang's club would do such a thing. Lin Feng, you should not have come. They were waiting for you. Ridiculous, it's the law of the jungle. Xinwu, when Lin Feng had just become a student, you kept helping him, and you confronted Ji Chang's club even though we've never offended you. We've always given you face. You don't know how to differentiate good from bad and decided to make friends with Lin Feng. Since it's that way, you can only blame yourself, shouted Priang furiously. Lin Feng was furious. Ji Chang's club had kidnapped Xinwu because he was friends with Lin Feng. I'm here now. Will you let him go? Lin Feng asked coldly. Someone look at him, said Priang coldly. The 2 others, as well as Puyang and Lang Xia, surrounded Lin Feng. 4 people for a new student who is on the list of potential champions? I don't care, you can't use precious treasures, you have to use your strength, Feng Heisha said coldly to Puyang and the others. What were they doing? Especially Puyang and Lang Xia. They were both in the top at university and now they were 4 people around Lin Feng. Boom boom boom. A terrifying chi invaded the air and cosmic energies started whistling. Priang condensed thunders, throwing them straight towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng remained motionless, as placid as water. He let the thunder cosmic energies bombard him. His physical body is even more powerful than before. Puyang pulled a long face. Using the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky to fight against Lin Feng was useless. He could only use cosmic energy spells to fight against him. Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. Lin Feng had been cleansed by the Devamara Kulpa strength a 5th time, and his physical strength had improved again. His physical body was now level 9 of the low Huang Qi layer. It meant that he could almost resist any level 9 cosmic energy. Let's attack him together and kill him, Puyang said coldly. Then, he charged ahead, quickly releasing thunder energies, turning the air purple. At the same time, empty space energies also appeared. Lang Xia also used his deadly Imperial Punch, which contained death energy. The others weren't any weaker. One of them released a gigantic golden hand, and the other used the 9 cauldrons celestial chi skill, the same skill as Qin Wu. The 4 cultivators released deadly energies at the same time. The air was distorted and whistling sounds were cutting it. All the energies moved towards Lin Feng at full speed and at the same time. Lin Feng was protecting himself with 2 heavy armors. He jumped and suddenly lights moved in every direction, containing empty space and earth cosmic energies. The field became completely flat, trees, grass, and so on disappeared as Lin Feng continued moving. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved like the wind to the right, and at the same time, he didn't forget to punch out and release his purple tank towards an enemy, preventing one from attacking, and continued running while condensing more earth energy. Lights also continued moving in every direction. The air became dark. Lin Feng started the first phase of his setting sun meteorite. His sword contained infinite earth strength. Using the incredible physical strength of his arms, the attack descended from the sky at full speed. It was an extremely heavy sword and it fell down onto that man's body. The golden hand and the heavy sword collided. The enemy had the impression he had just punched a gigantic mountain. Boom! After the first phase, it was as if heaven and earth had started collapsing. The pressure was terrifying. The cultivator's arm was jangling with pain, as if he had been paralyzed. Lin Feng's sword attack was too terrifying. He raised his head, but Lin Feng didn't wait. A sun sword appeared, dazzling to the eyes. He was staring at the sun. Lin Feng's speed was terrifying. He used wind and empty space energies to move faster. His sword descended from the sky at full speed and crashed onto that cultivator. Blood splashed all around. That cultivator's body had been bisected. He hadn't been able to resist Lin Feng's second sword phase and had died. After killing one person, Lin Feng suddenly turned around. In his left head, Devamara rule strength suddenly appeared and rolled out in waves, shredding everything. Imprison. Lin Feng started running quickly. Suddenly, empty space and earth energies condensed to form a cage, and the 3 other enemies were immediately imprisoned. Deployment. The fighters were stunned. That was deployment spell strength. Boom! Lin Feng accelerated and ran towards the man who used the 9 cauldrons celestial chi skill. He was just running with his fist raised, filled with destructive Devamara Kulpa strength. That person's face turned deathly pale. Suddenly, lights emerged as he took out a precious item. However, Lin Feng's eyes were pitch black and he shouted, "Die!" His voice penetrated into the man's brain through his eyes. He started shaking as Lin Feng arrived in front of him. Lin Feng threw out a punch which pierced through the cage and violently crashed onto the other's face, and his head exploded. Cosmic energies dispersed and he collapsed, his ancient cauldron still in hand. Break! Puyang and Lang Xia violently bombarded the cage as they grimaced. In such a short time, Lin Feng had killed 2 people, and 2 of them were still imprisoned. They were at the same level as him, but they seemed so weak, even though they were also ranked. They were geniuses too. What was going on? Lin Feng then headed towards Lang Xia. Lang Xia was still bombarding the cage, rumbling sounds spread out, and the cage finally broke open. He threw his deadly Imperial Punch instantly. Chasing Wind Sword. Lin Feng moved like the wind and suddenly released even more wind energies. Wind meaning surrounded Lang Xia, as well as Death Sword energies. The deadly punch broke apart. Finally, some death wind whistled and Lang Xia retreated. He saw the Death Sword pass just next to his throat. He was dumbstruck and terrified, and then his head fell off his body. Boom boom! Puyang also attacked the cage in which he was. His face was deathly pale. He was furious and terrified. Lin Feng had killed 3 ranked people. Those 3 ranked people had died so quickly. They hadn't even been able to withstand a single attack and had died instantly. Dazzling lights invaded the air. Puyang had no time to run to Feng He Sha. He took out a treasure and thunder energies rolled in the air. Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword, releasing it to float in the air. At the same time, a sun disk appeared in his hand. It was dazzling like the sun. "If you attack me, I'll kill Qin Wu," shouted Puyang, fleeing rapidly. His face was deathly pale. He didn't want to fight anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1772, Transformation. Chapter 1772, Transformation. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the one guard who was still next to Qin Wu. He said, "You can go, I won't kill you. But if you touch him, I'll kill you." Then, Lin Feng released death energies through his eyes. That guard shivered and glanced at Feng He Sha. At that moment, Feng He Sha was watching Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng was so strong. He controlled several types of cosmic energies. His sword techniques and deployment spells were incredible. He had killed 3 ranked cultivators in the blink of an eye. To him, those 3 ranked people were pieces of trash. Lin Feng looked at Puyang again and said coldly, "You want to bring about your own destruction." Then, Lin Feng threw his sun disk. Suddenly, a gigantic sun appeared and streaked across the sky like a shooting star. A beautiful fire trail appeared behind, streaking towards Puyang. Puyang pulled a long face. The weapon he had taken out was a thunder weapon. He threw it in the air and it collided with the sun disk. Explosions spread out, and immediately after that, a furious sword charged at him like lightning, deadly energies preceding it. Puyang released empty space strength while golden lights surrounded the Tianji sword. Kacha! The Tianji sword spat out thunder energies which slammed into Puyang's body and propelled him backwards. At the same time, the dazzling sun disk arrived again, blinding him. "Explode!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Puyang gave a horrible shriek as the Tianji sword continued whistling and pierced through his head. "He's dead." The guard next to Qin Wu was dumbstruck. Lin Feng slowly turned around and asked coldly, "You're not leaving?" That guard grimaced, but he couldn't move away from Lin Feng's stare. He could see the source of the 9 netherworlds in Lin Feng's eyes. Gradually, his will was corroded. Demonic will flew throughout his brain. The 9 netherworlds source bombarded his thoughts. He couldn't think clearly. Then, he heard a demonic song, and he couldn't get away from it. Oh no! The guard was terrified. Lin Feng took out a long spear. Lin Feng hadn't even arrived in front of him, but the spear disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had pierced through his third eye. The spear contained illusion strength, and since his will had been corroded by the demonic energies, he hadn't been able to react. Lin Feng jumped and landed next to Qin Wu. He crouched and released life cosmic energy, healing Qin Wu. "Lin Feng, it seems like everybody underestimated you," said Qin Wu. That guy was incredible. He controlled death and life cosmic energies. That was amazing. Feng He Sha stood up and headed towards Lin Feng. "You're quite strong. Unfortunately, you're going to die. I already promised someone you'd die, so I have to kill you." "What a pity," said Feng He Sha. His chi was monumental. "Lin Feng, that guy is from the higher list, that's Feng He Sha. He controls wind and demonic cosmic energies. He's very dangerous and enigmatic. Some people who were much stronger died against him. He's too dangerous. His rank is 60-something in the higher ranking list. You can't fight against him," Qin Wu told Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Champion University's medium-level emperors were terrifying indeed. That guy's rank was 60-something, someone had planned everything to make sure that Lin Feng would die. You are talented, I'll let you choose how to battle. We can use weapons or strength, as you wish, Feng Heisha said calmly. There were strange pitch-black lights under his feet. What was that black thing? Was it black cosmic energy? In case it was, what was it used for? Feng Heisha was very self-confident. He was certain Lin Feng was going to die, as if he couldn't escape at all. Do I have to teach people from the higher list that you can't use weapons against another student? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng took Qin Wu away, he didn't want him to get even more injured. At that moment, Lin Feng had already put his Tianji sword and sun disk away. Even though he was convinced that he'd have the advantage using weapons, he needed to fight properly to become stronger. Can you tell me who asked you to come here? Said Lin Feng to Feng Heisha indifferently. You're almost dead. Knowing it would be useless. You're slightly weaker than me. You can attack first, offered Feng Heisha. Lin Feng promptly started running towards him at full speed, condensing a sword in his hand. Feng Heisha could clearly sense how oppressive the energies were. Lightning started descending from the sky at full speed. Feng Heisha raised his head. He didn't have the impression that he was facing a sword, he had the impression it had started raining oppressive and heavy mountains. Form and determination. Feng Heisha frowned in surprise. Lin Feng was really a genius. He was a low-level emperor, but he understood form and determination like this. And his cosmic energy attacks were also powerful. But the difference between medium-level emperors and low-level emperors was important. Feng Heisha raised his hand, and a terrifying wind invaded the air as he condensed powerful wind energies. The two threads of energy collided. A light beam appeared, the air exploded. Lin Feng's silhouette shot up into the sky, leaving a trail of energy behind him. He was starting the second phase of his sword attack. The sun blazed blindingly in the sky. Feng Heisha groaned. A dark cosmic energy blotted out the sky, Feng Heisha in the middle. Sunlight couldn't pierce through it. The darkness surrounded Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was holding a sun sword in his hand. Wind cosmic energy surrounded him as he moved away. The second phase of his attack wasn't over. Wind energies surrounded his sword, form and determination fused together. The energies twinkled. Humph. Feng Heisha smiled coldly and also condensed wind energies. His cosmic energies were more powerful than Lin Feng's, so he was faster at it. Then, Feng Heisha suddenly disappeared. Boom! A terrifying strength appeared, moving like wind and thunder. Lin Feng suddenly moved extremely fast, a sonic boom following him. Feng Heisha was surprised again. He landed on the dark area, glanced around, and 3 of Lin Feng's clones appeared. Each Lin Feng had a terrifying chi. He couldn't see which one was true. External body transformation. Feng Heisha was astonished. These 3 Lin Fengs weren't identical. Dong! The 3 Lin Fengs jumped at the same time. Light beams appeared and intertwined. Feng Heisha sensed a strong chi rising. Those 3 clones had a real strength, they weren't pure illusion. Dong! Deployment spell strength surrounded his darkened territory. Feng Heisha was more and more amazed. His darkness cosmic energy was powerful enough to coat him in darkness. He didn't look like a cultivator anymore. He moved like the wind, wanting to hide in the darkness. However, the 3 Lin Feng's clones were closing on him. Earth and empty space energies emerged, a cage appeared and Feng Heisha reappeared. What a powerful deployment spell! Feng Heisha frowned. Lin Feng's clones had carved marks and created a cage. He hadn't noticed that Lin Feng had cloned himself when he was fighting against Puyang and the others. The 3 clones had created a powerful deployment spell, forming a cage in which Feng Heisha was imprisoned together with Lin Feng. That deployment spell is a cage. It's the first time I used for real. Since you're going to kill me, you don't have to worry, the three clones mocked Feng Heisha. However, Feng Heisha was probably going to die, not Lin Feng. Feng Heisha kept glancing around. He was starting to be worried. Dawn. The three clones started casting another deployment spell, a destructive one this time. Feng Heisha grimaced. Lin Feng's deployment spells were too scary. The more time he gave to Lin Feng, the less chance he had to win the battle. He was feeling less and less confident. The dark shadow charged towards Lin Feng. A hand suddenly moved towards Lin Feng at full speed, but a purple tank intervened like an indestructible shield. At the same time, one of the other clones released death energy and jumped ahead. Lin Feng wanted to use the four energies' destructive assassination. He wanted to kill him in one strike. The last clone condensed a heavy sword with earth energy inside. Feng Heisha sensed the pressure from all sides. The three Lin Fengs attacked at the same time. Feng Heisha had the sensation he was going insane. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1773, Ancestors Yutian. Chapter 1773, Ancestors Yutian. By the battling fields, Yun Qingyan was with the others. She looked extremely worried. How can you be so relaxed? Asked Yun Qingyan to Ho Qinglin and Tian Qi. Those guys were Lin Feng's friend. He's a monster. He won't die that easily. I'm sure Lin Feng will come back, Tian Qi said lightly. They had survived in the small world and the great world. They had gone through far more terrible things. They were convinced nothing was going to happen to him. But some other people were worried. Yuan Ho looked unmoved, but on the inside he was a bit worried. He kept gazing into the distance. He thought, the ceremony is going to start. Feng Heisha and the others should come back now. Yuan Ho was convinced that Lin Feng couldn't escape. Feng Heisha was a medium-level emperor. The difference between Lin Feng and him was terrifying. Lin Feng was strong, but he was just in the normal ranking list, while Feng Heisha was in the higher ranking list at 60-something. They had also sent other strong cultivators who were in the top 10 of the normal list. Lin Feng couldn't win against such a scary army. Now, Feng Heisha was supposed to come back to the ceremony. Two silhouettes appeared in the distance. Yuan Jing raised his head, and saw Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing. They were holding hands and looked like a perfect couple. Yuan Ho smiled when he saw them. Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing were a perfect couple. They were attracted to one another. Yuan Ho was happy about that. The Ji clan had a potential future champion, Ji Chang, so they were happy. Many people admired them. They also admired Ji Wuyo. He had joined Champion University and had amazed everyone by becoming the first student. Many people said he was walking on the same path as his older brother and he would amaze everyone. Ji Wuyo arrived at full speed and stopped in the air. He looked at Yuan Ho and then at Tiantai's people. He asked coldly, "Where is Lin Feng?" "Humph. You set up a plot against him and now you ask us?" spat Tiantai. Ji Wuyo frowned and demanded, "What do you mean?" "Ji Wuyo, princess," Yuan Ho said at that moment. Ji Wuyo glanced at Tiantai and the others coldly. Then, he moved over to Yuan Ho and asked, "What's going on, nut?" "Back then, Lin Feng humiliated us and killed Shangyu, so I sent Puyang and Lang Xia to get our revenge." "Lin Feng won't participate in the ceremony," Yuan Ho told them. Ji Wuyo frowned and groaned at his words. Doing that against someone as small as Lin Feng, what for? He wasn't worth it. Forget about it. He's not important. If he dies, that's good. Otherwise, it doesn't matter, said Yuan Ho indifferently. Tiantai and the others looked furious. Yun Qingyan smiled sarcastically said, losers dare act that arrogantly, I don't know why. They have no sense of honor. They think they're men, but they're worthless, said Tantai mockingly. Even though Yuan Jing was strong, he had lost against Ho Cheng Lin, but he continued being that arrogant. Yuan Jing frowned and sneered, Tiantai, right? Remember, I will destroy you. You dare say that? Said Yun Xingyan. Yun Xingyan, your parents are staff members here at Champion University. I respect you, but don't go too far. Your parents don't have the highest social status here. There are many people as powerful as them at university, Ji Wuyo threatened. Yun Xingyan pulled a long face. What a bastard, he dared talk about her parents. You're just a student and you dare act that arrogantly. You think your brother is almighty? So what? Ji Wuyo huffed. Besides, my brother is my brother, I am me, I don't need to rely on him to be famous. Humph. Yun Xingyan groaned coldly. At that moment, the crowd was startled. In the distance, some people had arrived. The elders, dozens of elders. The crowd gazed into the distance and everybody started whispering, only celestial emperors can be elders. They contribute a lot. They're also among the strongest people in their category. There are many hidden talents at university. Students are geniuses. The Holy City's strongest groups are neither aristocratic groups nor holy clans, but the universities. My parents are here. Yun Xingyan whispered. The elders landed next to the battlefields and sat down in the floating bleachers on the sides of the battlefields. Masters. Many people greeted the elders politely. For many of them, it was the first time they had ever seen elders from the university. Usually, those people didn't come out, and when they did, they were not recognizable. In the distance, a cloud had appeared. People raised their heads in surprise. The ancient elders had shown up. Those people were monumentally strong, saint emperors. Even in holy clans, saint emperors were terrifying cultivators. However, saint emperors were very ambitious and never wanted to stop. 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky and descended from the sky. They sat on the main seats of the main bleachers. The ancient elders are not the same ones as 10 years ago. Champion University is terrifyingly powerful, thought a few people who had participated in the previous ceremony. That's Ancestor Zhu Tian, surprisingly he's here, thought Yun Xingyan, looking at the old man in the middle. He had an imposing appearance. She had seen that ancient elder once before, her parents had told her his name, Ancestor Zhu Tian. He used to be the director of Champion University. He was extremely strong and could destroy the sky with his celestial hands attacks. He had incredible powers. What if Lin Feng isn't coming back? The ancestors are incredible. If Lin Feng stood out, they would notice him and his future would be amazing, thought Yun Xingyan. Her parents looked at her and nodded. If Lin Feng showed up, they'd be able to recommend him. Such opportunities were extremely rare, once every 10 years. At that moment, Ji Wuyo also looked at the ancient elders and said to Yuan Jing, that's Ancestor Zhu Tian. Back then, I went to the Celestial Mountain with my brother and I saw him. He must remember me. I'll try to help you, but even if he doesn't want to recruit disciples, the 2 ancient elders next to him are also terrifyingly strong. All right. Yuan Jing nodded. She looked excited. If an elder became her teacher, she would have the keys to becoming a terrifyingly strong cultivator. The ceremony is going to start, thought the crowd. The lists would maybe change, especially for the champions. Where are they? Thought Yuan Ho, frowning and gazing into the distance. Why did Feng Heisha need so much time to take care of such a weak cultivator as Lin Feng? He had sent Feng Heisha to deal with Lin Feng just in case. Priyang and Lang Xia were really strong, so in a team of 5, Lin Feng had to be dead already. At that moment, in the distance, 2 people arrived. Lin Feng was there. He looked confident and at ease, just as handsome as before. Yuan Ho frowned. He suddenly looked furious. How's that possible? How come he's alive? And with Qin Wu? Yuan Ho frowned. There was nobody behind Lin Feng and Qin Wu. Where were Feng Heisha, Puyang, and Lang Xia? Yuan Ho didn't understand. Where were they? Lin Feng. At that moment, Xing Feng had also noticed Lin Feng. She was very happy. Yun Qingyan and the others looked over excitedly. Lin Feng was back. He's alright, and he brought Qin Wu back. Yun Qingyan was surprised. Lin Feng was safe and sound and Qin Wu was even with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1774, Will You Fight or Not? Chapter 1774, Will You Fight or Not? Lin Feng. Tantai and the others rose up into the air, grinning broadly. Lin Feng jumped over to them, Qin Wu following. Lin Feng glanced at Yuan Ho coldly and said, Ji Chang's club's star group consists in a bunch of stupid bastards worse than dogs. They're just shameless. The members of Ji Chang's club were furious when they heard Lin Feng. How arrogant! Nobody dared offend Ji Chang's club, but Lin Feng did, and he kept humiliating them all the time. Empty words, said Ji Wuyo, coldly glancing at Lin Feng. He was a member of Ji Chang's club's star group. He also felt humiliated. The star group sent 5 people to kidnap my friend Qin Wu and threatened to kill him unless I went there, then they wanted to kill me. They're worse than cowards, little worthless dogs. You're a disgrace to the university, shouted Lin Feng aggressively. He didn't give Ji Chang's club any face at all. People around gradually turned to them. Qin Wu was injured, so the crowd believed that Ji Chang's club had done that to him. Ji Chang had founded Ji Chang's club and was extremely strong, so in recent years they had become more and more arrogant. They dared do anything for power. Lin Feng had humiliated them so many times, Ji Chang's club wanting to get their revenge was absolutely possible. Few people dare humiliate Ji Chang's club, and now Lin Feng keeps humiliating them over and over again. They even sent 5 people to kill him, thought the crowd. They were wondering who the 5 cultivators were. After the ceremony, they'd go and see the ranking list. If those 5 people weren't on the ranking list anymore, it would mean that Lin Feng had killed them. Lin Feng was really strong, so it was possible. What they didn't know was that the cultivators Lin Feng had killed weren't only on the normal ranking list, he had also killed a cultivator who was on the higher ranking list. Only Yuan Ho knew that such a cultivator was there to deal with Lin Feng. What he didn't understand was, where was Feng Heisha, and why hadn't he tried to kill Lin Feng? But Lin Feng! Shouted Ji Wuyo furiously. The air suddenly became calm. Ji Wuyo glared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes and said coldly, Do you want to die? After the ceremony, Tiantai's people will fight against the members of the star group on the champion stage, and this time we'll sign a contract for a battle to death. Do you accept? Lin Feng shot back, looking proud and aggressive. Even though Tiantai only had 1 medium-level emperor, the low-level emperors they had were terrifyingly strong: Lin Feng, Ho Changlin, Tianqi, Wu, Cheng Feng, Xuan, Tantai, and Huang Fulong. And now that Lin Feng had already killed 5 strong cultivators from the star group, maybe that they couldn't compete with them anymore. Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing could compete with them, but the rest couldn't. Indeed, a bunch of worthless bitches. They dare call themselves the best group of Champion University? They are the only ones who think that way. They think they are famous because Ji Chang is famous, but they're so pathetic. Tiantai, which has just been created, can already destroy the star group, Tantai declared aggressively. It was difficult for him to control himself. Yuan Ho and Ji Wuyo, the leaders of the star group, were furious. The star group had never been that humiliated before. However, Tiantai's low-level emperors were indeed terrifying, especially Lin Feng, Ho Chang Lin, and Tian Qi. They were in the top 10 of the university. Lin Feng glared at Yuan Ho. He didn't talk much, but he was the leader of the star group and the other despicable cultivators of the group were close to him, or, in other words, they obeyed his orders. Lin Feng asked Yuan Ho scornfully, "Yuan Ho, do you accept the challenge or not?" Yuan Ho narrowed his eyes and looked back at Lin Feng coldly. Nobody had ever asked him if he would accept a challenge. Lin Feng was the first ever. "You're acting recklessly. I alone can destroy you guys," answered Ji Wuyo, arrogantly releasing energies. "How shameless," said Tiantai. "You don't need to fight against so many people. As long as you fight, one of us is enough to destroy you, don't worry," said Lin Feng demeaningly. Their chi kept colliding in the air, creating a stifling pressure. At the top of the stairs, Ancestor Zhu Tian watched Lin Feng and Ji Wuyo. He whispered to the person next to him, "That must be Ji Wuyo, Ji Chang's younger brother. I've heard that he was the first student in the lower list, right?" Ancestor Zhu Tian, "Indeed, that's Ji Wuyo. He's talented, definitely as talented as his brother." "He's a rare genius," smiled the person next to him. Ancestor Zhu Tian nodded and said, "Do you know who that boy is?" "The one who's challenging him." "And why does he only have the strength of the Zun Qi layer?" "Indeed, he's strange." "He seems to be a Zun cultivator," remarked the two old men next to him. They looked surprised. Even if Lin Feng had practiced a technique to hide his cultivation level, it wouldn't have worked on them. Ancestor Zhu Tian, Mr. Yun spoke up at that moment. He smiled and said, "I know him. His name is Lin Feng, he's a friend of our daughter. He's extremely talented, he controls several sorts of cosmic energies and has a strange body. If you're interested, I can take him to the Celestial Mountain to introduce him to you." "I see." Ancestor Zhu Tian nodded. He understood what Mr. Yun meant. He was recommending Lin Feng, "Let's first see how the ceremony goes." After that, the elders stood up and walked to the battlefields. Everything calmed down. Lin Feng, Ji Wuyo, and the others stopped arguing. Everybody also landed on the ground and looked to the elders at the top of the bleachers. It's the ceremony of Champion University. It takes place every decade. For us old men, 10 years are nothing, but for Champion University, it's a long time, especially for young geniuses who progress very quickly. It's also a very important moment in their lives. Therefore, we want to see how strong you have become. Ancestor Zhu Tian looked at the crowd and said, "Alright, we're just watching, the real protagonists are the students, you. Let's see how strong the geniuses of the lower ranking have become. Maybe that the lists will change today." When the crowd heard Ancestor Zhu Tian, they looked at the battlefields in the middle. There were 99 strong cultivators, one person was missing, the founder of Ji Chang's club, the champion of the university, Ji Chang. But nobody said anything. At Champion University, nobody could replace him. Ji Chang's goal was to become the real champion of all schools. Champion University didn't get involved. "I'll go first," said a strong cultivator as he jumped out. He pointed at a strong cultivator and said, "Feng Yunshi, come and fight." Feng Yunshi is the 53rd cultivator of the highest list. The challenger's name is Qing Yang, he is the 62nd of the list. They are both extraordinary cultivators, thought the crowd. The highest list couldn't change as much as the lower lists, as new students weren't that strong. The highest list, which people also called the Celestial Champion ranking list, rarely changed. And now the challenger had challenged someone who was 9 positions higher than him in the list. He was very self-confident. The battle didn't disappoint the crowd. Most fighters of the Celestial Champion ranking list were high-level emperors. Their cosmic energies were terrifying. The earth and the sky changed each time they used cosmic energies. They also controlled their cosmic energies extremely well. The strong cultivators around the battlefield had to help to destroy the energies which spilled over. Soul. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at the two fighters. Their cultivation souls had already fused together with their human souls. They could leave their physical bodies and still be extremely strong, because their souls were closely connected to the strength of their godly awareness. It was very difficult to destroy their godly awareness. Finally, Qin Yang lost the battle. He didn't succeed in his challenge, but the battle was amazing. He wasn't sad though, he just wanted to become stronger and he'd continue rising in the ranking list. After that, many people fought. They were all terrifying. Lin Feng was amazed. The students were all geniuses. The students who were in the Celestial Champion ranking list were the most powerful cultivators, 100 strongest cultivators of Champion University. In the outside world, they could easily destroy ordinary high-level emperors. Lin Feng still had lots of work to do to become as strong as those people. What do you think? Asked Ancestor Zhu Tian to the old men on his side. He seemed excited. If they are strong, why not? But someone who could really become a champion is difficult to find, said one of the old men side. Indeed, once every few hundreds of years you can find one. Unfortunately, back then, if Ling Tian hadn't died, he could have become a champion, just like Ji Chang. We would have had 2 champions before Ing Chang became one, the other old man said indifferently. They also knew a few things about what had happened back then. Ling Tian, Ing Chang, and Ji Chang were incredible cultivators of their generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1775, Display Your Strength. Chapter 1775, Display Your Strength. The battles for the Celestial Champion ranking list were over. There were only 100 cultivators in that list. If someone wanted to fight against people who were in the Celestial Champion ranking list, they could challenge them after the ceremony. Ancestor Zhu Tian, the 2 old men and all the elders looked at the crowd. Ancestor Zhu Tian smiled and said, "No wonder those who are in the Celestial Champion ranking list are considered as heroes. You're all astonishingly strong. Someday, you'll amaze the whole world." Thank you very much, Ancestor, said all the cultivators of the Celestial Champion ranking list, bowing before Ancestor Zhu Tian. In the future, they wouldn't necessarily become as strong as Ancestor Zhu Tian, he was way too strong. Actually, such cultivators were already almost at the very top of cultivation. When I see you, you remind me of myself when I was your age, Ancestor Zhu Tian beamed. Then, he looked at the new cultivators and gave them an encouraging smile. You all became students in the last 10 years. You're all very motivated and you're starting to progress in your dream to become extremely strong cultivators. Today, I'd like to see how strong you are. I want to see how strong the new geniuses we have are. Of course, if the staff members have noticed someone abnormally strong, they can make some recommendations and I'd be glad to see them display their strength. Young people like to push the limits, he continued warmly. Nobody would have thought the old man was a terrifying cultivator when seeing him, he seemed too nice. Young people, if you are very strong, maybe that the ancestor will assign teachers to you, spoke up the old man next to Ancestor Zhu Tian cheerfully. The students were excited, as that was what they were all hoping for. Come and display your strength. Those who want to try can rise up into the air and show us. Ancestor Zhu Tian told them. One person said, "Me." Before rising up into the air and releasing several sorts of cosmic energies. The crowd frowned. 5 sorts of cosmic energies was impressive. Then, he carried out an attack. Gigantic waves of energies gathered in the air. The wind was so strong that dust rose to the skies when he set it off. Not bad. The students of my champion university are all heroes. Ancestor Zhu Tian nodded. 5 sorts of cosmic energies, that wasn't bad, and he could also use them to carry out attacks. Some people were immediately dispirited. They initially wanted to display their strength, but after that, they realized they weren't as strong as that guy, so they felt reluctantly. As expected, a second student rose up into the air. He was a sword cultivator and knew 3 sorts of cosmic energies, which he could condense into his sword attacks. Surprisingly, cosmic meaning appeared, and made his sword attacks were terrifying. "Brilliant!" exclaimed Ancestor Zhu Tian, smiling and nodding his approval. At that moment, a few silhouettes rose up into the air. At the same time, they released chi. One of them had several sorts of cosmic energies, another one controlled terrifying techniques, and the last had a special body. They were all extraordinary. The crowd on the ground gasped in amazement. Lin Feng sighed, those people were indeed really strong. "I'll go and try too." Tantai smiled. Then, he rose up into the air, a lion roared, the earth and the sky started shaking violently, and a gigantic and terrifying lion appeared behind him. Energies rolled out in waves of power. Tantai looked like a brutal and bloodthirsty monster. Tantai has become really strong really quickly, thought Lin Feng. No wonder he was considered a really strong cultivator in his tribe. What an explosive power. How come I have the feeling that I've seen that guy somewhere? Whispered an elder, looking at Tantai. The person next to him frowned, his eyes were twinkling. He looks like Ling Tian. Absolutely, he looks like Ling Tian, but his attacks aren't quite as powerful. Ling Tian used to use dragon elephant strength, his attacks were even more explosive. His punches could destroy heaven and earth, said the other elder. He remembered Ling Tian nostalgically. Surprisingly, he had fallen. Back then, at Champion University, Ji Chang wasn't nearly as famous as Ling Tian. The elders were wondering when they'd see a new Ling Tian at Champion University. Back then, all the students felt dispirited and weak next to Ling Tian. He was a real genius. Suddenly, next to Lin Feng, whistling sounds spread in the air. Energies rolled in waves. A terrifying sun illuminated the air. Then, the crowd saw a sun supernatural bird, a 3-legged golden crow. Wu is so obstinate and unruly. He wants to compete against all those geniuses, thought Lin Feng, grinning as he watched Golden Crow. Behind Wu, Swan rose up into the air too. He turned into a legendary beast and roared loud enough to make the air shake. All the young people rose up into the air one after the other. They all wanted to show how strong they were. Ancestor Zhu Tian looked delighted and kept nodding, but he didn't say anything. It's going to be difficult to impress the ancestor, thought Lin Feng. Ancestor Zhu Tian was a mighty cultivator who had seen so many incredible geniuses in his life. Even though all these people were geniuses, not many could impress the ancestor. "Master Ancestor," proclaimed Ji Wuyo, rising up into the air. He bowed before Ancestor Zhu Tian and said, "I'd like to recommend someone, she's a direct descendant of the Yuan clan. She knows 4 types of cosmic energies and knows the 4 seasons sword technique. Soon, she'll know how to use form and determination attacks. I hope you can teach her some things." Then, Ji Wuyo looked at Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing slowly rose up into the air as she released energies. They seethed, as if they could explode any time. She wanted to impress Ancestor Zhu Tian. "You're quite talented. You and Wuyo can come to the Celestial Mountain when you have time. I can teach you a few things." "Ji Wuyo knows where I live," said Ancestor Zhu Tian, nodding at Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing was quite talented. Of course, she didn't impress the old man, Ji Wuyo impressed him. He was very strong and talented, and his brother was Ji Chang. He was Ji Chang's younger brother, so the old man wanted to give Ji Chang face. "Thank you very much, Master," said Yuan Jing. She was delighted as she bowed before the old man. Being able to go to the old man's celestial mountain was an honor, a dream even. Even the students of the Celestial Champion ranking list didn't necessarily have the opportunity. "Thank you very much, Master." We'll come and visit you. You're like a father to us, Ji Wuyo answered. Then Yuan Jing and Ji Wuyo moved straight behind the ancestor. They seemed polite, but once they were behind him, they looked at the crowd disdainfully. Having an older brother is always useful, thought many people jealously. Everybody knew about Ji Chang. Many of the ancient elders wanted to have him as a student. Ji Wuyo's brother was Ji Chang, and on top of that, he was also talented and very strong. Because he was in a relationship with Yuan Jing, she could also benefit from that. However, there were some people who were much stronger than her, but who were not invited to go to ancestor Zhu Tian's house. Of course, the crowd realized all this. Humph. Yun Qingyan groaned coldly, disgusted at the sight. How come she was invited to go to ancestor Zhu Tian's house? Lin Feng, come on, go and show your strength, said Yun Qingyan, rolling her eyes. Why was that guy so discreet now? Lin Feng hesitated. Ancestor Zhu Tian and Ji Chang seemed to have cordial relations, and Lin Feng had many secrets. He didn't know ancestor Zhu Tian. Therefore, he didn't know if he could possibly get close to the elder, and didn't know what to do. Masters, I also want to introduce someone, said Yun Qingyan's father, smiling at the three old men, ancestors, the one I just told you about, the one who challenged Ji Wuyo. He's extremely talented, he has a special body and controls several sorts of cosmic energies. Yun Qingyan's father then looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Lin Feng rose up into the air. Lin Feng, show your cosmic energies, said Mr. Yun. Lin Feng released 10 of his cosmic energies. The crowd was astonished. He had a body which allowed him to understand 10 different sorts of energies? Having a body which allowed him to understand 10 different sorts of cosmic energies was one thing, but actually being able to control 10 different sorts of energies was another. Surprisingly, a Zun cultivator could control 10 sorts of cosmic energies. That was very strange. Humph. Ji Wuyo groaned coldly and said, he just knows 10 sorts of cosmic energies, nothing exceptional. Ancestor, that's nothing exceptional. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1776, Calm and Serene. Chapter 1776, Calm and Serene. Ancestor Zhu Tian looked at Lin Feng. He had a body which allowed him to understand 10 different sorts of abstruse energies and did control them. So why did have the strength of the Zun Qi layer? Ancestor Zhu Tian had never seen such a thing. What's wrong with your cultivation? Asked ancestor Zhu Tian to Lin Feng. Master, when the cosmic energies of the sky and the earth were about to cleanse my body, suddenly, they stopped, and some people said I was an imperial culpa. I was furious because I wanted to break through to the Huang Qi layer, and in the end I managed to use 7 sorts of cosmic energies. After that, I also made 3 other abstruse energies turn into cosmic energies and learned how to use 10 sorts of cosmic energies. However, as before, I can't break through to the Huang Qi layer, said Lin Feng to ancestor Zhu Tian calmly. He didn't dare say he had a restriction body. Imperial culpa, abandoned by the gods. Ancestor Zhu Tian was surprised. He could sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. He was really a Zun cultivator, but he controlled 10 sorts of cosmic energies. Such people exist, thought the crowd. Ancestor, if he managed to break free from that malediction, his future would be incredible, said Mr. Yun, glancing at Lin Feng. What Lin Feng had said to ancestor Zhu Tian was different from what he had told Mr. Yun the previous time. Even though he didn't know why, he still hoped that ancestor Zhu Tian would become Lin Feng's teacher. That way, Lin Feng would become extremely strong. He has been abandoned by the gods, there's nothing you can teach him. He's just a weirdo, interrupted Ji Wuyo coldly. He looked at ancestor Zhu Tian and said, Ancestor, Yuan Jing only knows 4 types of cosmic energies, but she has potential, she's very talented. She's more talented than a weirdo who's been abandoned by the gods. Ancestor Zhu Tian was serene, he nodded and said, you should practice cultivation harder. When you break through to the Huang Qi layer, I'll help you, maybe. When the crowd heard that, they were astonished. The old man didn't intend to help Lin Feng? In normal circumstances, the old man would have been overjoyed. He would have done his best to help Lin Feng. But because Ji Wuyo was there, he didn't want to be nice to Lin Feng. After all, Ji Wuyo was really talented. Lin Feng was just an imperial culpa. The decision was easy. Ancestor, said Mr. Yun at that moment. Lin Feng is an imperial culpa and understands 10 sorts of cosmic energies. If he breaks through to the Huang Qi layer, with his talent, he'll become terrifyingly strong. That's enough, said Ancestor Zhu Tian. He understood. I get your point. That's why I said Lin Feng should practice cultivation really hard and break free from that malediction. Thank you very much, Ancestor, Lin Feng replied, and bowed politely before descending from the sky. Mr. Yun was startled and glanced at Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng nodded at him, so Mr. Yun stopped talking. Lin Feng wasn't offended. The crowd looked pensive, especially those who knew about Lin Feng's past. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng was such in a difficult situation. Ji Wuyo and Lin Feng were enemies, and if Ancestor Zhu Tian supported Lin Feng and Ji Wuyo, the situation looked bad for Lin Feng. Many people haven't displayed their strength yet. Why hide? If you're not determined, how can you progress in the world of cultivation? Said Ancestor Zhu Tian. Many people rose up into the air and showed how strong they were. Lin Feng looked at the geniuses, his heart as calm as a winter lake. The path of cultivation wasn't easy, even for those who had a special body. Life wasn't easy in general. Lin Feng. At that moment, Ho Ching Lin came over to Lin Feng. Brother, said Lin Feng raising his head and smiling, brother, why are you not going? Your reincarnation strength is incredible. You'll amaze everybody, Ho Ching Lin shook his head and said, Lin Feng, what other people think is not important. We just need to be determined. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. He actually didn't care about what other people thought, including Ancestor Zhu Tian. If he preferred Ji Wuyo, that was his choice. It had nothing to do with Lin Feng. As long as they were determined, everything was fine. The ceremony was going well, but Lin Feng didn't care anymore. He was absent-minded and didn't pay attention to the ceremony anymore. Lin Feng. At that moment, Ho Ching Lin saw that Lin Feng was just standing there as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Lin Feng raised his head. Ho Ching Lin was staring at him. The ceremony is over, said Ho Ching Lin with a smile. Lin Feng glanced around and realized all the old men were gone, as well as Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing. They had seen how strong the students were. That was enough. Let's go back, said Lin Feng, and the friends left. However, at that moment, Lin Feng sensed some energies. He frowned and gazed into the distance. He noticed Yuan Ho and the others. Next to Yuan Ho, there was a strong cultivator. His facial expression were ice-cold, emotionless. Medium-level emperor? Lin Feng was surprised. That guy was extremely strong. He was stronger than Yuan Ho. Lin Feng guessed his identity, Shang Jun, Shan Yu's older brother. Yuan Ho, you told me he was dead already? Said Shang Jun, staring unhappily at Lin Feng. Yuan Ho frowned, but didn't reply. Shang Jun looked at Lin Feng and said, Shan Yu is weak and immature, but his murderer must die too. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and walked forwards. Yuan Ho was fixedly staring at Lin Feng and groaned aloud. He turned around and left too. Lin Feng shouted out, looking at Yuan Ho's back, don't forget what I said. We, Tiantai, challenged the star group, everyone. Yuan Ho shivered with rage, but he continued walking, his expression furious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1777, Ancient Holy Clan's Grave. Chapter 1777, Ancient Holy Clan's Grave. In the remote celestial mountains of Champion University, cosmic energies rose to the skies. There was an ancient path there, and on the path, there were statues. Those statues were emperors and they contained intent. Ji Wuyo was walking along the path. Each time he made a step, a terrifying will surrounded him and turned into a silhouette containing a terrifying strength attacking him. Boom! Explosions sounded and Ji Wuyo was thrown back, outside of the path. He looked furious. I can only make a few steps. Half a year and I can only make a few steps, thought Ji Wuyo, releasing waves of powerful qi. A cyan dragon totem appeared and roared violently. However, the statues instantly prevented him from moving. Behind him, Yuan Jing spoke up gently, Wuyo, 10 steps is quite good already. I can only make 5. The ancestor says that your older brother could do only 20 when he was a low-level emperor. If you continue, you'll soon be able to make 15 steps. No, I need to be much stronger than my brother, otherwise, everybody will make fun of me, replied Ji Wuyo, shaking his head. He turned around and looked at Yuan Jing tenderly. He caressed her cheeks and smiled, your boyfriend must become the strongest cultivator in the world, I must become even stronger than my brother Ji Chang. I have faith in you. I need to continue practicing my 4-season skills, Yuan Jing smiled. During these 6 months, ancestor Zhu Tian had been taking care of them. They were practicing cultivation in perfect conditions with ancestor Zhu Tian. They had progressed a lot during those 6 months. Ji Wuyo was only 1 step away from becoming a medium-level emperor. After becoming a medium-level emperor, he intended to try and get onto the higher ranking list. Of course, Yuan Jing understood that ancestor Zhu Tian had agreed to become their teacher because they were talented, of course, but mainly because of Ji Chang. Ji Wuyo also understood that. Therefore, Ji Wuyo wanted to become stronger than Ji Chang to prove that people thought highly of him for who he was. However, in Champion University, every genius was in the same situation, everybody only thought of Ji Chang. Each time someone was becoming extremely strong, they wanted to become as strong as Ji Chang. However, it didn't work, each time, they ended up being weaker than him and they felt oppressed. Even Ji Chang felt the same, he was extremely strong, but he was also under pressure because of Ying Chang. During those 6 months, Tian Tai had become much more lively. Yun Changyan had been working really hard for Tian Tai. She was very enthusiastic, and loved Tian Tai. At the same time, Ho Chang Lin had been traveling a lot to become stronger. He always took people with him. People admired him, he was determined and persistent. The process was the same, he went to the Edict Palace, learned about current affairs and went to those places where there were things to do. He took risks to become stronger, and they always shared treasures equally, nobody was privileged in Tian Tai. Tian Tai was becoming more and more famous among the low-level emperors. Even some medium-level emperors thought highly of Tian Tai. The star group was becoming less and less popular. Nobody liked them, as they kept bullying people. If Ji Wuyo hadn't been there, the situation would have been even sadder for Ji Chang's club. At that moment, Lin Feng was in a courtyard where Tian Tai had their headquarters. Everybody was looking at Ho Chang Lin in a strange way. Ho Chang Lin, you're so cruel. In 6 months, we've only rested 2 days. Now, we've rested for a day and you want us to travel again. It's dangerous, protested Yun Qingyan. Ho Chang Lin was a bit over the top. That's how cultivation works. If you stop practicing cultivation for a while, it's a step backward, said Ho Chang Lin. He was firm. The Edict Palace was a perfect place to learn about dangerous places, they always had new things to discover thanks to it. You're cruel, but Lin Feng is totally strange. He hasn't come out for 6 months. He didn't even come with us once, complained Yun Qingyan. She was speechless. Since the ceremony, Lin Feng hadn't come out even once. He understood something then. When he comes out, he'll be extremely strong, Ho Ching Lin said under his breath. Lin Feng was a hardcore cultivator. He never wasted time, he knew what he needed. He didn't hide for 6 months wasting time, he was practicing cultivation. I hope so, Yun Chengyan's eyes glinted. She remembered that ancestor Zhu Tian had refused to help him because he wanted to help Ji Wuyo, so she hoped that Lin Feng wasn't depressed. At that moment, a strong and scorching hot wind started blowing. Wu suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Wu, why do you always do that? Asked Yun Chengyan unhappily. We need to change the plan, Wu stated sharply. Ho Ching Lin frowned. Even though Wu was unruly, he never talked nonsense. If he said that, he had a reason. Why? Asked Ho Ching Lin. There is some news in the Edict Palace. In the vast celestial ancient city, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's grave appeared, Wu relayed to them. Back then, in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, only a palace had appeared, it was as if it had been placed there on purpose. However, nobody knew where the small world of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was. Back then, everybody had thought that it would appear someday. Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Everybody's eyes twinkled. All the holy clans of the vast celestial ancient city were interested in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, especially since the palace had appeared. Many people had gone there. And now, more things had been discovered. What does everybody think? Asked Ho Ching Lin of the others. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's grave had appeared, it was an important event. Many strong cultivators were going to go there, including great emperors, so he was hesitant. If too many great emperors appeared there, the situation would get complicated. Let's go to the vast celestial ancient city, to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, a voice spoke up at that moment. Lin Feng came out, wearing a clean white robe. Finally, this guy is out, thought Yun Chengyan when she saw him. He had been practicing for 6 months, but many things had happened in Tiantai during that time. For example, the star group provoked them less than before because Ho Ching Lin and the others were extremely strong. Otherwise, the situation would have been complicated for Tiantai. Lin Feng, you think we should go to the vast celestial ancient city? Ho Ching Lin asked Lin Feng. Indeed. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan probably planned everything before being destroyed. They left some buildings and now a grave has appeared. It must have something to do with their legacy. It won't be easy there though, even for great emperors, said Lin Feng. Yen Di was the prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, and back then the everlasting Celestial Emperor and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were close. Now, some vestiges had appeared in the vast celestial ancient city, so they had to go and see. I agree too. I want to go to the vast celestial ancient city too, said Tian Qi. Let's go. Everybody eventually agreed to go. When are we leaving? Asked Yun Chengyan. Now. Even though we got the news from the Edict Palace, I'm sure many other people already know about it as well. Besides, the 3 other universities probably know about it, and they'll be leaving for the vast celestial ancient city as well. We have no time to lose, said Lin Feng. Let's go, said Ho Ching Lin, rising up into the air. As Lin Feng had expected, some people from Ji Chang's club Star Group and the U Club were also together in the sky. A strong cultivator said, some vestiges of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan appeared in the vast celestial ancient city. Last time, we missed that opportunity. This time, we must be there before everyone else. We could obtain some great things there. That's why I called the Star Group and the U Club. Those who are willing to go, come with me. Yuan Ho, you take care of the Star Group's people, said that person to Yuan Ho. Yuan Ho's eyes glittered and he said, what about Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing? They're still in the Celestial Mountain practicing cultivation with ancestor Zhu Tian. Should I inform them? Since they're with the ancestor, no need. He's helping them, they'll progress much faster than us," said that cultivator. However, at that moment, two silhouettes appeared in the distance, Yuan Jing and Ji Wuyo. An ancient clan site? How could I miss that? Asked Ji Wuyo. Everybody nodded agreement. At the same time, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, the Ancient University, and the Four Seasons University students also left for the vast Celestial Ancient City. It was going to be fun there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1778, University Gathering. Chapter 1778, University Gathering. When the young geniuses of the vast Celestial Ancient City had gone to the Holy City, the vast Celestial Ancient City was left rather quiet. But now, more and more people were coming back because of the historical remains of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. People from the entire region of the Dark Night wanted to go and see it. However, it wasn't easy to get there. It wasn't where the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was located before. It was quite far away in a desolate place. Nobody had thought the place would be that far away. The palace which had appeared in the past had just been a way to trick people. Many people remembered the Taoist monk though who had stolen a statue which probably contained precious treasures. Some people even said that they had seen him at the grave, but nobody had been able to check whether it was true or not. In any case, few people could go into the grave. It was because outside of the grave, there were terrifying deployment spells. Many deployment spellcasters were going there now. They wanted to see if they could get in. The gigantic tomb had appeared in a wild and unpopulated area. It was massive in size. However, people stayed far away because of the deployment spells. In the distance, on a mountain range, there were many people watching. Even though they looked indifferent, on the inside, they couldn't keep calm. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's grave might contain incredible treasures. If someone managed to get in, they'd obtain them. Unfortunately, the entrance was completely blocked. Nobody could get in. At the top of another mountain, there were two people, a beautiful woman and a demonic-looking man in black clothes. Those two people were Empress Shi and the Netherworld Demon Emperor. I wouldn't have thought that the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had time to hide things in this grave back then. You said you saw Yen Di and Shuiyu back then? Empress Shi asked the Netherworld Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor nodded. He had seen Lin Feng and Yen Di. It means that Yen Di didn't really die, then. He came back to life. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's grave probably contains treasures for him. I think that the one who showed up in the Moon Palace last time was Yen Di. Empress, she said calmly. The Netherworld Demon Emperor looked emotionless. He just evenly replied, indeed. Maybe that it was Yen Di. Considering his strength back then, now that he came back to life, he's probably going to become extremely strong again. So what? We have so many strong cultivators under our control. Yen Di can't do anything, said Empress Shi, her eyes twinkling. The Netherworld Demon Emperor and Empress Shi had died once as well. They were very determined and persistent. Cultivation was the only thing that mattered to them. They had to become peerless cultivators. Let's go back. The deployment spells are too difficult to break, said Empress Shi before turning to leave. The Netherworld Demon Emperor followed her and both disappeared into the horizon. Outside of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan grave, the wilds were vast. Apart from the deployment spells, some people also found some treasures. Back then, when the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had created that place, they had broken the ground and inside were many outer palaces in which there were treasures. In the distance, some people appeared, a group of young adults. They were wearing uniforms and looked both strong and determined. How strong? Those young people are only emperors, but they seem so strong. I wonder where they're from, thought the crowd. People from Tianyuan. I saw that uniform a long time ago. That's the uniform of the Yunshao University in Tianyuan, said someone. They were surprised. Surprisingly, people from Yunshao University were there. They came from one of the 3 main cities of the region. Many people looked at them. Universities, in the continent of the 9 clouds, were holy places. The 3 main cities of the region had universities, and many extremely strong cultivators. Often, their students became terrifying cultivators who amazed whole cities, regions, and sometimes the whole world. Everybody respected them. Yunshao University's students were enthusiastic. People got excited as well when seeing them, as if it were contagious. I wouldn't have thought that they'd come, at least not so fast. They come from so far away. But I've heard that their news system is quite good. It seems that it's true, thought the crowd. More people are coming, thought the crowd, gazing into the distance. There was a group of young men again, also looking incredible. They didn't wear uniforms though, so they didn't look as strict. People from Yunshao are so fast, said someone in the crowd. People from Yunshao University were in the crowd too. They looked at the people who were coming, Goblin Spirit University. Goblin Spirit University, they're fast too, said someone from Yunshao University. People looked at one another with flames in their eyes. In total, in the 3 main cities, there were 10 universities. When students from different universities met, they were in competition. They all wanted to prove their university was the best. Goblin Spirit University. The crowd was shocked. According to legends, the strong cultivators of Goblin Spirit University all had a bestial soul. The university was very special, they only accepted people with an animal soul. Their students were incredibly strong. The crowd hadn't thought that so many people would come because of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's grave. People from all universities were arriving. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was quite famous. Everybody knew about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Unfortunately, they had been destroyed a long time ago, and now some people were going to steal their treasures. There were more and more people. The air was becoming more and more lively. An ocean of people was gradually appearing. At that moment, a few hundreds of kilometers away, there was a group of people on a boat. They were flying at great speed above the clouds. As they approached, the clouds disappeared and they saw the grave. They were all amazed, wondering what was inside. Lin Feng, your boat was so fast, maybe that were the first ones from the holy city. Tan Tai exclaimed happily. Lin Feng's boat was very fast and extremely useful. Let's go and see, said Lin Feng with a smile. The boat descended from the sky. Many people noticed them arriving. Another group of extraordinary-looking young people, people easily guessed that these people were also from a university. That's Lin Feng, said someone at that moment. In the vast celestial ancient city, many people knew Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was there again. The young man who had been abandoned by the gods by the Ice Moon Lake was back. Many people from the vast celestial ancient city recognized Lin Feng, as he had done many things there. At that moment, the crowd looked at Lin Feng strangely. Was Lin Feng a university student? I wonder which university they belong to. Surprisingly, Lin Feng is also a student now, and he's back in the vast celestial ancient city. Not only Lin Feng, Cheng Feng, Wu, Swan, they're all here. Those are strong cultivators from the vast celestial ancient city, the people murmured when they saw Wu, Cheng Feng, and the others. What university are you from? Everybody was staring at Lin Feng and the others. They looked like heroes. You're not from the holy city. Which university? Asked Qin Wu of some students who were there already. You're impolite, I asked you first. Why not reply? The other retorted. University students were competitors above all. Tantai frowned and said coldly, we're just asking, what's the problem with that? You just want to fight, don't you? Humph. That person smiled in a cold way and said, so what? You, Tantai was furious already. Qin Wu intervened. From your clothes, you must be from Yunxiao University. You're smart, said that person sarcastically. We didn't come to fight verbally, Ho Qinglin said, barely glancing at those people. Then he looked at the grave. He didn't care about these people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1779, Meeting Irun Again. Chapter 1779, Meeting Irun Again. Palace, Ancient Golden Road, Deployment Spell. Lin Feng glanced around. The grave looked like a palace, it was gigantic and magnificent. The deployment spells around it were frightening. People couldn't break it relying on brute strength. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was very famous back then because they were incredibly strong. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. Back then, the leader of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was terrifying. He was as strong as many other great emperors. The clan was quite famous, notably for their deployment spells, which could destroy heaven and earth. Since the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's grave had appeared here, it meant that they wanted people to find it, but it probably wasn't easy to get in. They had prepared. But the only way to get into the palace seemed to be via the ancient golden road they had in front of them. The ancient golden road led to the palace, and was divided into several small roads. They all had marks on them of deployment spells. At that moment, many deployment spell casters were there and studying the deployment spells. They wanted to understand how they worked so they could get inside. There are 9 paths, each of them has a deployment spell, and the deployment spells are all different, thought Lin Feng. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's deployment spells were incredibly powerful. The Everlasting Celestial Emperor was famous for his deployment spells in Xixiang City, but maybe that he had learned them from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Yen Di was the prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, no wonder he had chased the Everlasting Celestial Emperor back then. If you walk on those paths, the deployment spells get more and more dangerous as you go forwards. There are thousands of deadly deployment spells. Getting inside will be extremely difficult, said a deployment spell caster at that moment. The crowd was shocked. Thousands of deployment spells on those paths? How deadly! At the end of each path, there's an entrance, but is there the same thing behind each entrance? Asked Tian Qi at that moment. Possibly not, said Ho Qinglin, staring at the paths. They were different, so they probably led to different places. I don't know which deployment spell we can break, so first let's wait and observe, said Lin Feng. Then, the group of friends moved away and stopped in the distance. The 9 paths contained mighty deployment spells. Getting in wouldn't be easy, and they didn't even know which path was the right one. Lin Feng and the others weren't the only ones who did that. Many other strong cultivators decided to stay far away and observe first. It could be dangerous. Time passed. More and more strong cultivators showed up. People from the 4 universities of the Holy City were there already, including more people from Champion University. Such beautiful women! Tantai exclaimed. 9 beautiful women had arrived. They looked like celestial beings. Even the university students were impressed. Those must be the women of the Moon Palace. They're so beautiful, like celestial beings, said Qinglin. Ho Qinglin and Tian Qi were surprised, they recognized one of them. Yiran Lei. Murmured Ho Qinglin and Tian Qi that was Yiran Lei from the Heavens of Desire's palace. Surprisingly, she had become one of the celestial beings of the Moon Palace. Qing Feng looked at Lin Feng. On that night, she had heard Lin Feng and Yiren Lei's dialogue. Ho Changlin and Tianqi were Lin Feng's friends. They knew Yiren Lei too. They seemingly knew each other from before. Yiren Lei heard her name and turned her head. She saw Ho Changlin, Tianqi, and Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng, she shivered. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. She couldn't remain indifferent to him. Lin Feng looked enigmatic, unfathomable, calm, and serene, as if nothing could affect him. Lin Feng, whispered Yiren Lei. However, Lin Feng just calmly nodded back at her. Yiren the Celestial Girl. Yiren the Celestial Girl. Yiren the Celestial Girl felt so sad, but she still smiled at Lin Feng. Ho Changlin and Tianqi also nodded at her and then turned to the other celestial women. They were all extremely beautiful. Yin Changyan looked at Yiren Lei, and then smiled at Lin Feng knowingly. She likes you? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't look at Yin Changyan, but shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a woman, I understand women. She likes you. You hurt her? Yin Changyan smiled mischievously, but Lin Feng ignored her. Yiren Lei is a celestial being from the Moon Palace. She understands deployment spells. Tianqi saw Yiren Lei and the other celestial women start investigating the deployment spells. They must be really good at deployment spells, but maybe that they also studied the celestial evolution holy scriptures, which allow cultivators to modify strength. If I'm not mistaken, those women are pillars of the Moon Palace, whispered Lin Feng. In the Moon Palace, there were many books, terrifying great imperial skills and techniques, and ancient holy scriptures. If the Moon Palace wanted, they could raise terrifying geniuses. The celestial women of the Moon Palace were all talented and extraordinary. It seems that we people from the small world will all have bright future, Ho Changlin said under his breath. Where were the others, though? The 9 women chose a path and started walking forwards, easily avoiding the deployment spells. They're using a group spell. How strong, thought Yin Changyan. The 9 women were using a group spell. They really did understand deployment spells. At that moment, many people looked at the path they had chosen. Were the celestial women really going to use that path? Actually, the deployment spells of that path weren't that easy to solve. Each step was difficult. Even for the celestial women of the Moon Palace, it was getting more and more difficult. Some time passed, a few days went by. Lin Feng was staring at the women. Gradually, people started trying to solve the mysteries of the 9 golden paths using their godly awareness. During those days, more and more people also arrived. Many people from Champion University were there, including people from Ji Chang's club. When the members of Ji Chang's club saw Lin Feng and his friends, they landed on another mountain. Those morons are everywhere, said a member of the star group scathingly. Lin Feng and the others ignored them. They're acting recklessly. They want to die here. Someone else shouted out. The members of the star group were proud and arrogant. However, being oppressed by Tiantai made them furious. Now that they had made an alliance with the Yu clan, would Tiantai continue acting arrogantly? There are dogs everywhere, including at Champion University, retorted Tantai coldly. A deployment spell is almost broken, someone else interrupted at that moment. The crowd looked to the celestial women. The 9 girls had joined hands with some deployment spellcasters and they had almost reached the end of the path. Would they be able to break the deployment spell at the end? Bzzz. At that moment, silhouettes flickered and solidified, and more people from the Moon Palace arrived. Empress Shi and the 9 Netherworld's Emperor were still together. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared. A golden door at the end of a path opened itself. Dazzling golden lights illuminated the path. The deployment spells turned into illusions. Many people rushed over there, as the Moonplace people went inside. The crowd was going insane and running towards the gate. However, the mark suddenly changed again, the sky rumbled, the gate closed itself, and a terrifying energy exploded out, killing some people instantly. The path is closed again, the deployment spells are reappearing, thought the crowd, unhappy at the news. Many people retreated as fast as they could. Lin Feng, how did you know? Xin Wu asked Lin Feng. A moment before, Lin Feng had prevented them from going in. I didn't know, but if the door opens itself again, we'll need to be cautious before going in, whispered Lin Feng. Xin Wu and the others' eyes twinkled. Cautious, right? Everybody, let's join hands, said someone at that moment. Some deployment spellcasters were getting ready to join hands since that's what the celestial women of the Moon Palace and some other people had done. The deployment spellcasters started discussing the issue and were getting ready to break the deployment spells of the other paths. At the same time, some people walked to the path on which the celestial beings had broken the deployment spells. They wanted to benefit from their knowledge. The deployment spells changed, said some people on the path. The deployment spells on that golden path had already shifted. Come with me, Lin Feng said, and started forward, jumping onto the path which had been opened by the celestial women of the Moon Palace. Suddenly, dazzling lights invaded the air and the deadly deployment spells dispersed again. Lin Feng had taken 9 steps. The deployment spells were changing. Lin Feng noticed that people couldn't necessarily walk on the same paths as before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1780, Entering the Ancient Palace. Chapter 1780, Entering the Ancient Palace. What a strange golden path, thought Lin Feng, slowly walking forwards. He could sense the strength of the deployment spells. There were millions and millions of marks on the paths. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's deployment spells were indeed awesome. At that moment, many people suddenly ran towards Lin Feng and watched him closely. Each time Lin Feng made a step, the marks changed. They had to break the deployment spells to move forward, step by step. This student from Champion University knows about deployment spells, thought the students of Yunxiao University, staring at Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng's friends were following him, it meant that other people could follow him. Yuan Hou, Ji Wuyo, and the others were also fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, that guy could walk on the golden path. Come with me. Silhouettes flickered. The students of Yunxiao University landed behind Lin Feng and the others. The golden paths were mysterious. After breaking the deployment spells, they could reappear, so they wanted to benefit from Lin Feng's knowledge. If he could break the deployment spells, why not follow him? Yunxiao University's students weren't the only ones to think that way. Yuan Hou and the others followed him too. Lin Feng could break deployment spells, so they didn't need to worry about anything with him in the lead. While Lin Feng was breaking the deployment spells, he frowned. He turned around and looked at the crowd. If he broke the deployment spells, not only would these people force the entry into the palace, but they would also attack him by surprise and steal some treasures from him. When they saw that Lin Feng had stopped, they looked at him coldly. Lin Feng said, "Leave the path or I won't continue." Eh? The crowd frowned and looked angry. Little bastard, you're breaking the deployment spell and we're not disturbing you, what's the problem? Said someone from Yunxiao University coldly. Do you want to die now? Ji Wuyo demanded coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. Piss off, said Lin Feng coldly. Ji Wuyo grimaced. Dazzling dragon lights appeared around him and he released a powerful qi. How arrogant! Shouted the strong cultivator from Yunxiao University. He jumped forwards and immediately attacked in the direction of Lin Feng's friends. He wanted to teach them a good lesson. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up, and lights appeared. The golden path abruptly became dazzlingly bright, and a terrifying strength emerged. Boom boom! That strong cultivator's attack immediately disappeared. The golden path was still shining as golden blades descended from the sky. The student from Yunshao University was stupefied. How could Lin Feng use the deployment spells of the path that easily? He retreated at full speed. Lin Feng laughed furiously. In a flash, the golden lights turned into a cage and imprisoned the cultivator. People's facial expressions changed drastically. Cut! Lin Feng shouted furiously. The golden lights became blinding and turned into deadly energies which invaded the cage. The crowd retreated quickly as the air started exploding. The strong cultivator who was inside the cage turned into a bloody cloud, and the cosmic energies dispersed. The crowd was astonished. That guy was at the top of the low Huang Qi layer, and the deployment spell had crushed him. That golden road is strange, thought the crowd, staring at it. As it moved further along, the deployment spells were getting more and more dangerous, yet Lin Feng moved on it freely. It seemed easy for him to use them or destroy them. They were only at the beginning of the path, but the energies were already terrifying. Piss off! Lin Feng shouted at Ji Wuyo and the others coldly. Arrogant little boy. The crowd looked at him with murder in their eyes, especially Ji Wuyo. Lin Feng glanced back at him disdainfully. A dragon suddenly started chanting. Ji Wuyo waved his hand and a cyan-scaled dragon appeared as a light beam moved towards Lin Feng and the others. That gigantic dragon could injure or even kill Lin Feng and his friends. Lin Feng jumped up, and on the golden path, a gigantic and terrifying web appeared, and surrounded the gigantic cyan dragon. Dazzling lights appeared, and the cyan dragon exploded. Blood splashed everywhere. The G-Clan's cyan dragon totem is incredible, it is made of flesh like a real dragon, thought the crowd with a sigh. However, the deployment spells of the path were even more terrifying. The dragon had been crushed in the blink of an eye. The golden lights dashed to the skies. Ji Wuyo and the others rose up into the air and retreated. At the same time, Ji Wuyo bombarded the air with another dragon attack. The air was shaking. The dazzling lights of the golden path were a bit oppressed. Lin Feng kept jumping. The lights of the path twinkled, they now seemed indestructible. The strong cultivators in the air were startled, and immediately jumped away from the path. They were now all staring at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng glanced at them, and then he turned around and continued breaking the deployment spells on the golden path and walking forwards. The deployment spells of the golden path are getting more and more powerful. Lin Feng can use that deployment strength, so as he moves forwards, his attacks become more powerful. We can't get close to him, thought Yuan Ho and the others. They were standing outside of the golden path and glaring at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng could break the deployment spells all the way to the end, they would only have a short time to run to the gate. Lin Feng kept moving forwards. Many people were watching Lin Feng, especially those incredibly strong deployment spellcasters. They were all surprised. At the beginning, the women of the Moon Palace had started breaking the deployment spells. The deployment spells of the paths had then changed, but they had realized that only after stepping onto the paths. Now, what they needed to do was observe what Lin Feng was doing, and then do the same. Surprisingly, he can destroy the deployment spells, thought the crowd. Lin Feng was already quite far along the golden path. If he continued, he would soon reach the end and would be able to get into the palace. Let's get ready. Yuan Ho and the others were staring at Lin Feng and condensing their qi, getting ready to follow him. After a short time, Lin Feng finally arrived at the end of the path, a vast qi rolled in the air. Lin Feng smiled coldly and jumped forwards, the golden path lit up again. Terrifying energies rose to the skies as the crowd frowned. Let's go! The strong cultivators charged towards Lin Feng, but then some terrifying and deadly energies surrounded the path, and more rumbling sounds rose up. The door opened itself, Lin Feng and the others got inside. Stay open. A gigantic hand reached for the door. Some people who were in front of the door were struck by the attack. Piss off. The person who wanted to go and saw someone attack them again. They couldn't miss that opportunity, and the competition was scary. The air wobbled and shifted, and the golden lights on the path changed again. Oh no! Move back! Shouted someone furiously. The crowd retreated at full speed. However, some people didn't have time to escape, the lights reached them and they died messily. Bastard! The crowd was furious. Lin Feng and his friends had disappeared inside the palace, but the door closed itself again. They were all stuck outside. The golden paths keep changing, we need to find the same path as they did, said a deployment spellcaster. They needed to do the same as the celestial women of the Moon Palace and Lin Feng. Lin Feng had understood what to do, that's why he and his friends were the second batch of people who had managed to get inside. Indeed. We need to do the same as them, and we'll have a chance to find the entrance, said an old man. He had been staring at Lin Feng the whole time, so he released his godly awareness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1781, Great Emperor's Powers. Chapter 1781, Great Emperor's Powers. Only the celestial beings of the Moon Palace and Lin Feng's group had managed to enter the palace. When Lin Feng entered the palace, there was a layer of terrifying golden energy which kept transforming and turning into an oppressive strength. Lin Feng was surprised. He raised his head and looked at the golden energies undulating in the air. What was going on? My cultivation, at that moment, the only medium-level emperor, Yun Qingyan, looked startled. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at her. Her expression had changed drastically. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked her. Yun Qingyan raised her head, her beautiful eyes were sharp as she said, the energy is suppressing my cultivation. Suppressing your cultivation? Lin Feng frowned and looked at Yun Qingyan strangely. Yun Qingyan released cosmic energies, she now had the strength of the top low Huang Qi layer. Her cultivation level was restrained. Indeed. My cultivation level is restrained. I am a low-level emperor here, not a medium-level emperor, protested Yun Qingyan. She looked very disorientated. Her cosmic energies were really restrained, but she didn't feel oppressed. That ancient palace can restrain people's cultivation. Lin Feng's eyes were gleaming. At that moment, apart from the suppressive deployment spell, there was a golden path. It looked like the one in the outside world but was even stranger. It was gigantic and impossible to see where it led. There are people in front of us, whispered Ho Chenglin. In the palace, in the distance, there was a bridge with people on it. Let's go and see, said Lin Feng as he sped up. After a short time, he arrived in front of the bridge, counting 18 people on it. They looked strange, like ancient emperors, all of them motionless. On each side of the bridge, there was a golden river with golden energies emerging from it. It seemed that water could freeze people. Are they dead or alive? Whispered Tan Tai. Those 18 people were as motionless as if they were dead. I'll see, said Lin Feng, studying those 18 people as he walked onto the bridge. When he stepped onto the bridge, a real light moved charged towards him. Lin Feng jumped back, and the bridge became normal again. What's going on? There's nothing. When Lin Feng went back to where he was, the atmosphere calmed down again. Lin Feng, what did you see? Asked Yun Qingyan. As soon as I stepped on the bridge, I was attacked. A gigantic hand which looked real attacked me, but I couldn't see it clearly. Lin Feng explained. He was startled about how dangerous that place was. Willpower attack, judged Qing Feng. They hadn't seen the attack, but Lin Feng couldn't possibly lie. There was only one possibility, a willpower attack. The 18 strong cultivators were filled with willpower strength and attacked people who stepped onto the bridge. Willpower attack? Lin Feng frowned. Even if it's willpower, why does it look blurry, and why do you sense it only if you get onto the bridge? Why couldn't you all see it? Because the 18 emperors are great emperors made of will, explained Cheng Feng. Great emperors' determination can fuse together with the earth and the sky. They have an enigmatic power, their attacks only look fake. Their will can be used to carry out strange and mysterious attacks. They can also carry out attacks which look real. Yin Shangyan nodded as she listened to Cheng Feng. I've also heard that. My parents told me something similar. It's the difference between cultivation emperors and great emperors. When you become a great emperor, your mind fuses together with the earth and the sky. The earth and the sky cleanse your body. Every single strength you have fuses together with the earth and the sky. You can condense the strength of the earth and the sky in your hands and destroy mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye, and even using your mind, you can also create mountains and rivers. You can destroy or create mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye, whispered Lin Feng. Not only could such strong cultivators destroy mountains and rivers, but they could also create them. Lin Feng had seen great emperors fight. Even though their battles were incredible, they also looked quite simple. He had also seen 2 great emperors get killed in the blink of an eye. Back then, he hadn't understood what had happened. How could great emperors look that weak? It was as if they weren't much stronger than normal cultivation emperors. He didn't know the difference between the different great emperors, however. For example, there was a huge difference between normal great emperors and holy great emperors. He didn't know what powers great emperors had either, or what kind of strength they controlled. He also didn't know what holy great emperors could do. He had never really talked to a great emperor about those things. How can they create things? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. When you're a great emperor, every strength you have become real. The spells we learn have often been created by great emperors, so we imitate their attacks, but they're not real. For example, Ji Wuyo's Cyan Dragon attack looks like a real dragon. If a great emperor used the same attack, the dragon would be real. When a great emperor controls water strength and does a knife hand strike, a river appears. When a great emperor controls fire strength, they do a knife hand strike and can create hell itself. Yun Changyan explained to Lin Feng. Her explanation was very clear and precise. Lin Feng was so strange, he knew nothing about great emperors. Her parents were great emperors, however. She perfectly understood what great emperors could do. She also knew a lot about holy emperors. So this the will of 18 great emperors, and they attack us for real as soon as we get on the bridge, clarified Jinwu for everyone. Yin Shangyan nodded and said, indeed, but that's just a test. If we pass it, we can cross the bridge. Let's try and destroy them. Tantai yelled enthusiastically. Lions appeared and roared. They immediately attacked the 18 statues with explosive power. Boom, boom, boom. The lions attacked the statues. They didn't move at all, the attack was useless. In the palace, people's cultivation levels are restrained. A person's strength can't exceed the low Huang Qi layer. Even if great emperors come inside, their strength will be restrained also. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan has prepared for this. Direct attacks won't work. We need to walk across. Willpower attacks. Chu Chunxiu has studied the sky-absorbing holy scriptures. He can absorb people's willpower. He has a terrifying strength of will. He can kill people with pure will. It's as if he had the same power of great emperors, but at a much lower level. Muttered Lin Feng. Maybe that it had something to do with his cultivation speed. I'll go and try first. If that's a test, maybe the 9 paths lead to different places with different tests. Many people are probably going to die during those exams, he said. He walked up to the bridge once again. This time, he was ready. He released wind cosmic energy and moved in a blur of motion. A powerful energy once again charged towards Lin Feng. The 18 statues' wills were as fast as lightning. Lin Feng put his hands together, and a purple tank as big as an ocean moved straight towards the attack of will. However, the attack consisted of millions of threads, different attacks. And like a sharp sword cut apart everything, including the purple tank. At the same time, an iceberg appeared and froze the earth and the sky, and then a terrifying ancient cauldron appeared, containing an explosive power as it hurtled at Lin Feng. The air rumbled, and Lin Feng retreated quickly. And went back to where he was standing originally. He looked furious. Everybody, be very careful. Those threads of will are organized in such a way that their power has maximum intensity. Don't rush. Lin Feng called out after having inspected the energies. His eyes went pitch black. This time, Lin Feng didn't move quickly. He released several sorts of cosmic energies. In reply, a terrifying energy seemed like it was going to swallow his eyes and crush his mind. Lin Feng's eyes contained the source of the 9 netherworlds. They could corrode the 10,000 things of creation. He continued moving forwards. A gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng and blotted out the sky. There was nowhere to escape. Dawn! Lin Feng jumped, and under his feet, lights twinkled. At the same time, his purple tank moved again, containing enough strength to destroy the hand. Lin Feng continued moving forward steadily, step by step. Sword lights twinkled. There were energies all around Lin Feng, he couldn't escape. He did a knife hand strike, and his own sword energies whistled and rose to the skies, cutting apart the sword energies in front of him. The lights under his feet continued moving as a dazzling deployment spell appeared. The people behind him frowned. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was in the middle of the attack of will and didn't continue moving. They couldn't see the determination attacks clearly, they only saw them when Lin Feng's attacks collided with them, but they knew that the Great Emperor's attacks only had the strength of the low Huang Qi layer. Of course, it was only the first bridge. Only a few people would fail here. At that moment, bright golden light shone under Lin Feng's feet, his silhouette turned into an illusion, and he suddenly disappeared. Instantly, he reappeared on the other side of the bridge. Empty space deployment spell. Xin Wu was astonished. Lin Feng could cast empty space deployment spells and teleport. Those determination attacks can't block empty space deployment spells, but they can still have an effect on your movements. Use your own powers to walk on the bridge. If it doesn't work, just walk to the center and then attract the strength of my marks and you can cross. Lin Feng called out. He didn't cast a deployment spell on the other side of the bridge, as he didn't want to waste any strength, even if the strength was suppressed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1782, Insane Battle. Chapter 1782, Insane Battle. After Lin Feng, Ho Qinglin and the others stepped on the bridge. Some people used strength, some people endured the Great Emperor's attacks, but they all used Lin Feng's empty space deployment spell. Lin Feng, without your empty space deployment spell, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, admitted Xin Wu. He was mortified. Those 18 Great Emperor's attacks were scary. Most low-level emperors couldn't stand such attacks, and thus couldn't cross the bridge. Even Xin Wu, who was very strong, found it difficult. But thanks to Lin Feng's deployment spell, Xin Wu, Huang Fulong, and the others could follow him. As long as you could all cross, that was the main thing. We'll face many dangers here. It's the same for the other paths. Besides, we came in after the Moon Palace's cultivators, the others will come in even later than us. Let's not waste time, let's continue on and see. The Tiantai members continued on. The path seemed endless. After some time, they finally arrived in front of a sculpture which obstructed the way. It blocked the end of that room. The sculpture contained a terrifying will and attacked Lin Feng after just a glance. It looked like a demon king, and the energies looked like demonic figures attacking him. Dong! Lin Feng suddenly jumped up, his purple tank rolled in the air and collided with the demonic attacks. The air was shattering even as the terrifying will continued attacking Lin Feng and piercing through his eyes. Lin Feng started feeling dizzy. His willpower was being affected. Lin Feng's mind started shaking. He tried to use his godly awareness to protect his consciousness. The demonic will kept bombarding his brain. Behind Lin Feng, the source of the 9 netherworlds appeared and flowed throughout his brain. The demonic will was attacking his strength. That willpower is terrifying. There are 2 sorts, one is shapeless and the other has a shape. Lin Feng's chi rolled in waves as he continued walking forwards. He said to the others, "Brothers, Wu, let's lead the way." The others, "Be careful, especially when your will is attacked, the attacks can destroy our willpower. We have to be very cautious." Ho Lin, Tianqi, and Wu closely followed Lin Feng. The others stayed behind. Lin Feng and the 3 others released chi in volleys, attacking the demonic king's will. What a powerful will, the others thought urgently. Lin Feng released a dazzling sword energy and cut apart the demonic attacks in front of him. Ho Lin used his Azura reincarnation attack to attack the will, at the same time, protecting himself with his godly awareness. The will was terrifying. The others stayed behind. They had to remain vigilant, they felt oppressed. They didn't need to face the demonic will directly since they were being shielded, but they still felt very nervous. The attacks were frightening and ceaseless. That demonic king was really strong. Cut! Lin Feng shouted furiously. Sword lights illuminated the atmosphere and bombarded the demonic king's body. Gashes appeared. Tianqi released a terrifying golden hand at the same time. The air rumbled, and the demonic king's statue finally exploded. A door appeared beyond it. "Let's go!" shouted Lin Feng, running forwards, and the others followed. In front of them, another path appeared. It was a vast road, hundreds of meters in width. However, the path was obstructed. There was an infinite number of statues obstructing the way. "It's going to be tough," thought Lin Feng, shaking at the sight. How many emperors did the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan have back then? And how many great emperors? In order to leave such a terrifying will, they had to be incredibly strong. If Lin Feng had been alone, he wouldn't have been worried. After all, those threads of willpower were from dead people. It was just a test, the goal wasn't to prevent everyone from passing. If he were alone, he would have been able to pass the tests easily. The problem was all his Tiantai friends were there, and he had to go slowly and wait for them. "Wu, you and me, we stay in the front, you two, defend on the left, Swan and Tantai protect on the right, Qingfeng and Chengyan, stay at the back, and the others, stay in the middle. We'll take care of those great emperor's wills," said Lin Feng. Everybody nodded agreement. That was a good formation to use. Powerful energy moved towards Lin Feng. Dazzling sword lights invaded the atmosphere, 9 stars appeared and attacked him. Lin Feng released a powerful sword, meaning it looked like a lofty mountain. Lin Feng was surrounded by sword lights which dashed to the skies and clashed against the attacking sword lights. The attacks were unceasing and overwhelming. A sun sword appeared. Lin Feng used a wind attack which contained 2 sorts of determination, meaning the sun and the wind energies fused together explosively. Thunder shook the air as a statue exploded. At the same time, Lin Feng took 2 steps forwards as Wu fought against a shadow. His physical body was incredible, blinding sun lights appeared, and his claws were almost indestructible. Lin Feng and Wu moved forwards with an indomitable will. The band continued walking forwards. The will attacks twisted the air. The scene looked like a great war. Lin Feng created some armor and released willpower culpa strength, as well as other techniques, endlessly attacking the strong cultivator's wills. It was a difficult test. Dazzling sword lights, sun energies, clouds, water, the attacks were coming from all sides endlessly. It was a big bang of cosmic energies. Wu was fierce and ferocious, moving swiftly, he looked like a hero. However, as they moved forwards, Lin Feng realized that the willpower attacks were surprisingly turning into deployment spells, or more precisely, they were fused together with deployment spells. Those attacks forced the group to separate. After a short time, they were separated from one another and had to fight alone. Someone groaned with pain. Lin Feng glanced around. Xin Wu had been struck by an attack and was propelled backwards and was bleeding. A cauldron had smashed into him and now a silhouette was moving towards him at full speed. Lin Feng moved like the wind and landed in front of Xin Wu. He released Devamara Culpa strength, looking like a beast as the attack charged towards him. Die! Lin Feng jumped forwards, terrifying sword energies whistled out and destroyed the attack. Are you alright? Lin Feng asked Xin Wu. I'm alright. In this damn place, even the strength of precious treasures is restrained. It's better to use your own strength, said Xin Wu, taking a deep breath in annoyance. Damn place, I wonder when we'll reach the end, said Huang Fulong. He was furious. Lin Feng moved like the wind and punched a shadow which was attacking Huang Fulong. Lin Feng said, enjoy the battles. You don't have opportunities to battle like this every day. Let's enjoy it. We can learn many things here. Lin Feng is right. It's a rare opportunity that we have here, said Ho Ching Lin. Those willpower attacks had the strength of low-level emperors. It was a great challenge for them. He. Tantai grinned. He shouted furiously and an infinity of lions appeared, bestial chi rising up. Tantai's attacks were explosive. Tantai was different from other people, he was quickly becoming stronger. And so they continued. Apart from Lin Feng and a few others, the others were struggling and unhappy. But Lin Feng was helping them and protecting them, which made things easier for them. In the worst cases, they had a few wounds. They were extremely motivated, however. 9 Cauldron Celestial Attack, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously at that moment. In a flash, a terrifying cauldron appeared. Apart from heavy earth and wind energies, the marks of the cauldron also contained Devamara Culpa strength. Thunder shook the air, and the statue immediately exploded. More Devamara Culpa strength descended from the sky. The crowd frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Culpa? The others were staring at Lin Feng. That guy was fighting, how come there was Culpa strength? His skills are improving. Qing Feng knew that Lin Feng's skills required Devamara Culpa strength. This guy was improving quickly. However, the Culpa strength didn't condense. The golden marks suppressed everything there. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. If he wanted to truly advance, he had to leave this place. Finally, Lin Feng and the others arrived on the other side. There were no statues anymore. Arg! Huang Fulong shouted furiously, dragon chants spreading in the air. He looked like he still wanted to battle, he was enjoying the fight, but his enemies had disappeared. Finally, once the group was done destroying all the statues, they arrived at another door. How awesome! Tantai even had blood on his face, everybody burst into laughter when they looked at him. That battle was a long one. My muscles are sore. Lin Feng, I wonder where you find all that energy, and on top of that you still managed to help us. Without you, we wouldn't have made it. Xin Wu smiled gratefully at Lin Feng. That battle had been fun but difficult. They all had the feeling that they couldn't keep up with Lin Feng. They were already exhausted even though after having been cleansed by the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky, their energies were unlimited since they could borrow them from the planet. Everybody, have a rest. We don't know what there is behind that door, said Lin Feng. Everybody nodded and had sat down to recover. Maybe that the battles ahead were going to be even worse beyond that door. An hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Everybody else had probably recovered already too. He ordered, "All right, let's go." As Lin Feng walked up to the door, the air gradually changed around him. A vast palace appeared, thousands of meters wide. Is someone else there? At that moment, they noticed other people. They crossed the door and finally, the intersection of the paths had appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1783, Becoming Stronger. Chapter 1783, Becoming Stronger. The vast palace was majestic. There were many statues in the palace, and they all contained wills like before. Lin Feng frowned. Why were there so many statues? Some of the statues were broken. There was an entrance in front of them. It seemed that those sculptures were easy to destroy. They're not from the Moon Palace, they must be from the other universities, wondered Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd around them. A few people were seated in front of the statues as if they were studying. Maybe we wasted time because we were inside before many other people. More things awaited us? Hazarded Swan. The others nodded. They had been fighting against the statues for a long time in the previous room. If they had relied on Lin Feng's strength, they could have progressed much faster, but because Lin Feng had wanted everyone to practice, they had wasted time. Lin Feng understood that if the Moon Palace's cultivators had been able to go in, some other deployment spellcasters would also be able to get in. After having coming into the palace, some strong deployment spellcasters had probably been able to go through all the rooms very quickly. Besides, the strongest cultivators didn't stay with their friends, groups were rare. People moved on alone. Those statues can be studied. They don't attack, said Ho Ching Lin at that moment. Lin Feng and the others frowned. Studied? Lin Feng remembered the demonic shrine. He had also studied statues there. He had learned about immortal strength and other types of strength there. Lin Feng walked forwards and stopped in front of a statue. Suddenly, willpower emerged. However, that will didn't attack, but it was still very powerful. Lin Feng shivered and looked elsewhere. He said to everybody, "Indeed, these statues can be studied. You can find a statue which contains a will suitable for you. We can improve our own willpower." Understanding willpower was very difficult. Lin Feng understood that other people weren't as intelligent as he was. Therefore, they had to choose a will suitable for themselves. Boom! At that moment, a statue suddenly exploded. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the person in front of it. That person's eyes were dazzling and golden. That person had seemingly absorbed that statue's will, and the statue had broken apart. It seems that when you study one statue and absorb its will, it disappears because it's made of willpower. So if you take it out, the statue explodes, thought Lin Feng. He then walked away as he looked for an appropriate statue. Immortal strength. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned. He looked at a statue which was different from the others. This one contained immortal meaning. Lin Feng walked closer and studied it. The immortal intent penetrated into his eyes. Immortal energy started flowing throughout his body. Lin Feng was surrounded by immortal intent, and he started absorbing it. It was as if he was turning into an immortal statue too. Lin Feng controlled abstruse immortal strength. One more step and his immortal energy would turn into cosmic energy. Immortal energy kept moving towards Lin Feng and surrounding him. His immortal intent was becoming stronger. This will is powerful. It belonged to a high-level emperor, thought Lin Feng. With his strength, Lin Feng could already easily absorb the determination of an ordinary emperor. What he didn't understand was why the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had done all this, 9 golden paths, tests. Apart from eliminating ordinary cultivators or making people stronger, what was the point? Besides, why was people's cultivation restrained in here? What would they find in the end? And where were the Moon Palace cultivators? Boom! A mighty immortal meaning rose to the skies. Lin Feng sensed that his body was surrounded by immortal energies. He understood immortal energy more and more clearly. Immortal energy was condensing around his body. Gotcha! The statue in front of Lin Feng broke apart. The immortal meaning now belonged to Lin Feng. His energy turned into cosmic energy? Many people looked at Lin Feng. What an incredible guy! One of his energies had turned into cosmic energy so quickly. He was so smart. Improving an energy type wasn't easy at all. Actually, Lin Feng's immortal abstruse energy had reached the top, and he already understood several sorts of cosmic energies, so making abstruse energies turn into cosmic energies wasn't difficult for him anymore. It was part of his talents. Therefore, Lin Feng had quickly understood immortal cosmic energy. After that, Lin Feng quickly searched for another statue. Very quickly, he found a demonic statue which contained demonic will. That statue looked extremely conceited, and contained a mighty demonic will, its eyes particularly frightening. He quickly understood its will. After that, he found a death statue. It looked like a dead person. Death! Someone arrived next to Lin Feng while he was studying. He frowned and dark lights glittered in his eyes while looking at Lin Feng. He took a step forwards and death cosmic energy surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was studying death energy and he was being attacked by surprise by someone who used death energy, too. He had the sensation he was going to die. His heart started racing madly. Suddenly, life chi appeared. Lin Feng dodged the death energies. A grey death hand was reaching for him. Such an attack could be deadly. Lin Feng released death energy too. Then, he suddenly turned around and released an immortal sword attack. The sword attack collided with the death hand. Even though he hadn't used too much energy, with immortal energy it didn't disperse. Peeling. Lin Feng said coldly. Suddenly, life cosmic energy and cursing cosmic energy fused together and peeled off the skin of the death hand. Lin Feng's attacker was still emotionless. Another gigantic death hand appeared. You want to die? Lin Feng spat furiously. He punched out. In there, everybody's cultivation level was restrained. They had the strength of at most a low-level emperor. Lin Feng didn't fear anyone there. His physical strength was also incredible. Demonic Kulpa strength slammed into the death hand. Die! Shouted the enemy furiously. The hand contained death cosmic energy. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. At that moment, the face of Lin Feng's enemy changed drastically. Lin Feng had just understood immortal cosmic energy, and he had the strength of the Zun Qi layer. How come he was so scary? That person opened his mouth and spat out death energies, which shot towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng charged at him, avoiding the attack as thunder shook the air. He punched the ambusher's head violently, and it exploded like a melon, killing him instantly. Tea on you! Some people shouted at the same time and ran over there, surrounding Lin Feng and staring at the corpse. They were furious. You know where he's from? Said someone, staring coldly at Lin Feng. Yunshao University, replied Lin Feng indifferently. And you dared kill him? He had to die, said Lin Feng evenly. Ho Qing Lin and the others rushed over to support him, and surrounded those people, releasing their own energies. The students of Yunshao University were furious. There were a few things they didn't understand. Some of their people hadn't managed to make it into the palace. Besides, their cultivation level was restrained in here. Initially, they had a few medium-level emperors, but in here, they were all low-level emperors. Very good, said one of them coldly. Then, they started walking away. Where are you going? Asked Lin Feng coldly. They had surrounded him with ill intent, and now they wanted to leave? The leader of the group had pitch black eye. He asked coldly, What do you want to do about it? Lin Feng looked at him and said grimly, "Don't imagine that you'll get your revenge in the outside world. Since you're here, you're all going to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1784, Kill Them All. Chapter 1784, Kill Them All. Yunqiao University was a university in one of the main cities. These people were extraordinary. Lin Feng could imagine what would happen in the outside world if they met. They would kill him. "Die," said Lin Feng coldly. Ho Cheng Lin and the others attacked at the same time. None of them were merciful. Lin Feng jumped towards the leader of the group. That guy was a strong medium-level emperor. Even though his cultivation was restrained inside the tomb, his willpower was very powerful. Cursing strength was useless against him. Lin Feng had to use powerful techniques to attack him. Immortal energy invaded the atmosphere explosively. Sword lights illuminated everything. That person groaned and jumped away. In a flash, a terrifying light curtain appeared. Ancient imprints appeared under his feet and exploded. "Die." That person's eyes turned golden and lights emerged out of them to pierce through Lin Feng's will. Lin Feng just frowned. Millions of golden lights charged towards Lin Feng. The cultivator shouted furiously and released his spirit, a golden eagle, sharp chi invading the atmosphere. It looked real, and its eyes pierced the soul. When you're a medium-level emperor, your soul strength and godly awareness become much more powerful. Many things in the palace attack people's soul and godly awareness, thought Lin Feng. The first emperor he had killed in the great world had an incredible soul. During Ying Cheng's champion ceremony, Ji Chang had shown how powerful his soul and willpower were. He could kill people from a great distance. The golden eagle whistled and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul started shaking. Those two eyes hurt his eyes and his godly awareness. His enemy didn't stop there though. A sharp golden sword appeared in his hand and thrust at Lin Feng. "Godly Awareness Palace!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Dazzling lights emerged from his third eye, and a palace appeared above his head, millions of threads surrounding his body. He was now inside the nigh indestructible palace, looking like the 10,000 things of creation couldn't break it. His godly awareness protected him. The terrifying golden eagle continued flying towards him and struck the godly awareness palace, which shook but didn't break. Lin Feng jumped up and a bright light shone at the same time. A punch was hurled out. Lin Feng's physical strength was already similar to a medium-level emperor's, and coupled with his Devamara Culpa strength, in this place where people's cultivation was restrained, Lin Feng was almost invincible. "Imprison!" shouted Lin Feng. In a flash, a prison appeared and surrounded his opponent. At the same time, Lin Feng turned into an illusion and charged him. Terrifying wind and thunder energies whistled. His opponent's face changed drastically as he shouted desperately. The golden eagle turned illusory and pierced through the cage, moving towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng did a knife hand strike with his left hand and struck the golden eagle. However, the spirit merely became indistinct. However, Lin Feng didn't care, aiming at his opponent's head as the cage disappeared. The air rumbled, terrifying strength attacked the other cultivator's head, and at the same time, the eagle spirit crashed into the godly awareness palace. Lin Feng's soul shook from the impact. Terrifying shrieks sounded out. The golden eagle went insane and kept attacking Lin Feng's godly awareness palace, which shook violently. His soul is completely out of his body and he's attacking me, thought Lin Feng furiously. When the soul was completely out of a cultivator's body, their attacks seemed less powerful. Culpa! shouted Lin Feng. Devamara Culpa strength surrounded the golden eagle, which shrieked furiously. The golden eagle turned into the cultivator. "You killed people from Yunqiao University, Champion University, don't forget that," said the soul, then thunder cracked and the soul dispersed. "That was a jade talisman?" Lin Feng frowned. When the cultivator died, a jade talisman exploded. Lin Feng frowned. What did that cultivator's last words mean? Did he mean that Yunxiao University would fight against Champion University for that? Could two universities from two main cities fight against each other? Would Yunxiao University go to Champion University to declare a war? Lin Feng moved like the wind and helped his friends kill the other students of Yunxiao University. Among them, two people were medium-level emperors. Even though their strength was suppressed, it was still difficult to fight against them. Lin Feng and Ho Qing Lin were fighting on two sides, but the other ones were joining hands. The battle was intense. Finally, the last students of Yunxiao University were killed. Lin Feng collected their items. Lin Feng looked at those people's corpses and said, even though those people's strength were restrained here, they were still very strong. If we encounter even stronger people, then we might be in trouble, especially great emperors. Even if they only have the strength of a low-level emperor, they know more things which they can use against us. Even if a great emperor's cultivation is restrained in here, they can easily condense terrifying cosmic energies and pose a threat to us, indeed," said Yun Shengyan. The crowd nodded. They had to be careful. After all, there were probably great emperors in there. Many people were looking frightened when they saw these Champion University students. They had killed Yunxiao University students, after all. There are still many statues which we can study. Let's not miss that opportunity. Our cultivation levels are low, those things are good for us, Lin Feng told them, glancing at the intact statues. Tantai smiled and nodded. Indeed, as people become stronger, their cosmic energies also become more powerful, and so does their willpower. Besides, those statues are worthless for great emperors, but we're different, we're weak. Those statues are precious treasures for us. They had noticed that some people had ignored the statues and had continued walking along on the main path. Those people were probably very strong, those statues had no value to them. But Lin Feng and the others were different. Their cultivation level was low, they couldn't miss such an opportunity. Spending some time there was definitely worth it. As they thought about that, the group dispersed and quickly looked for statues which were suitable for them. Some people who had entered the palace after them arrived and noticed that some people were studying the statues. However, there weren't that many statues left, so many people decided to continue too. Ji Cheng's club and Yuan Jing arrived. The group of people from Ji Cheng's club was big initially, but at that moment, it wasn't that large anymore. There were only 6 people left, Yuan Jing, Yuan Ho, Ji Wuyo, and 3 medium-level emperors. It's them. Yuan Jing glanced at Lin Feng and the others coldly. Those bastards had left them outside and had entered the palace alone. The Ji Cheng's club people had only managed to come in a long time after them. Surprisingly, they're still here, said Ji Wuyo coldly. Lin Feng, Ho Qinglin, Tianqi, Yun Qingyan, Wu, and many other people from Tiantai, they were all there, none were missing. Unlike the group from Ji Cheng's club, they had lost many people because they had hurried along. Now, there were only 6 of them. Kill them, said Ji Wuyo, releasing his energies. He probably had a way to kill them. No rush, said Yuan Ho, shaking his head, we'll kill them sooner or later. It wasn't easy to get in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's palace. Let's continue and see what we find. In Yuan Ho's eyes, Lin Feng and many other people were there. They were only 6, and in the palace, everybody only had the strength of low-level emperors at most. He was convinced they could suppress the others, but he didn't want to gamble. If they lost more people against Tiantai's team, they would be in danger. Risking their lives to kill Lin Feng and the others wasn't worth it. Indeed, we'll take care of them when we get out, said another student. Ji Wuyo recalled his chi and continued moving along. When Lin Feng saw Ji Wuyo and the others, he released a thread of godly awareness to protect himself, as he had been attacked by surprise a moment before. When he saw them leave, he looked relieved, continued studying the statue. Lin Feng kept absorbing will. Now a dragon chant was sounding around him. Lin Feng's spirit had 9 dragon heads to swallow strength. When he had broken through to the Zun Qi layer, he had used it to absorb abstruse energies, and then stopped using it. Now he understood cosmic energies, and the statue he was facing contained absorbing cosmic energy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1785, Yen Di the Deployment Spell Master. Chapter 1785, Yen Di the Deployment Spell Master. After the statues, there rose a golden palace. At that moment, many people were there. However, they were all stuck, as there was an illusion deployment spell in front of them. Many people were stuck in that illusion spell. Some of them were astonishingly strong, such as Empress Shi and the Netherworld Demonic Emperor, but they still couldn't cross the illusion spell. Boom! Someone groaned with pain. Someone was attacked, and the crowd moved away. The person crashed onto the ground, already a cold and rigid corpse. Another deployment spell caster died, thought the watchers in astonishment. Nobody dared act carelessly, after all, they were already strong cultivators. Even if they weren't great emperors, they were high-level emperors. Their strength was restrained in here, however. Even people from the Moon Palace were stuck. At that moment, the celestial women walked out in line. "Milady, someone seems to be controlling that deployment spell, it keeps changing all the time." "I can't change it," one of the celestial women informed her, pulling a long face. Behind her, there were many deployment spell casters. "Are you sure?" asked Empress Shi calmly. She didn't seem to be worried. "Milady, for sure, it keeps changing all the time. We keep failing, otherwise, we would have broken it already," said another one. Empress Shi's beautiful eyes glittered. "The strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan are dead already. If there's anyone alive, it can only be a threat of will. Until now, the traps looked more like tests, so there's no reason that we can't continue." Empress Shi then looked at the deployment spell and wondered, "Yen Di, did you arrive before everyone else?" "Yen Di?" The others frowned. There were many people from the vast celestial ancient city in the crowd. Older people knew about Yen Di, the crown prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Even the strong cultivators of the ancient holy clans would not forget about him. At that moment, a voice spoke out and said, "Empress Shi, back then, where did you seal your soul and godly awareness?" "In my grave, in a book," Empress Shi answered calmly. The crowd frowned. That deployment spell was a person? A voice came from there and was making fun of Empress Shi. The 3 live scriptures had been broken. "I should have thought about it. You sealed your godly awareness and soul in a book. You didn't die for cultivation. You had 2 goals, the first one was to recover, and the second one was that you wanted to study the ancient scriptures for 1,000 years. 3 live scriptures." The crowd was astonished and shook with greed. Were the rumors true? Was there anything between Empress Shi and the 3 Lives Great Emperor? Had the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan really been destroyed because of the 3 Lives Great Emperor? Empress Shi had been injured back then, she had sealed her consciousness and soul in the 3 Lives Scriptures, and recovered and studied the 3 Lives Scriptures for 1,000 years. The crowd watched Empress Shi. She didn't say anything, as if the voice was right. Silence, and then, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's ancient palace was created by the ancestors. Indeed, there were tests in here. The reason was to find a genius, transmit the secrets of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan to them, and allow the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan to revive. The second reason was to wait for me if I didn't die. Luckily, I'm alive and now I'm back in the palace. Today, my enemies are here, too. If anyone kills Empress Shi, I agree to transmit the legacy of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan to them, including the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, and the Celestial Deployment Spells, the hoarse voice informed them. The crowd was astonished. Kill Empress Shi? And obtain the legacy of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? Kill Empress Shi. At that moment, the crowd looked at Empress Shi. If they killed her, they would need to kill the demonic emperor as well, but it also meant that they might offend the 3 Lives Great Emperor. Empress Shi's cultivation is restrained. You really have an opportunity. All the people who contribute will obtain the 3 Lives Scriptures. The hoarse voice continued. Many people were getting excited. Empress Shi and the Netherworld demonic emperor's cultivation were suppressed. They were both low-level emperors in here. Everybody had the possibility to kill them. The Netherworld demonic emperor slowly turned around and looked at the crowd. The 9 netherworlds flowed in the air. People's hearts were pounding. They protected their wills with their godly awareness. Some people who had weak wills sensed that they were losing control. What a terrifying 9 netherworlds song will, thought the crowd with a shiver. The Netherworld demonic emperor watched the crowd coldly, and his energies slowly dispersed. He didn't say anything at all the entire time. The Netherworld demonic emperor's demonic song has already reached the acme of perfection. His cultivation is incredible. In the blink of an eye, he can sing his song and corrode someone's will. Even if his cultivation is suppressed, with his 9 netherworlds demonic song, he will take control of many people, thought the crowd. They hesitated even more, not knowing what to do. Nobody dared attack Empress Shi. Even if they really killed her, they knew that the first people who attacked her would die. Therefore, nobody dared make the first step. They preferred waiting for someone else to start. At that moment, more and more people arrived, including Feng and the others. They didn't know what was going on, however. They just glanced around at the golden room and remained silent. You don't dare kill Empress Shi, it seems, prodded the voice. Feng frowned. He recognized that voice. It was familiar to him. Yan Di. He didn't change his voice, thought Feng. That guy was already in the palace. Since you don't dare kill her, I'll give you a chance. Out of 10 people, if one of you kills 9 others, then I'll let them come into the deployment spell and I'll transmit the legacy of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan to them, and allow them to help the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan come back to life, said the hoarse voice coldly. The crowd was stupefied. 1 person? Kill 9 others? My people, let's destroy the deployment spell. He's alone. Even if he can change the deployment spell, if you join hands, his deployment spells won't stop us, said Empress Shi. If we break the deployment spell, we'll be able to kill him. Of course, we'll also be able to obtain everything that's in the palace. Everybody, let's walk abreast. We can control deployment spells. Let's join hands with the celestial women. We can break the deployment spell. Agreed a deployment spell caster. Killing Empress Shi was impossible. Killing 9 people was difficult too. Maybe they would die. The 2 options were very dangerous. Trying to break the deployment spell was risky too, but if they joined hands with everybody else, it wasn't that dangerous. I agree, said someone else. We've so many people, let's just overwhelm the deployment spell. We'll definitely manage to break it, spoke up someone else. After all, in that ancient palace, cultivation levels were restrained. They didn't believe that so many strong cultivators couldn't break a deployment spell. Very quickly, everybody agreed and got ready to break the deployment spell. Feng was alarmed for Yan Di. If those people managed to break the deployment spell, then Yan Di would be in danger. Everyone must participate, otherwise, we'll kill them, said a strong cultivator, sharply glancing at the crowd. Now, everybody come next to the deployment spell casters in the middle. The celestial women can help from behind since they modify energies. Even if there are tensions between some of you, now, forget about them and join hands to break the deployment spell, ordered another strong cultivator. Many people joined the line. Lin Feng and the others also stood before the deployment spell. Who dared not to join? They had no choice. They had little choice but to obey stronger cultivators, even if their cultivation levels were restrained in there. Everybody, attack! Came the order. Instantly, a massive amount of qi invaded the atmosphere and rolled out in mighty waves, thundering madly as they assaulted the deployment spell ahead of them. However, the energies immediately dispersed. That's a gigantic deployment spell. It's very difficult to break it with strength. A deployment spell caster spoke up. Everybody, walk forward at the same time. Came the order. The crowd stepped forwards. However, at that moment, they realized that they were stuck in fog. Let's continue attacking, said another strong cultivator. Hundreds and hundreds of threads of energy spread out in the air, but nothing worked. You want to bring about your own destruction, an amused voice spoke up. The crowd then saw marks on the ground which started glowing. Oh no, the deployment spells are changing by themselves. Back! Shouted someone. The crowd started running backwards, but it was already too late. The deployment spell absorbed them and suddenly they sensed that they were being teleported and separated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1786, Attacking by Surprise. Chapter 1786, Attacking by Surprise. The deployment spells changed. Lin Feng and the others realized that they were back in the palace again. The palace was gigantic, with golden stones everywhere. There were carvings on the walls, including supernatural birds. There was a gigantic cauldron containing a yellow qi. It looked like a precious treasure. Some whistling sounds arose and suddenly someone threw themselves at the cauldron. A hand grabbed it, and the cauldron disappeared. Everybody frowned and looked at that person coldly. The strong cultivator who took the cauldron frowned and looked strange. Lin Feng and the others were near the crowd a moment before, so they had been teleported as well. Tantai wanted to walk forwards, but Lin Feng prevented him from doing so, saying, "Wait. That cauldron is a precious treasure," protested Tantai. However, Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and said, "It's an illusion. Everything can change any time. Yan Di wouldn't leave precious treasures in there." Actually, the others knew that it was an illusion as well. The cauldron was probably fake, but it was worth trying. "Take that cauldron out. Let me see what it is," someone demanded. The one who had just taken the cauldron pulled a long face and said, "That cauldron was fake. There's nothing in it. It disappeared when I touched it. I didn't take it." "Show me your ring and prove it then," said that person coldly. Even though he sort of believed that person, he still wanted to make sure. "Yan Di wants us to separate." The one who had taken the cauldron pulled a long face. He understood what Yan Di was trying to do. "Even if Yan Di wanted to separate us, you were greedy. You were the first one to jump onto that precious item. You made a mistake, so now show your ring or we'll join hands to kill you," someone else threatened him. People started surrounding the man. That person's face turned deathly pale. For cultivators, a ring was something extremely personal and very important. It contained precious treasures and secret pieces of information. Nobody ever agreed to show their ring to other people. It was a humiliation and disaster. "You're going too far," said the one who had stolen the cauldron. If he showed his ring to them, they'd steal his ring and the treasures inside. Gloom invaded the atmosphere. Lin Feng looked at that person emotionlessly. He understood Yan Di. He knew that the cauldron was fake. In the vast palace, apart from Lin Feng and his friends, there were many other people. One of them walked to one side and attacked the palace. That person released brilliant lights. A golden blade appeared in the air and started attacking the palace, but no sound resulted. The attack just crossed the wall as if going through nothing. The palace seemed to be an illusion. At the same time, people started fighting because of the cauldron. In the end, the cultivator threw his rings away, but he still died. The people stole his rings and killed him. However, after they killed him and stole his rings, people started battling again. This time, they fought over his rings. Yen Di is amazing. There must be other illusions, whispered Lin Feng. The strong cultivator who had walked aside said, "Think of a solution to get out of here. Stop fighting. Dying here is worthless." Those people were surprised. They knew that getting out was a priority. However, nobody wanted to give up treasures, and therefore, the battle continued until 2 more people died. When you attack the illusion, it's as if you were attacking the air. "How do you break it?" said one of the cultivators, staring at the wall. The palace looked so real. "If it's a deployment spell, it can be broken. If it's not, then we must rely on strength. But our cultivation is restrained here, one person can't break it." "Maybe if we join hands, we can break it," replied that strong cultivator. The others nodded and walked over to one side. "You look quite detached, do you have a solution?" That person asked Lin Feng directly. "We can only try what you just said," Lin Feng replied calmly. "Lin Feng." A voice spoke in his brain. "Yen Di." Lin Feng frowned. Yen Di was talking to him using telepathy. Yen Di was the master of the deployment spells. "Lin Feng, I need your help," Yen Di said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. "How can I help you?" "Kill everyone in the illusion." "Everyone?" Yen Di said icily. Lin Feng was stunned. How cruel. "I can't hold on for too long." "They will manage to break the deployment spell. When they do, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan will be wiped off the map of the continent of the 9 clouds forever." "Little bastard, this time, you must help me," Yen Di said gravely. He had never talked to Lin Feng that way. "Even if I kill everyone in here, what about the other illusions? Won't people manage to break them?" asked Lin Feng. "Yes. Therefore, use your people to help me." "Kill everyone," said Yen Di. The people who had managed to come were all incredible cultivators. Killing all of them was cruel. Besides, if people learned about it in the outside world, the consequences would be tragic. "Don't worry. You have many people with you. If they listen to you, you can kill everyone in one strike. Those people are not prepared, they won't have time to react. They would never expect you to attack them. Therefore, nobody will know about it," said Yen Di. "Lin Feng, I'm alone and I won't resist much longer. My life is in your hands. You want them to die or me?" "You bastard," said Lin Feng. How could he attack those people by surprise and kill them all? "Bastard, I've killed so many people for you. I've never asked you for anything. Now, the fate of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan is in your hands. Just do as you wish," said Yen Di. Lin Feng was speechless. Indeed, Yen Di had helped him a lot. He had killed many people to protect Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't help Yen Di, then he would contribute to killing him. He would regret it forever. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly filled with ice. Since those people had come to steal treasures, they were going to pay the price for it. Everybody knew that they could die when doing such things. He had to protect Yen Di. "Don't be surprised, but keep calm no matter what," Lin Feng said to his friends using telepathy. They looked surprised, but only for an eye blink before recovering their calm. "The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's Crown Prince controls the deployment spells. He's also my friend, like a brother to me. Therefore, I'm going to attack, but I'm not going to attack the illusion. I'm going to attack those people and you will help me. We must kill them. We must kill them in one attack. They don't expect us to attack, so they won't have time to defend themselves," said Lin Feng. When they heard Lin Feng, his friends were stunned, but tried to look calm. Remember, if you kill someone, you get their treasures. You must kill them in one attack though, said Lin Feng. Everybody's cultivation level was restrained in there. If the others didn't protect themselves, they wouldn't withstand a single attack. There should be no problem. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others were already together, and they heard the leader of the other group say, "Everybody gather together and attack. If anyone doesn't attack, we'll kill them." Then, he released Qi. When I say attack, everybody attack at the same time. Everybody condensed strength. Lin Feng and his friends were next to the crowd. A mighty Devamara rule strength rose up in the air with his cosmic energies. When everybody was done condensing energies, the lead cultivator shouted, "Attack!" Everybody else attacked the walls, and Lin Feng and his friends immediately attacked them. Only after they realized that energies were moving towards them, did they belatedly realize what was going on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1787, Cruel. Chapter 1787, Cruel. The leader had said that if anyone didn't attack at the same time, they'd kill them. Therefore, everybody had attacked, they didn't dare go against him. However, they couldn't imagine that a whole group of people wouldn't obey them. And worse, they couldn't imagine that those people would attack them by surprise. They all had the same cultivation level in there, so it was even worse. Thunder shook the air as their heads exploded, blood gushed everywhere. Many people didn't even have time to give out shriek as they died. Lin Feng released wind cosmic energies and punched someone faster than an eye blink. That person was possibly a high-level emperor, but his cultivation level was restrained in there, so his head was blown apart. Arg! Lin Feng raised his head and saw two silhouettes floating in the air. Those two strong cultivators' souls had left their bodies. One of them was an animal spirit, a mighty demonic ox. The other one was half tree, half human. Why? Asked the tree in a detached way. He was the one who had given the order to attack the wall. He looked calm, and not even upset. Even though he had died, he wanted to understand. Even souls were restrained in there, and without a physical body, he was very weak. He knew that he was going to die, but he wanted to know why. Because you should not have come here, Lin Feng answered coldly. Suddenly, he rose up in the air and released Devamara Kulpa strength to surround the tree. Rule! Shouted Lin Feng grimly. In a flash, the Devamara Kulpa strength rule destroyed the tree's soul, and then he destroyed the other one beside it. Lin Feng and his friends were the last ones there. They had killed everyone else. Lin Feng glanced around and said, "Those people were strong cultivators, take their treasures." Lin Feng then gazed into the distance and said, "What do I do now?" "I'll guide you." Yan Di's voice replied telepathically. Lin Feng sensed a godly awareness fuse together with his own and guide him along. The illusion became transparent, he could see everything. The area was vast and occluded by fog. There were many people there, but for them the fog looked like palaces. With Yan Di guiding Lin Feng, the illusion disappeared. What Lin Feng saw was real. Lin Feng also saw Yan Di. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing in a golden palace. The palace looked like the one he was in a moment before, majestic and domineering. There were carved balustrades and marbled steps. There was no cauldron, however. There was a golden chair with marks on it. At that moment, Yan Di was seated on it with his eyes closed. His powerful godly awareness was surrounding him with powerful, ever-changing lights. Yan Di wasn't alone, there were some people with him, wearing golden robes and seated cross-legged. They looked very learned. At that moment, their eyes were closed and they seemed to be practicing cultivation. Celestial Evolution Holy Clans people. Lin Feng was startled. No wonder Yan Di had asked him for help. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had to avoid being destroyed. Were those people strong cultivators from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? They had reached a crucial moment in their cultivation. Lin Feng, you saw everything, it's difficult for me to hold on, said Yen Di. Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at the illusions and at the people inside it. If they managed to break the deployment spells, then Yen Di and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's people would be in great danger. Everybody follow me, close your eyes and follow me. We'll do the same thing again. Kill everyone in the illusions, said Lin Feng to his team. Everybody closed their eyes and relaxed. At that moment, they immediately landed in another palace. Suddenly, a powerful chi surrounded them. The people in that illusion looked at them coldly and said, "How did you get in?" "He's the guy who understands deployment spells. He was the second one to get in," spoke up someone else, staring at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he said, "I understand deployment spells a little bit. We're in an illusion, the illusions don't exist. If you think it exists, then it exists. If you think it doesn't, then it disappears. A moment ago, my friends and I forgot about everything, and when we opened our eyes, we were here. I think that if we keep doing that, we'll manage to leave the illusion." People's eyes lit up. What Lin Feng said didn't seem illogical. It seemed simple enough, but appropriate too. And Lin Feng had ended up in their palace, after all. "Try again," ordered that person, staring at Lin Feng. "That's exactly what I mean. Wait for me. I'll try," said Lin Feng to Ho Ching Lin and the others. Then, he closed his eyes and took 2 steps forwards, and disappeared from the people's field of vision. It really worked, thought the crowd excitedly. After a moment, Lin Feng reappeared. "Everybody, it works. If we forget everything, we can get out. We must continue," said Lin Feng with a smile. Then, his silhouette flickered, he landed in front of the crowd and said, "Everybody, let's continue together. We'll be stronger and stronger. If we face danger when we leave, then we can join hands." Everybody remained silent and then nodded. "That's a good idea. Tell us the details. What do we do?" "You have to be in a deep meditative state of mind and forget about everything. Then, the illusion disappears." "I've tried many times already," replied Lin Feng. Everybody walked up to the edge of the palace. "We have to support each other. If someone succeeds, maybe that they can take someone with them. We have to be in symbiosis," said Lin Feng, nodding at everybody. Then, he closed his eyes again and relaxed. There was absolutely no chi around him. "All right, let's relax together and forget about everything. When I say go, we'll go together," said Lin Feng to the crowd. Everybody closed their eyes and relaxed. Lin Feng had succeeded in front of them, so he wasn't lying. "When I say go, everybody attack at the same time," Lin Feng said to his people telepathically. Everybody agreed motionlessly. One group was completely relaxed and the other one was getting ready to attack. "Everybody, let's go," said Lin Feng. They slowly walked forwards, and at the same time, a terrifyingly cold chi invaded the atmosphere. Lin Feng turned into a sharp sword and crossed the room at full speed. His attack was even more terrifying than the first time. A sonic boom spread in the air as he started moving. 10 people ended up like insects and died in the blink of an eye. How could they know that it was an ambush? But 2 people dodged the attack. They had paid attention. However, it was useless. After the others died, Lin Feng and the others landed next to them. "That's how you get out of the illusion?" asked one of them to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm the only one who can take people out." "You can't leave alone." "Why?" "Because the illusion doesn't exist for me," said Lin Feng. At the same time, everybody attacked, and even though those 2 cultivators were strong, they couldn't do much against them. After that, Lin Feng went to another palace and continued. However, this time, there was a very, very strong cultivator among them, a great emperor. His willpower was terrifying, and his cosmic energies blocked Lin Feng and his friends' attacks. Even though they eventually managed to kill him in the end, 5 of them were injured. Lin Feng understood that even though their strength was restrained, they couldn't take too many risks. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at another illusion and said, Ji Chang and Yuan Ho won't trust us. We need to attack them directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1788, Studying the Rebirth Scriptures Together. Chapter 1788, Studying the Rebirth Scriptures Together. Lin Feng continued hunting. He didn't want to attack Empress Shi and the Netherworld Emperor yet. Yuan Ho and the others would also be difficult to deal with, as they didn't trust Lin Feng. If they met, they would immediately start battling. Some other people were extremely strong and were difficult to defeat. Just now, a great emperor had almost killed some of them. 5 people were injured. If they encountered such a cultivator again, they'd be in trouble. Great emperors were still very strong even if their cultivation levels were restrained in here. Lin Feng could only attack them by surprise. He had to fool people. Lin Feng's team was surprised and cautious. If anyone learned about what they had done, the consequences would be terrifying. They had already killed so many people from the vast celestial ancient city and the universities, it was dangerous. Lin Feng was definitely fearless. Lin Feng had no choice. His friend Yan Di was in danger, and he couldn't let him die. Lin Feng, where are we going now? At that moment, Lin Feng and his team were hidden within an illusion. They all smelled like blood. Let me see. Lin Feng inspected the area. There were only 6 illusions left with people inside, the others were empty. The remaining ones were the most difficult ones, however. At that moment, the sound of Yan Di groaning in pain was audible. The illusions quickly turned to dust and disappeared. Suddenly, everybody appeared in the Golden Palace. The deployment spell was already destroyed. Those who hadn't dared to enter appeared and quickly came over there. A bunch of people were seated and had chi around them. Other people gradually appeared. In the back of the palace, there was a golden chair, where Yan Di suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the crowd. Yan Di wasn't wearing Taoist clothes anymore, he was wearing a golden robe and had a golden helmet on. He looked domineering and majestic, an aristocrat, proud and arrogant. Yan Di was the crown prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Empress Shi and the others have come to my Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. How may I help you? Asked Yan Di, smiling indifferently. Then, he slowly stood up and walked forward smiling. He looked perfectly normal, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Empress Shi didn't look at Yan Di. She looked at the cultivators who were seated there. Her eyes were filled with sharp lights. Rebirth intent, you helped these dead people come back to life. Empress Shi looked at Yan Di. Surprisingly, Yan Di wanted to bring those people back to life. Indeed, rebirth. Let bygones be bygones, said Yan Di smiling. Nobody knew what he was thinking. When the crowd heard the 2 of them, they looked at the cultivators who were seated. Were they practicing rebirth scriptures? That's the real Yan Di, thought Lin Feng. The strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were recovering. They had reached a crucial point in their cultivation. If Empress Shi attacked them, Yan Di and the others might die. Yan Di is back, everybody has come from very far away and wants to see your treasures. Everything is in your hands now, Empress Shi said to a deployment spell caster next to her. Everybody's eyes twinkled. Indeed, Yan Di had come back before them, now they had to kidnap him. Everybody, if you want treasures, no problem, the only problem is that the strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan have reached a crucial point in their cultivation, please be patient. They have the legacy of the clan with them. We initially wanted to choose people to transmit the legacy of the clan to, but since I came back first, I decided to let the elders of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan study the rebirth scriptures. As before, those who want to obtain the legacy of our clan will have their wish fulfilled, as long as they wholeheartedly vow to join the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan," said Yendi. Everybody looked skeptical. If they waited for those people to come back to life, they'd be in danger. It wouldn't be easy to obtain the treasures of the clan. They had seen the terrifying wills which had protected the palace. Yendi wanted those people to come back to life. They were probably extremely strong. Since the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's crown prince is back in the ancient palace and the others want to obtain the legacy of the clan, there's only one solution: the crown prince must die. If we wait, we won't have a chance anymore, someone else spoke up coldly. The crowd started walking forwards. Even though Yendi looked calm, on the inside, he was very nervous. If you all decide to attack the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, you will never receive the legacy of the clan. And you may not leave alive, either, Yendi smiled. In front of him, a golden picture appeared and brilliant lights spread out. Everybody narrowed their pupils, and many people who were moving towards him stopped. Many people had gone into the illusions, but when the illusions had disappeared, many people had disappeared. Many people thought that Yendi had killed them with powerful deployment spells, and were wary. Those golden lights could be a terrifying deployment spell. "Everybody, relax, that's not a deployment spell," said a deployment spell caster. "Since it's not a deployment spell, come and have a try," said Yendi, smiling at that deployment spell caster. Everybody looked at him, immediate putting him under pressure. That deployment spell caster walked forwards, explosions erupted in the air. The cultivator used an agility technique. Marks appeared and moved towards the cultivators who were seated and practicing cultivation. Yendi looked quite calm, remaining motionless as thunder boomed around him. Marks bombarded one of them. Lights twinkled and marks broke apart. Deployment spell. The watchers were astonished. There were deployment spells everywhere in there. The cultivators who were practicing cultivation were protected by deployment spells. "You dared disturb the elders of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan while they're practicing cultivation? You're acting recklessly. If anyone kills him, they'll receive the teachings of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan," said Yendi. Then, he said to Lin Feng using telepathy, "Little bastard, take that guy out." "Eh?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Yendi was wasting time on purpose so Lin Feng would have time to intervene. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards and said to the deployment spellcaster, "I'm sure the crown prince is honest. Come here." That person looked at Lin Feng coldly. Empress, she frowned. Other people maybe didn't know that guy and Yendi were friends, but the 9 Netherworlds Emperor and Empress, she knew that they were close. She just looked at him though. In the crowd, there were great emperors too, but their cultivation was restrained so they preferred being vigilant. If they didn't understand something and died carelessly, that would just be too tragic. "Let's see how a little boy can kill me," said the deployment spellcaster. Under his feet, marks appeared and charged at Lin Feng. Since their cultivation was restrained, people who understood deployment spells had an advantage here. Dawn. Lin Feng walked forwards too. Lights twinkled. The deployment spellcaster was startled, and jumped back as more marks moved towards Lin Feng. Boom, boom. Lin Feng accelerated, marks intertwined. The two fighters were not fighting with strength, but with deployment spells. They kept colliding and intertwining. Very quickly, a pattern appeared on the ground, both of them in the middle. "Die!" shouted the deployment spellcaster furiously. He continued carving marks on the ground. His robe was fluttering. However, surprisingly, the light slowed down. The deployment spellcaster frowned. His deployment spell was broken. "Imprison!" shouted Lin Feng. The pictures surrounded him. "Destroy!" Destructive energies filled the air. The deployment spellcaster wanted to escape, but the light surrounded him and he exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1789, Sharing Scriptures. Chapter 1789, Sharing Scriptures. What a powerful deployment spell. That deployment spell caster was extremely strong and he died, killed by a deployment spell, thought the astonished crowd. Ji Chang's club, Yuan Ho, and the others' hearts were pounding violently, especially Yuan Ho's. He had sent 5 cultivators who were in the ranking list to kill Lin Feng, including Feng Heisha, but Lin Feng was still alive. He couldn't investigate any closer, otherwise, everybody would know that he had plotted against Lin Feng and Ji Chang's club would be humiliated. Maybe Lin Feng had killed them with deployment spells? Lin Feng glanced at Yen Di. Yen Di smiled and said, "I said it, if someone killed him, he'd receive the legacy of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Come here, you are now a member of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan." "What is he doing?" thought Lin Feng, walking towards Yen Di. Yen Di released his godly awareness, which moved straight into Lin Feng's brain. Nobody interrupted them. They wanted to see if Yen Di was really going to transmit something to Lin Feng. When he finished, Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He was staring at Yen Di. "What do you think of the ancient holy scriptures of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan?" asked Yen Di, smiling. He really looked like an aristocratic crown prince, magnanimous and trustworthy. Lin Feng's heart sped up. The crowd could now establish a connection between Lin Feng and Yen Di, but Lin Feng had obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. That was a good thing. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan represent an extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. "I need to study them, thank you, Your Highness," nodded Lin Feng. The crowd frowned. Lin Feng had really obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? Many people looked surprised and stared at Lin Feng. They wanted to know if he had really obtained something or not. 1, 2, 3 lives, the 10,000 things of creation. When modifying the 10,000 things of creation, you obtain the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. They are similar to deployment spells. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures help you understand the secrets of creation, recited Lin Feng. Simple words, mysterious and complex principles. The crowd looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng had really obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. In the world, many people talk a lot, but the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures are really incredible and really help you understand the 10,000 things of creation, just like you said. If you understand the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, it helps you understand deployment spells. You can modify things without limits, Yen Di proclaimed serenely. The crowd just listened to them and forgot what they had been about to do. "Believe me, Empress, she knows what I'm talking about. She has studied the 3 live scriptures before," said Yen Di, smiling at Empress Shi. Empress Shi looked back at Yen Di calmly. She knew she couldn't ask people to kill Yen Di anymore. Those people who were practicing the rebirth skill could wake up at any time, and the holy leader of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan didn't make mistakes. He had been waiting for Yen Di. Yen Di had arrived first and things had completely changed. Yen Di smiled at the crowd. "As I said, if anyone wants to join the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, what I said earlier still applies. If any genius wants to join us, you're welcome. When the elders come back to life, they'll be happy to have new disciples and transmit their legacy to them. Since I already obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's ancient holy scriptures, my friends, and I would love to join the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan but as guests of honor, not as official members," said Lin Feng with a smile, nodding at Ho Ching Lin. Ho Ching Lin and the others quickly came up next to Lin Feng. "Where is the exit of the ancient palace?" Empress Shi asked Yen Di calmly. "The exit is where the entrance is. You can leave freely. Everybody saw that we are peaceful, we don't want to kill anyone. We just wanted to eliminate the weakest cultivators. Otherwise, with our deployment spells, Nobody would have been able to make it this far, said Yen Di magnanimously. He didn't look scared at all. Lin Feng was stupefied. Yen Di was really skilled at acting. Empress Shi, the 9 Netherworld's emperor, and the others turned around and walked away. They had given up. Many other people frowned as they watched them walk away. Empress Shi took some people away. Others wanted to attack, but now they didn't know what to do anymore. Everybody can stay or leave as they wish, said Yen Di to the crowd. Those who had come into the palace later were disappointed. They hadn't had the occasion to study the statues because they were all broken already, and now there was no treasure to take. Yen Di was there, so he was naturally going to take everything. What should we do? Yuan Jing asked Ji Wuyo, who was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He replied using telepathy, they obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. We can wait outside, even if we can't steal the scriptures from them in the vast celestial ancient city, we'll steal them at Champion University. Even if we only get a small part of the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, it would be great. Those scriptures can change a cultivator's life. Even ordinary people can become incredibly strong thanks to them. Ji Wuyo is right. Lin Feng obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, no difference for us. Let's go, Yuan Ho said to the others before they walked away, but in their eyes, you could see that they were furious. University students couldn't join the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Even though they had failed this time, they had still learned a lot in the vast celestial ancient city. Besides, they knew where to obtain the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. They left one after another. The lights in the Golden Palace gradually became dimmer. Lin Feng was curious, if Yen Di hadn't asked him to attack those people, what would have happened if they had broken the deployment spells? Would they have killed him? Now it wasn't easy to attack him anymore. The elders of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were seated and seemed to be practicing cultivation, but nobody knew when they would wake up. Outsiders couldn't take the risk, and besides, there was another reason which prevented them from attacking. They didn't want to attack here, in the Golden Palace. Yen Di was the crown prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. He knew the place and maybe he had other trump cards in here. Yen Di had looked indifferent and self-confident the whole time. Nobody really wanted to become a member of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. First, they didn't know what Yen Di really thought, and second, everyone there already belonged to a group. They had come to steal treasures. They weren't interested in helping the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan come back to life. Therefore, the people gradually left. Many who initially wanted to attack were terribly disappointed. After everybody else had left, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Yen Di scratched his head and said, "That was close, but I resolved the situation. Nobody dared offend me." Lin Feng and his friends rolled their eyes. He had suddenly changed. Even though he was still wearing a golden robe and a golden helmet, he didn't look as majestic as a moment ago. "If they attack you, what would you do?" asked Lin Feng. "What could I do? I'd run away," replied Yen Di, rolling his eyes. He rolled up his sleeves and a deployment talisman appeared before he hid it away again. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Even though this guy was there as the crown prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, his temper hadn't changed at all. "You're all friends with Lin Feng, right? You all look outstanding. I've seen Lin Feng grow up. Back then, in Yangzhou City, he was an ordinary little boy, and then someday we met and he started becoming really strong because I took him abroad and we traveled together. I taught him many things and he became extremely strong. You should also become my disciples and you will become very strong. I'll help you catch up with Lin Feng and I'll teach you how to transform things. You'll become peerless cultivators someday with me," Yen Di proclaimed to Ho Qing Lin and the others. Lin Feng was speechless when he heard Yen Di and said, "We helped you, how do you intend to pay us back?" "I'll give you the status of elder in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, what do you think?" said Yen Di solemnly. "Piss off. said Lin Feng angrily. That bastard. Why would they want to become an elder in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? They had other things to do, like making Tiantai come back to life. Forget about it, we can't leave the ancient palace for now. Let's practice cultivation for a while. Besides, I will transmit the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to them, too. You don't mind, right? Said Lin Feng to Yen Di. The crowd frowned and looked at Lin Feng. He was going to transmit the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to them? How incredible, . If they become the elders of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, I don't mind, said Yen Di. We are already making Tiantai come back to life, we can't become members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. We can be honorary elders, though. Tiantai and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan can join hands and progress together. I can promise you that, replied Lin Feng. Yen Di rolled his eyes and looked at all the strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Since that's what Lin Feng wanted, Yen Di could understand how Lin Feng felt. Lin Feng was really talented. With the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, he was going to become even stronger. He would become much more powerful. Tiantai would become extremely powerful too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1790, Leaving the Ancient Palace. Chapter 1790, Leaving the Ancient Palace. When his friends heard Lin Feng say he was going to transmit the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to them, they were surprised. They didn't know what to think. Ho Changlin, Tianqi, and the others were friends with Lin Feng, so they weren't surprised. They were the direct disciples of Tianqi. They were close friends, as close as brothers. Therefore, they helped each other and it was normal. Tantai, Jun Qingyan, Qinglin and the others hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, and yet Lin Feng was going to give them the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. It was strange and extremely generous. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were precious ancient holy scriptures from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. They were legendary in the region. Even their own siblings wouldn't have been so kind to them, but since they had joined Tiantai, they were like a big family. I joined Tiantai because I didn't like Ji Chang's club. I wouldn't have thought that you were such a kind person, Lin Feng. I admire you, you are honest. Exactly as you said back then, Tiantai is like a big family. From now on, you're like a brother to me, declared Xiaoming, nodding at Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, Xiaoming was almost a stranger, and yet he was going to give him the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. That was very generous. I saw you during the exam. You're a kind person. You dared confront Ji Chang's club, so you offended them and then you joined Tiantai. We're all brothers, that's for sure. I am happy to give you the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. However, if anyone betrays Tiantai, I'll kill them, replied Lin Feng. Tiantai was very important in his life. I, e.g., am willing to die for my brothers and sisters in Tiantai. If anyone betrays Tiantai, I'll help kill them, said someone at that moment. Everybody looked at him. He was one of the last 3 people who had joined Tiantai, e.g., he was the 4th on the ranking list. Ho Changlin had already fought against him and had won. He had joined Tiantai and hoped that someday, he'd defeat Ho Changlin. However, in such a short time, he had realized that Tiantai exceeded his expectations in terms of strength. E.G. was also very strong and since they were good to him, he wanted to help. I, Shimen Xiao, vow to dedicate my life to Tiantai. I will die for Tiantai. If anyone dares betray Tiantai, I'll help kill them, promised Shimen Xiao. He was also in the top 10 of the ranking list. These days, all the students who were in the top 10 of the lowest list of Champion University were either in Tiantai or in Ji Chang's club. However, since Lang Xia, Puyang, and the others had died, Ji Chang's club had lost some of their high-ranking students. Everybody smiled. They were becoming friends. Lin Feng smiled and said, "All right, brothers, sisters, I'll transmit the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to you now. And then we'll spend some time in the ancient palace. When the elders wake up, we'll leave. Yen Di, help me transmit the scriptures with your godly awareness. These people helped you." Lin Feng said to Yen Di. Yen Di looked agreeable and nodded. "As long as those kids remember what I did for them, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan will become an incredible clan again, and you'll be part of it. We'll solve the problem with the Moon Palace first, and then we'll see." Lin Feng looked at Yen Di. The Moon Palace was a powerful group, with incredible resources. They had 2 Saint Emperors of the previous generation, they were intensely focused, and more geniuses were rising there. They all studied powerful ancient scriptures. Of course, Yen Di was also powerful and had many great things, and he hadn't lost the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and the Rebirth Scriptures. As long as he didn't encounter the 3 Lives Great Emperor or any other incredibly powerful Great Emperor, he was safe. Lin Feng and Yen Di transmitted the Celestial Evolution Holy Scripture to everybody. They all sat down and studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scripture after receiving it. They could modify the 10,000 things of creation with them, and the scripture could make them more talented. In times past, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan only transmitted it to the strongest cultivators of their clan, but then the Moon Palace destroyed them and many people had started studying them. Therefore, Lin Feng had decided to transmit them to his friends and Tiantai would benefit from it. Yen Di rebuilt his ancient palace, carving deployment marks everywhere. That way, nobody would be able to come in and disturb them. Lin Feng was in the world of his spirit. Inside, he could practice cultivation in peace and forget everything else. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures held extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. In the beginning, you could create 1 thing, and then 2, and so on until all the 10,000 things of creation were open to you. There was no limit to those scriptures. All of a sudden, a cultivator could manage to create much more and they didn't feel any resistance when their powers increased. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were full of incredible techniques, skills, and spells. People could use them to create different things. Even an ordinary technique allowed a cultivator to create different things using different kinds of strength. In the end, they could create something that looked like a whole universe. A whole new world appeared before a cultivator's eyes when they mastered the skills and techniques of the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Lin Feng studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and tried out various things. Lin Feng wasn't the only one to do that, his friends were all doing the same. They all realized that the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures weren't about studying skills and techniques per se, but more about guiding them. It was a new world which had appeared before their eyes and helped them become stronger. In the outside world, many people learned that the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had reappeared, that the Crown Prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was there and that some elders of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had died, but their wills were studying the Rebirth Scriptures to come back to life. They wanted to renew the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. The news spread quickly in the vast celestial ancient city, which wasn't all that far away. Therefore, even after half a year, some people were still waiting outside of the palace. People's cultivation level was restrained in this ancient palace of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, so it was risky to go in. Was it going to become the holy palace of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? At the top of an ancient mountain, Ji Wuyo and the others were still seated cross-legged. At that moment, Ji Wuyo opened his eyes, which glittered coldly. Half a year and surprisingly they haven't come out. We've wasted half a year. Half a year had passed and many people from Ji Cheng's club and the U Club had left. Only a few people from the Star Group remained. They wanted to capture Lin Feng, but they hadn't thought that he would hide in there for such a long time. Ji Wuyo wasn't the only one. Many other people were waiting, including some great emperors. The door opened, said someone at that moment. The watchers all turned to stare at the ancient palace, where the door of one of the 9 paths had opened and lights were playing around. Holy marks shone and some people appeared. There were more than 20 of them. Lin Feng. Ji Wuyo's eyes gleamed, as he fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Many people around him stood up and watched the people on the ancient paths. Lin Feng was surrounded by Devamara Kalpa strength. The atmosphere changed at this display. Many people were startled by the sight. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clanspeople also came out. Many people noticed some others in golden clothes, people from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Among them, there were many strong cultivators. When the crowd saw them, they were disappointed. With those strong cultivators around, it wouldn't be possible to kidnap Lin Feng and the others. Wuyo, what to do? Yuan Jing asked Ji Wuyo, pulling a long face. Those people are with the Celestial Evolution Holy Clanspeople, attacking them is impossible. We need to wait until we have another opportunity, Ji Wuyo replied coldly. However, at that moment, a terrifying chi rolled out in waves. A group of people had appeared at the end of the ancient path. They looked at Lin Feng and said, Yen Di, hand Lin Feng over. Lin Feng looked at them and frowned. That was Song Ling, the leader of the Heaven Clan. At that moment, Devamara Kalpa strength swirled and turned into a tornado. The Heaven Clan also had Devamara Kalpa strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1791, Kalpa Strength. Chapter 1791, Kalpa Strength. You surprisingly understand Devamara Kalpa Strength. Song Ling was staring at Lin Feng icily. Lin Feng had been abandoned by the gods, how could he understand Devamara Kalpa Strength? Cultivators had to be low-level emperors at least to be cleansed by the Devamara Kalpa Strength. Had he managed to break free from the malediction? Had he become an emperor? It was impossible, his cultivation level was still at the Zun Chi layer. However, his Devamara Kalpa strength couldn't be fake, he was using it in front of them. What was going on? Had Lin Feng really managed to defeat the gods? The crowd was now fixedly staring at the Devamara Kalpa strength under Lin Feng. This guy had spent 6 months inside, and now he had come out using Devamara Kalpa strength. Boom! A powerful Kalpa strength descended from the sky and bombarded Lin Feng's body. However, the crowd saw that Lin Feng looked unaffected and was simply looking at the members of the Heaven Clan. Devamara Kalpa strength kept assaulting his body, but he remained motionless. The crowd was shaken. What a powerful physical body. That Devamara Kalpa strength could oppress medium-level emperors. Cultivators had to use special spells to block such attacks, but Lin Feng didn't move, he just let it pummel him. Song Ling frowned furiously. Back then, he had chased Lin Feng, but he had only seen the Jade Emperor's palace. Lin Feng had taken Song Xiao away and killed him. Song Ling was still furious. The genius of your clan, Song Xiao, didn't dare let Devamara Kalpa strength bombard his body, right? Said Lin Feng, smiling at Song Ling. Song Xiao was dead and his words hit Song Ling's weakest point. You have been abandoned by the gods, you are a Zun cultivator, why do you understand Devamara Kalpa strength? Demanded Song Ling. Who said you couldn't understand Devamara Kalpa strength if you weren't an emperor? Back then, at the Ice Moon Lake, I said it, even if the gods have abandoned me and rejected me, I don't care. I don't care about the gods and their stupid rules. Even if I never break through to the Huang Qi layer, I will always improve my cosmic energies and I will always study Devamara Kalpa strength. Lin Feng declared proudly. Devamara Kalpa strength kept descending from the sky and attacking him. Lin Feng looked so proud and seemed indestructible. His clothes had been torn apart, only his armor remained. His physical strength is incredible, he can easily resist low-level emperors, thought the crowd. The Devamara Kalpa strength was assaulting him, and the most stupefying thing was that he really had defied the gods. He was a Zun cultivator, but as he had said, even that way, he would continue improving his cosmic energies, and he would let the Devamara Culpa strength cleanse his body. Was that the last batch of Devamara Culpa strength? Whispered the watchers. However, at that moment, a powerful wind started blowing. The Devamara Culpa strength condensed once again, the atmosphere became pitch black, the Culpa strength became even more intense. Those watching were dumbstruck. How is that possible? More Devamara Culpa strength, thought the shaken crowd. Culpa strength continued descending from the sky. Had he really been abandoned by the gods? The gods could be jealous. Song Ling released even more powerful energies. Had Lin Feng become that strong sometime before, or had he learned about Culpa strength in the ancient palace? When it seemed to be over, it was just starting. Actually, Song Ling was right, Lin Feng had understood this level of Culpa strength in the last 6 months. How insane, thought Ho Ching Lin and the others, staring at Lin Feng. What kind of skill had he studied? Surprisingly, he could use the Devamara Culpa strength and it had cleansed his body. No wonder his physical strength was powerful. How strong was he? You will die here, stated Song Ling, staring fixedly at Lin Feng. That Devamara Culpa strength was level 9, it condensed a second time, descending from the sky and bombarding Lin Feng's body again. Lin Feng was now surrounded by a web of Devamara Culpa strength. The crowd around him moved back cautiously. Crackling and splitting sounds spread out in the air. Lin Feng raised his head as Culpa strength kept descending from the sky. It was extremely pleasant for Lin Feng. He had the sensation that his body was going to explode with power. Pure strength was flowing through his body. Gotcha! Lin Feng clenched his fists, which emitted crackling sounds. Lin Feng sensed that his physical body was reaching a maximum level. The unceasing rain of Devamara Culpa strength gave him that impression. One more step. The level 9 Devamara Culpa strength continued descending from the sky. One more step. His physical body almost had the strength of a medium-level emperor. He had been cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength 18 times. His physical body had changed again. If the skies get angry one more time, I'll have the physical strength of a medium-level emperor and I'll be able to kill low-level emperors by punching them, thought Lin Feng. Suddenly, Song Ling condensed energies, a gigantic hand appeared and grabbed Lin Feng, who started suffocating. Even if you can make your cosmic energies improve and continue being cleansed by Culpa strength, it won't change anything. You will die today, Song Ling said icily. If anything happens to him, you won't leave alive, someone else interjected. A powerful and oppressive energy swept forth. People raised their heads and saw 3 strong cultivators from the animal clan. Lin Feng looked at the people in the sky and then at Song Ling, smiling coldly. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had come back to life in the vast celestial ancient city. Lin Feng didn't intend to make the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan fight against other influential groups. After all, they had fallen a long time before. They weren't as strong as they were in the past, and Song Ling was a powerful cultivator. The strong cultivators of the animal clan were here, and that was a very good thing. Masters, Lin Feng killed so many people from the Heaven clan, do you think you can oppose the Heaven clan? Song Ling said to those 3 strong cultivators. He was very unhappy and annoyed. Those 3 people were very strong. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but it was impossible now. Is Lin Feng so important for the animal clan? Song Ling didn't understand. If the animal clan hadn't come, he would have already killed Lin Feng. You came with so many people to threaten my son-in-law, do you think we'd let you? Asked Swan and the legendary beast, releasing bestial chi. He killed so many people from the Heaven clan, do you think we could let him live? Retorted Song Ling aggressively. Song Ling, I'd like to ask you, if Lin Feng had been weak, wouldn't they have killed Lin Feng? Said Qingfeng's father proudly. Song Ling frowned. If Song Shao had been stronger than Lin Feng back then, of course he would have killed Lin Feng. When the old man of the animal clan saw Song Ling's facial expression, he grinned coldly and said, "I don't know what happened exactly back then. Song Xiao wanted to kill Lin Feng, they fought and he died. But Song Xiao was weak and died, so what? That's logic. Now, you old men, came here to attack Lin Feng? If you touch him, you will die." When Song Ling heard the old man threaten him, he pulled a long face. The old man continued, "Piss off now. Are you waiting for me to attack or what?" "All right," said Song Ling icily, "we're done for today. I have some disciples in Champion University in the Holy City. They're practicing cultivation really hard." Song Ling rolled up his sleeves, his friends groaned in disappointment, and they all left. Even though the animal clan was strong, they wouldn't have killed Song Ling and the others without any reason. After all, they couldn't attack a holy clan impulsively. The other strong cultivators who wanted to attack Lin Feng left too. In the vast celestial ancient city, nobody wanted to offend the animal clan. "Lin Feng, Qing Feng, come here," called out the old man, smiling at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng, Qing Feng, Wu, and Swan headed for the strong cultivators of the animal clan. "Not bad, you've become quite strong. Let's go back to the animal clan," said the old man with a smile. Lin Feng nodded back at Ho Qing Lin and the others. They all rose up into the air and disappeared from the people's field of vision. Bastard! Ji Wuyo watched Lin Feng and the others leave. He had wasted half a year waiting for Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was becoming stronger. Devamara Kulpa strength had cleansed his body. Lin Feng hadn't wasted any time at all, unlike them. Ji Wuyo had practiced cultivation too, of course, but he could have improved elsewhere. The stay in vast celestial ancient city hadn't been worth it. He had obtained nothing he wanted. "He'll come back to the university at some point," Yuan Ho said coldly. Ji Wuyo nodded and they all left, heading back to the holy city. The other people waiting left too, because Yen Di went back into the ancient palace. They had nothing left to do there. Lin Feng and the others were the only ones who had obtained anything interesting, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. That was the end of a phase, but people wouldn't forget about this. After all, the crown prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, Yen Di, had reappeared, and the elders of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had come back to life thanks to the rebirth scriptures. 3 days later, something else happened in the vast celestial ancient city. The skies were infuriated, in the same place as before, in the wilds and the mountains. It looked apocalyptic from far away, but nobody knew what was going on. Some people said that it was restriction strength. Some other people also said that a strong cultivator was practicing a heaven-defying skill hidden in the vast celestial ancient city, but nobody knew the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1792, Humiliating Ji Chang's Club. Chapter 1792, Humiliating Ji Chang's Club. Many people from the holy city had returned to the vast celestial ancient city, but they hadn't obtained anything. They had gone back to the holy city only with the news that the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had come back to life. The Crown Prince Yen Di was there, and he was returning the elders of the clan back to life thanks to the rebirth scriptures. They also heard that Lin Feng from Champion University was the only one who had obtained something. He was very lucky. He had even spent some time with the Crown Prince in the ancient palace and had obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Nobody knew who had said that initially, but now, everybody knew that everywhere. Even though many students from other universities were interested in the scriptures, they didn't take it to heart too much. The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed moonlight first. In other words, special advantages fell to people in a favorable position. Champion University students would be the first ones to see Lin Feng, so they would attack him first. Of course, Lin Feng first had to come back to the holy city. Maybe Lin Feng was hiding. Otherwise, too many students would be after him. After all, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures weren't ordinary ancient holy scriptures. At Champion University, there were many geniuses who knew ancient holy scriptures. They usually inherited them from their clans and were suitable for their cultivation. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were different though. They could make ordinary cultivators stronger and more intelligent. If strong cultivators studied them, then they would become even more powerful. Of course, in the Holy City, Feng wasn't the only one who had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Another person had them. Many people knew that, but Feng wasn't known to be extremely strong, so getting them from him was easiest. So, in Champion University, many people were waiting for Feng to come back, including the members of Ji Chang's club. But time passed and many people were disappointed. Was Feng going to come back someday? Today Champion University had a lively atmosphere. At the entrance of Champion University, a group of people arrived. They glanced at the crowd aloofly. They all had an imposing appearance. Even though their cultivation levels weren't high, they looked like heroes. Feng. At that moment, many people looked at the young man in white clothes icily. It was Feng. He had dared to come back. Many people were waiting for him at Champion University. Yin Chengyan, Feng, those are Tiantai's people. Many people noticed them and left to spread the news. In the star group, Yuanho heard that Feng had come back and he immediately called a meeting of people from the star group. They had to discuss how to deal with Feng. In Champion University, there were rules. The last time, they had tried to kill Feng outside. They couldn't kill fellow students within the university. They had to challenge people and all the parties had to agree to battle. A medium-level emperor couldn't possibly challenge Feng to a battle to the death though, otherwise the reputation of Ji Chang's club would be tarnished. Feng was at Tiantai's headquarters. The atmosphere was very lively, many people came over and gathered in the courtyard. Tiantai's people had finally come back from their journey. Bzzz. Someone risen up outside. The crowd was surprised. Was someone spying on them? What do you want? A member of Tiantai asked the strong cultivator. Tiantai's territory had become quite large, as only the core members of Tiantai had been to the vast celestial ancient city. Some people had also been traveling with Ho Qinglin to gather experience, and he had chosen 3 more people to become core members. I came to greet the people who have come back from the ancient city, replied the strong cultivator indifferently. I'm sorry. They are busy practicing cultivation. Come back another day, sorry for the inconvenience, the member of Tiantai replied with equal indifference. The people outside were surprised. Was Feng hiding? That had to be an excuse. Feng as well? Asked the strong cultivator. All of them, replied the member of Tiantai. That person groaned icily and left. He couldn't force the issue. The members of Ji Chang's club are here, said some people in the crowd. They had seen some people from Ji Chang's club in the distance. Those people arrived at full speed and looked angry. Ji Wuyo shouted icily, Feng, get the hell out here. Feng, get the hell out here. His voice echoed far away in the distance, and resonated for a long time. People sighed. Ji Chang's club was too aggressive and arrogant. Ji Chang's club protected him, his brother was Ji Chang, so he dared do anything. Also, he was from a rich family in the holy city, that was the main reason why he dared act like this. They are not available, they are practicing cultivation, said the member of Tiantai extremely loudly. However, Ji Wuyo just snarled icily and waved his hand. A cyan dragon appeared and roared, before it attacked Tiantai's buildings and blew them apart. Meditating in seclusion? Ridiculous, get the hell out here. Shouted Ji Wuyo furiously, 10 seconds, if you don't get the hell out of here, I'll destroy all the buildings, I'm warning you. Bzzz. At that moment, many people rose up in the air, they were all external members of Tiantai. Even though they weren't core members, they were extraordinary too. They looked at the members of Ji Chang's club sharply. One of them looked at Ji Chang's club icily and said, "Lin Feng and Ho Chang Lin are meditating in seclusion. They told us that if you, the members of Ji Chang's club, came and caused trouble, you could meet them in 10 days on the champion battle stage. Our core members challenge all the low-level emperors of Ji Chang's club to a battle, everyone. You can choose, on that day, it will be a battle to death or you can go home." The voice of the Tiantai's disciple was extremely loud and it echoed far away into the distance. Everybody frowned. The members of Ji Chang's club also looked angry. 10 days from now, a battle to death, Tiantai against Ji Chang's club. Yuan Ho looked petrified. In Ji Chang's club's star group, among the low-level emperors, apart from Ji Yu and a few people, the others weren't that strong. On Tiantai's side, the low-level emperors were really strong: Lin Feng, Ho Chang Lin, Tian Qi, and many others. Even those who had joined later on were really strong. Among them were Shi Men and E.G., both at the top of the ranking list. In a battle, Ji Chang's club would be in great danger. "What's wrong? Ji Chang's club is so strong, are you afraid to fight her?" asked Tiantai's spokesman icily. "You don't dare battle but you come here and bark? You only dare come with people who have a high cultivation level to threaten new students? If Ji Chang's club doesn't dare fight, forget about it. And staying here is useless," said another one mockingly. Those people were arrogant and aggressive, especially Ji Yu. He had immediately destroyed some buildings. Now, Tiantai wanted to fight against them, and on top of that, a battle to death, so Tiantai's people were excited. They hoped Ji Chang's club would accept the battle. But would they dare? Nobody had thought that Tiantai would challenge them to such a battle. If Ji Chang's club refused, they would lose face. They were always so arrogant and aggressive. "We'll fight!" shouted Ji Yu furiously. They had no choice anymore, and anyway, with his strength, he didn't fear them. Yuan Ho frowned and said icily, "Ji Chang's club decides the rules." When the member of Tiantai heard Yuan Ho, he smiled indifferently and said, "Lin Feng knew that you would say that. Before he started meditating in seclusion, he told us to ignore the members of Ji Chang's club. He said you are all extremely arrogant but that you are actually weaklings. He said that if you accepted our challenge, you'd want to determine the rules. Even though Tiantai is a new group, we have no problem letting you determine the rules. What do you want to do?" "Ha, indeed," Lin Feng said that. "Yuan Ho, you really said exactly what Lin Feng had predicted. Ridiculous, you keep saying Ji Chang's club is the strongest club of the university, but Tiantai is a new group and you dare say you want to determine the rules." "No problem, we don't mind." The members of Tiantai all laughed loudly. Yuan Ho looked furious. They were arrogant and proud, but kept being humiliated. Many people would have laughed if they had known that. Ji Yu was furious and his chi rolled out in waves all around him. A member of Tiantai glanced at Ji Yu and said, "Brother Lin Feng said something else." "Ji Yu, in 10 days, the first student of the ranking list will be different." "I'm waiting," snarled Ji Yu in impotent fury. Chi whistled and dragon chants spread in the air, the atmosphere shook. In 10 days, Lin Feng would pay for this humiliation to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1793, Gathering Around the Battle Stage. Chapter 1793, Gathering Around the Battle Stage. 10 days later, the battle between Tiantai and Ji Chang's club would take place. The news that it was supposed to be a battle to death spread quickly within Champion University. The battle attracted lots of people, including medium-level emperors. Many things were going on in Champion University. Ji Chang's club was declining. In Ji Chang's club, only Yuan Jing and Ji Yu could oppress other people, but back then even Yuan Jing had lost against Ho Chang Lin. Therefore, they were probably going to try and choose rules which would help them win. When Ji Chang's clubs had gone to Tiantai, Tiantai's members had looked at them mockingly. They had allowed Ji Chang's club determine the rules. Tiantai was very self-confident. Yuan Ho kept being humiliated, and he didn't let them determine the rules, which meant that he knew he was at a disadvantage and could lose. Therefore, during those 10 days, Yuan Ho and the other cultivators of the Star Group started being proactive within Champion University. At that moment, Yuan Ho was in Jing Shou's courtyard. They were sitting and facing each other. "I'm not interested in Ji Chang's club," said Jing Shou, after understanding why Yuan Ho had come to him. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. His hands were still in his sleeves, as if he took them out only to kill people. "I know that you're not interested, but I hope that you can temporarily join Ji Chang's club, and after the battle, you can leave the group." "We won't bother you about it," said Yuan Ho calmly. Jing Shou was the second student, just above Lin Feng. If he agreed to help, then Tiantai would fall in the rankings and the Star Group would rise up again. But Jing Shou wasn't interested. He shook his head and said, "Your Excellency, please find other people." "Jing Shou, it's only a battle for you. Besides, Ji Chang's club promised you that we wouldn't bother you. You better think about it," Yuan Ho insisted to Jing Shou. Jing Shou smiled indifferently. The Star Group seemingly didn't learn anything from the lessons Tiantai taught them. Yuan Ho was threatening him. "You better think about it? Help Ji Chang's club, . Yuan Ho frowned, bit his lips. He was going to continue, but Jing Shou said, "Your Excellency, please leave." Yuan Ho didn't need to stay. He looked angry, stood up, and rolled up his sleeves. Jing Shou wasn't the only strong cultivator in Champion University. After leaving Jing Shou's residence, Yuan Ho and the other members of the Star Group continued looking for other people. Many people couldn't wait to watch the battle because Tiantai kept humiliating the Star Group. If they lost, the Star Group would definitely lose their reputation, especially Yuan Ho, as the leader of the group. Yuan Jing was rushed now. Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing were worried too. They were both in the celestial mountain of ancestor Zhu Tian, studying hard. Ji Wuyo could now take 5 more steps. At that moment, ancestor Zhu Tian slowly came out. When Yuan Jing saw ancestor Zhu Tian come out, she bowed and greeted him humbly, "Ancestor." "Yes, I've heard that Lin Feng challenged Ji Wuyo," said ancestor Zhu Tian to Yuan Jing. He remembered Lin Feng. That little boy, half a year before, during the ceremony, had shown that he had a strange body. "Ancestor, Tiantai's people challenged us. Lin Feng is the strongest cultivator of Tiantai. He should fight against Wuyo," said Yuan Jing. "Indeed, Ji Wuyo is really strong. He's one of the strongest low-level emperors of the university. He's arrogant and that's perfectly normal. I can't wait for you to win," said ancestor Zhu Tian before leaving. For him, such a battle was a small thing, and he wasn't really interested. If Ji Chang fought against another monstrously strong cultivator, then he would have been interested. Yuan Jing saw ancestor Zhu Tian off and then looked at Ji Wuyo. Ancestor Zhu Tian was right. Ji Wuyo was arrogant, but really strong. Lin Feng was also really strong, so he had to practice even more. He had to defeat Lin Feng. 10 days was nothing for Champion University's students. Tiantai was rising. Many people couldn't wait to see them fight. They had humiliated Ji Chang's club many times. Before, Ji Chang's club used to humiliate other people, not the opposite. Since Lin Feng and his 2 friends had joined the university, they kept humiliating them, the club, and then they had created a new club of their own. Their group was quite strong now. Lin Feng had told Ji Wuyo the first student would change soon. He was extremely arrogant. He dared compare himself with Ji Wuyo. The crowd was wondering whether Ji Wuyo kept thinking about the battle or not. The 10 days passed. Near the battle stage, there was an ocean of people. It was rare to see so many people there. After all, those people were all geniuses. They had things to do. They needed to practice cultivation. They traveled a lot. Ordinary battles were not interesting. However, this fight attracted many people. The members of Ji Chang's club are here. People were talking in the crowd and noticed that in the distance, a group of people arrived. The leader of the group was the leader of the star group, Yuan Ho. Ji Wuyo isn't here, wondered the crowd. They were surprised. After all, Ji Wuyo was supposed to be a protagonist in this fight. That's Rin Xian. When did he join Ji Chang's club? Thought the crowd. Near Yuan Ho, there was a cultivator called Rin Xian. He used to be the 5th student in the ranking list, but because of Lin Feng and his friends, the ranking list had completely changed. Ren Xian was already behind in the list. He hadn't shown up the whole time, and now he was there with Ji Chang's club. Not just Ren Xian, there are many other students who are in the top 20 with Yuan Ho, thought the crowd, frowning at the sight. They started understanding what was going on. Because of the battle, Yuan Ho had disappeared for a while. He had been recruiting people. The people he had recruited had fallen in the rankings. Would they rise back up this time? Everybody understood that after this battle, the top 20 of the ranking list would change completely. Ji Chang's club's group is powerful, but Tiantai is not weak either. Lin Feng, Ho Qinglin and Tian Qi are extremely strong. And some strong cultivators have joined Tiantai, too. There is also Wu, Qinglin, and Swan. They're extremely strong cultivators from the animal clan in vast celestial ancient city. Wu is a 3-legged golden crow, a supernatural bird. Ji Chang's club won't win easily. Was the consensus of the crowd? The two groups were really strong. Tiantai was rising, and among the low-level emperors, they had incredible cultivators. They're here. Tiantai's people are here. Called out someone in the crowd. In the distance, there was a group of heroic-looking people. The crowd was very excited. Great changes were going to happen in Champion University. Tiantai's people directly landed on bleachers next to the battle stage. Ji Chang's club's people were facing them across the stage. They looked at them icily. The crowd could sense the pressure. You dared come. Where is Ji Wuyo? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. The crowd frowned. Lin Feng sounded self-confident and arrogant. He didn't fear Ji Wuyo. You really want to die? A voice rose. Dragon chants spread in the air, and she rose with them. Ji Wuyo and Yuan Jing arrived together and landed on the edge of the battle stage. Lin Feng smiled thinly when he sensed that Qi and said, "You look like a little buffoon. You think you look strong when you bark? When people are scared, they need to cheer themselves up." Grinned Tiantai. Tiantai's cultivators burst into laughter. But they all knew that Lin Feng and Ji Wuyo's battle was going to be dangerous. After all, nobody had fought against Ji Wuyo after he became the first student of the ranking list. Their fight would be important. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1794, Ji Chang's Club's Rules. Chapter 1794, Ji Chang's Club's Rules. Lin Feng glanced at Ji Wuyo and then at Yuan Ho, saying indifferently, "Yuan Ho, what are the rules?" Ji Chang's club can determine the rules. Everyone is here now, so go ahead. Yuan Ho's eyes twinkled as he said, "Alright, the rules are very simple, one-on-ones. Ji Chang's club chooses one person, Tiantai chooses one person. If someone doesn't lose, they can battle several times. After winning, they can rest or continue battling. The battles end when Tiantai or Ji Chang's club's cultivators have all lost." Many people frowned. As expected, Yuan Ho had chosen rules which were good for Ji Chang's club. Those rules were for Ji Wuyo. If he won, he could continue fighting. The rules aren't so good for Tiantai. If nobody can defeat Ji Wuyo, then Ji Wuyo will win on his own. He can defeat them all, thought many people. Lin Feng smiled. Yuan Ho was a good schemer. Besides, Ji Chang's club also had more people. So do the cultivators jump onto the stage at the same time, or will you choose your fighters after having seen our fighter? asked one of Tiantai's cultivators mockingly. Everybody looked at Yuan Ho for his answer. It's a battle, it has to be fair. We can agree on terms, we choose first, and then during the second round, Tiantai will choose first, Yuan Ho answered calmly. Battles to the death? Lin Feng prompted coldly. That was the most important thing for Lin Feng. Yuan Ho had determined the rules. If they agreed on battles to death, then it would be very dangerous for Tiantai, unless Lin Feng kept fighting the whole time. Otherwise, if anyone else fought against Ji Wuyo, then they'd probably die. The fighters can discuss this together. If they agree, then why not? If someone doesn't want to, then no. Also, if someone leaves the battle stage, then it's a defeat, replied Yuan Ho calmly. Lin Feng didn't want Tiantai's members to die. Of course, Yuan Ho couldn't let his people die stupidly either. The fighters could discuss the terms. Lin Feng would probably agree with that. Lin Feng glanced at the members of Ji Chang's club. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't force Ji Chang's club to accept battles to death. At least the core disciples of Tiantai would have great battles. I agree. Lin Feng nodded. Since you agree, you can start, choose someone, said Yuan Ho. How shameless, said Huang Fulong. The rules weren't good for him. The crowd could see that Ji Chang's club had the advantage with such rules. I'm weak. I'll fight first, said Huang Fulong, jumping onto the stage. Yuan Ho looked at Huang Fulong and smiled coldly. How many members of Tiantai would lose their battles? Bzzz. Yuan Jing landed onto the stage and looked at Huang Fulong. She said coldly, You dared come onto stage? You're humiliating yourself. Battle to death, what do you think? Don't, said Lin Feng to Huang Fulong using telepathy. He was so worried for Huang Fulong. Yuan Jing was very strong. Huang Fulong couldn't possibly win against her. So much bullshit, let's fight, said Huang Fulong. His chi rose, dragon chants spread in the air. Dazzling lights invaded the atmosphere. He punched out in her direction. A dragon appeared and charged at her. Yuan Jing released a 4 Seasons sword. It contained the strength of the 4 Seasons. Even though she hadn't mastered her attack that well, it was still powerful, and it should be enough to defeat Huang Fulong. Sword coupled with cosmic energies, cosmic meaning. Lin Feng was surprised. Yuan Jing hadn't wasted time since the ceremony. She had become even stronger. Spring, summer, fall and winter energies were intertwining. The 4 seasons meaning surrounded the brutal dragon. The spring energies caused rain, the summer energies were scorching hot, the fall energies raised a whistling strong wind, and the winter energies froze the atmosphere. There was a big difference between Huang Fulong and Yuan Jing's strength. Yuan Jing was truly powerful. As expected, the 4 Seasons sword surrounded the brutal dragon. Huang Fulong shouted furiously. Looking like a brutal dragon, Yuan Jing's silhouette turned into an illusion and she reappeared above Huang Fulong's head. Her sword descended from the sky at full speed. The 10,000 things of creation looked pale next to that attack. Get down off the battle stage, shouted Lin Feng telepathically. Even though Huang Fulong hadn't accepted a battle to death, Huang Fulong would get badly injured if the attack reached him. Boundless azure dragon destroying heaven and earth, shouted Huang Fulong. He jumped, and as he did, a dragon appeared under his feet and rose up in the air. Roaring furiously, the dragon dashed to the skies and destroyed the sword energies. How strong, thought the amazed Lin Feng. He underestimated Huang Fulong. It was as if millions of azure dragons had appeared. Good, Huang Fulong's boundless azure dragon is impressive. The azure dragons look like real ones. Tiantai was pleasantly surprised. Sword energies plunged down from the sky. Huang Fulong kept moving backwards, fighting and retreating at the same time. Finally, he jumped off the battle stage, his clothes completely torn apart. Lin Feng was already quite satisfied though. That was Huang Fulong. He doesn't stand out, but he could resist Yuan Jing, not bad. Tiantai has some strong cultivators, thought the crowd. Even though Huang Fulong had lost, he had proven he was strong. Yuan Jing was, after all, in the top 10. Second battle, it's Ji Chang's club's turn to send a fighter, shouted Tantai to Yuan Ho. Yuan Ho looked at someone and that person landed on the battle stage. It's a new member of Ji Chang's club, thought the crowd, frowning. They understood what Yuan Ho had done. He had recruited some people to help. He wanted to defeat Tiantai no matter what. Everybody understood what they were doing though. I'm going, said Tantai, jumping onto the stage and shouting furiously. In a flash, cracking and shattering were heard as he grew to gigantic size, looking like a powerful god. Dong! Tantai jumped, the battle stage shook violently, he looked like a powerful lion, majestic and mighty. He threw himself at his enemy. That person frowned and fixedly stared at the gigantic silhouette. With that powerful pressure, Tantai looked indestructible. Tantai roared furiously. A gigantic lion appeared at his back, terrible and ferocious. The lion immediately threw itself at his enemy's head. Powerful energies rose to the skies. Tantai appeared in front of his opponent and rained down blows. It was as if millions of roaring lions were attacking. That cultivator groaned and condensed a powerful strength. 100 fists appeared in the air, but the lions destroyed them all. Tantai came barreling down from the sky. Thunder boomed as that cultivator threw himself at Tantai like an arrow. Blood splashed everywhere and he was hurled off the stage. A member of Ji Chang's club caught him. Phew! Tantai swallowed and glanced at the crowd icily. Then, he said to Yuan Ho, "Are all the cultivators of Ji Chang's club pieces of trash? Even if you don't dare send your own fighters, at least don't send cannon fodder." How pathetic. The strongest group of Champion University? Ridiculous. Then, he turned around and jumped off the battle stage. If they sent another cannon fodder, he'd fight again. Ji Chang's club. The crowd laughed. Yuan Ho was ridiculous. He didn't care about Ji Chang's club's reputation anymore. Surprisingly, he dared do such things to fight against Tiantai. "I think you should act arrogantly only after winning," Yuan Ho said icily. He knew that what he was doing was bad for the reputation of Ji Chang's club. He had no choice, he really wanted to win. And he was sure that Ji Chang's club was going to win. "Next one!" shouted Yuan Ho loudly. He was furious, flames of fury were burning in his eyes. He had to destroy Tiantai. The star group's reputation depended on the result of these battles. Ji Chang's club was under great pressure. However, he was convinced he could defeat all the members of Tiantai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1795, Evil Lin Feng. Chapter 1795, Evil Lin Feng. "I'll fight this time," said Qin Wu icily, and he jumped onto the battle stage. Lin Feng looked at Qin Wu. He had spent half a year in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, and had studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. He didn't know how strong Qin Wu had become. Could he win? If Yuan Jing fought, she could definitely defeat Qin Wu. After all, initially, Qin Wu was the 28th student. After joining Tiantai, Ho Ching Lin had taken some people abroad to gather experiences, and then they had studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Maybe he was now in the top 20. Yuan Ho looked at Qin Wu icily. Back then, Ji Chang's club was in charge of the new students. He really hoped that people like Qin Wu, Xiu Ming, and the others would join Ji Chang's club, but then, Xiu Ming and Bai Qi had refused to listen to him. After the exams, Qin Wu had decided to spend time with Lin Feng and then had decided to join Tiantai, not Ji Chang's club. Wu yo, said Yuan-ho icily. When the crowd heard him, they were stupefied. Ji Wuyo, Yuan-ho was surprisingly calling Ji Wuyo. Ji Wuyo jumped up, dragon chants rose and energies rolled in waves. The whole battle stage was surrounded by energy. The crowd's ears hurt. Xinwu could sense the oppressive energies, he could barely breathe and his heart was pounding. Ji Wuyo was extremely strong, he was the first-ranked student. Boom! A cyan light dashed to the skies, a cyan dragon totem appeared, the crowd shivered. Ji Wuyo was impressive, he had to do all he could to win. Ji Wuyo was fixedly staring at Xinwu. Xinwu could sense his willpower shake. Ji Wuyo waved his hands and strength rolled, a dragon brandished its claws and charged at Xinwu. At the same time, Ji Wuyo also threw himself at Xinwu. Ji Wuyo knew that Xinwu wouldn't accept a battle to the death, so instead of talking nonsense, he had attacked immediately. Even though he couldn't kill him, he could still injure him. Xinwu raised his fists and light beams appeared. The air shook as two gigantic ancient cauldrons appeared. There were marks on them containing a powerful strength. Die! The claws crashed onto Xinwu, he was bleeding severely but he continued attacking without flinching. The crowd was amazed, he was very brave. Surprisingly, he dared confront Ji Wuyo directly. Ji Wuyo shouted out, cyan dragons roared furiously and surrounded the cauldrons to attack them. The cauldrons shook violently and then crashed back onto Xinwu's body. He was slammed backwards violently and crashed onto the ground away from the battle stage. Bzzz. A strong wind blew, Lin Feng jumped and grabbed Xinwu. He coughed up blood, which splashed onto Lin Feng's robe. Lin Feng was furious. He released some life qi which flowed through Xinwu's body. Lin Feng whispered, "Are you alright?" "I'm alright," sighed Xinwu. He looked disappointed. He hadn't thought that the difference between him and Ji Wuyo was so large. He said to Lin Feng, using telepathy, "Lin Feng, you'll fight against him sooner or later. He's extremely strong, be careful." Xinwu knew that the most crucial battle for Ji Chang's club in Tiantai was the battle between Lin Feng and Ji Wuyo. Lin Feng nodded and then he looked at the battle stage, he looked at Ji Wuyo was also looking at him. Dragon chants spread in the air, by looking at each other, it was as if they had been fighting already. Next battle. Lin Feng looked away and then looked at Yuan-ho. Ji Wuyo went back to his group. Yuan-ho looked at someone behind him and that person landed on the battle stage. "I'll go and crush him," said Tantai, clenching his fists furiously. "Tantai!" shouted Lin Feng in a low voice. Tantai hesitated and looked at Lin Feng. "I'll go this time," said Lin Feng. He moved like the wind and landed on the battle stage in an eye blink, staring at the other cultivator calmly. "Give up now, get off the stage." "You still have time," said Lin Feng calmly. He looked indifferent. However, one could sense his disdain. Even though he was cannon fodder for Ji Chang's club, he wasn't weak. He was in the ranking list, how could he accept being humiliated by Lin Feng like that? Yellow energies rose. That person walked slowly towards Lin Feng, each of his steps released some oppressive energies. Earth cosmic energy condensed into a mountain and surged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also walked towards him. Each time he made a step, marks appeared on the stage. The earth energy and the marks collided on the stage and intertwined. Lin Feng's marks turned into patterns. Lin Feng's opponent was not reassured. Lin Feng was extremely strong, but he had already agreed to fight so he couldn't flinch, that wasn't what strong cultivators did. "Celestial Mountain Imprint!" shouted that cultivator furiously. He didn't do anything superfluous. A gigantic imprint dropped from the sky, the energies were as oppressive as a mountain. Lin Feng condensed Devamara Culpa strength in his fist and punched out furiously. The mountain imprint broke apart. At the same time, Lin Feng ran forwards, a cage appearing and surrounding his opponent, who shouted in surprise. However, he was trapped and couldn't move. Lights appeared around him. "You dared come onto the stage with such a cultivation level," Lin Feng said calmly. His voice was sharp and pierced through his enemy's ears and heart, driving him insane. But the lights were becoming more and more intense and the man couldn't move anymore. The man shouted furiously again, waving his hands. An ancient imprint appeared again and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng let the imprint hit him, it crashed into him and broke apart. Lin Feng then punched out in the direction of his opponent's head. If that punch reached his opponent's head, it might explode. However, Lin Feng's fist stopped in the air. He didn't punch his opponent, he just fixedly stared at him icily. The 9 netherworld source appeared in his eyes and a demon song resonated in his opponent's head. Cultivators are determined, they only think about cultivation. You are so weak, you're not talented, and you decided to help Ji Chang's club only because you hoped they'd give you gifts, or maybe because they threatened you. What are you doing on the battle stage? Shame on you, whispered Lin Feng, releasing cursing strength. That cultivator's heart was pounding madly. You are so weak, how can you even call yourself a cultivator? People like you should give up. Even if you were lucky to become a student at Champion University, you'll always have to depend on other people, just like the members of Ji Chang's club. People will always despise you, you're like a little dog. No, a little mouse, or even worse, a small grasshopper. Lin Feng's cursing energies were carried by his voice and echoed in his opponent's brain. His opponent was going insane, a mouse, a dog, a grasshopper. He didn't deserve to be a cultivator. Shut the hell up! Shouted that person furiously. The air rumbled as Lin Feng suddenly threw a casual overhand punch at his opponent, who fell to his knees violently. Lin Feng lowered his head and put his foot on his opponent's face, staring at him. The members of Ji Chang's club are looking at you, and I'm looking at you. You're on the battle stage, don't you feel pathetic? Said Lin Feng mockingly. That person put his hands on his face, he had the impression his head was going to explode, he was going insane. Piss off now and think about what just happened, said Lin Feng disdainfully. The cultivator got up shakily and walked away before stopping and shouting, no. He suddenly rose up into the air and shouted furiously, he was going insane. How cruel, thought the crowd, especially the members of Ji Chang's club. How cruel, indeed. Lin Feng had put his foot on that guy's face and told him he wasn't worth calling a cultivator. He was merciless. Ji Chang's club's members were staring at Lin Feng. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng could be so cruel, even Tiantai's members were surprised and sighed as they looked at Lin Feng's back. That guy was their friend, he was like a brother to them, it was strange to see him so cruel. He looked like a demon. Lin Feng glanced at the members of Ji Chang's club icily. People who helped Ji Chang's club were his enemies. Nobody could blame him for being cruel. I know that many of you weren't members of Ji Chang's club before. I could participate in any of the following battles. If you are smart, you'll just leave. Otherwise, I'll show you what you're worth to me, as well, Lin Feng said aggressively. Did they all want to be treated like the guy Lin Feng had just humiliated? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1796, Sentient Beings Buddhist Enlightenment. Chapter 1796, Sentient Beings Buddhist Enlightenment. Everybody looked at Yuan Ho. He was furious. He had not expected that. Maybe Lin Feng would fight the next one, too? Your turn. Hissed Yuan Ho, frowning. He looked like an evil snake. Lin Feng looked at Wu. Wu had broken through to the Huang Qi layer at the same time as him. He was a supernatural bird who had always wanted to surpass him, and was very strong. Ji Wuyo had the Cyan Dragon Totem. Wu was actually a good opponent for Ji Wuyo. Lin Feng didn't necessarily want his fellows to win, he wanted them to prove how strong Tiantai was. Ji Wuyo was the first student. He had been the first student for a very long time. When Lin Feng had just joined the university, Ji Wuyo was already the first student. Even if Tiantai's members lost against him, that wasn't a problem, they had nothing to be ashamed of. Wu, go and fight, ordered Lin Feng. Wu looked at Lin Feng sharply, somewhat angrily. Why did Lin Feng make him go up and fight? Nevertheless, Wu jumped up and landed on the battle stage. He glared at the members of Ji Chang's club. Who wants to fight? Shouted Wu furiously. His voice echoed far into the distance. Ji Wuyo jumped up and landed on the battle stage releasing chi. The crowd also heard dragon chants. Ji Chang's club has no other cultivator. You either send scapegoats or Ji Wuyo, said someone from Tiantai mockingly. Everybody burst out into laughter. The crowd already understood that Ji Chang's club couldn't compete with Tiantai at all. Dragon chants spread in the air, the supernatural bird whistled. The battle stage shook violently. Bestial chi invaded the whole atmosphere. A cyan dragon totem appeared. Wu turned into a sun supernatural bird, and clashed against Ji Wuyo. Their collisions were insane. Wu looked obstinate and unruly. His sharp energies dashed to the skies. Powerful sun cosmic energies shot everywhere, the battle stage started burning. It was an incredible sight. Piss off! Shouted Ji Wuyo furiously. He punched Wu's wing furiously. Wu moved backwards a few centimeters and then suddenly rose up in the air. He never gave up. That's enough, said Lin Feng to Wu. Wu was extremely fast and had an incredible physical form, but still he couldn't compete with Ji Wuyo. He was already badly injured. He couldn't get punched again, so that was enough. Wu looked at Lin Feng sharply and whistled, then flew away from the battle stage. Even though Ji Wuyo had won that battle, he wasn't happy. He was furious as he went back to his friends. Lin Feng was still humiliating them. Wu is a supernatural bird, a genius from the animal clan of the vast celestial ancient city. Even though he's obstinate and unruly, he still obeys Lin Feng. Tiantai's strength is unfathomable and enigmatic. In 10 years, Tiantai will become another Ji Chang's club, thought the crowd. Another group was rising. After that, Ji Chang's club had to choose another fighter. Lin Feng glanced at the members of Ji Chang's club icily. They all noticed that Lin Feng was looking at them and shivered. If Lin Feng fought against them like he had fought against the other guy, then they'd be profoundly humiliated. They didn't know how strong Lin Feng really was. What could they do if they had to face Lin Feng? Therefore, the members of Ji Chang's club remained silent. Yuan Ho glanced at everyone, he didn't know who to choose. Yuan Ho, you are lucky that the Star Group is one of the 3 groups of Ji Chang's club. You accepted the fight against Tiantai. You offended them. Now, make members of Ji Chang's club fight against Tiantai. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter anymore. You already lost face anyway, someone spoke up at that moment. It wasn't a member of Tiantai, though. The crowd looked over, someone in a fur robe was talking, his hands in his sleeves, Jing Shou. Yuan Ho looked at Jing Shou icily. Jing Shou had refused to join Ji Chang's club, and now he was making fun of them. I'll fight, said Yuan Jing. She couldn't stand being looked at mocking by everyone anymore. She jumped onto the stage. Princess, protested the surprised Yuan Ho. He was unhappy. He glanced nervously at Lin Feng. Yuan Jing couldn't compete with Lin Feng. Ji Wuyo groaned quietly. Lin Feng just laughed. I am not a coward like you members of Ji Chang's club. I'll show you how Tiantai deals with people like you. Brother, go and fight. When Yuan Jing jumped onto the battle stage, Lin Feng sent Tianqi back. Then, he had lost against her because she had used a secret skill. Now, more than a year had passed, he could take his revenge. Back then, you lost against me. Today, you will lose again, Yuan Jing proclaimed confidently. How could she lose against someone she had defeated before? Tianqi had no hope in her opinion. A mountain is a mountain, water is water, replied Tianqi, putting his palms together. Holy light shone as an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. The holy lights illuminated the earth and the sky. A mountain was still a mountain, Tianqi was still Tianqi. Meaningless words. You're ignorant and ridiculous. The four-season sword will destroy your mountains and rivers, shouted back Yuan Jing. A four-season sword lanced at Tianqi. The energies were dazzling. Four kinds of sword meaning descended from the sky at the same time and suppressed the holy lights. Tianqi closed his eyes and an infinity of holy lights illuminated the atmosphere. Buddha shadows appeared everywhere. Die! Shouted Yuan Jing furiously. Sword lights dazzled and pierced through the Buddha shadows. Only one of Tianqi's Buddha shadows broke apart, however. Yuan Jing continued, looking even more furious. Suddenly, the Buddha shadows were surrounding her in a dazzling formation. A mountain is a mountain, water is water. Lin Feng frowned and fixedly staring at Tianqi. He looked like a Buddha illusion now. It was impossible to know which shadow was Tianqi. Our brother is achieving enlightenment, said Ho Qing Lin to Lin Feng. He smiled in a resplendent way. He knew that Tianqi wasn't the Tianqi they knew in the past anymore. Brother, what's going on? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Tianqi is a Buddhist cultivator. He chants mantras to achieve enlightenment. Back then, he accidentally obtained a Buddha skill, a mysterious one, called the Sentient Being's Buddhist Enlightenment. It's different from other skills, it's very complicated, but if you understand it, you can become monstrously strong. The celestial evolution holy scriptures allowed him to become much stronger and to understand the Sentient Being's Buddhist enlightenment. Ho Qing Lin replied to Lin Feng using telepathy as he smiled. He's definitely going to win this battle. On the battle stage, the Sentient Being's Buddhist enlightenment surrounded Yuan Jing while Tianqi chanted mantras, his voice blocking the four-season sword. Yuan Jing finally released her secret strength, which bombarded the Buddha shadows. They kept breaking apart one after another, but it only made the other Buddha shadows angry. An enlightenment mantra spread out in the sky and Yuan Jing's soul started shaking. Buddha imprints descended from the heavens and crashed down onto her. She fell down to her knees. Yuan Jing raised her head and looked at Tianqi icily. The Buddha shadows had surrounded her, and her face had turned deathly pale. Surprisingly, she had lost against someone she had defeated in the past. Everybody was staring at her. She felt humiliated, and her cheeks burned. It was unbearable. People looked at Tianqi. They knew Yuan Jing was strong, but Tianqi was stronger. The mysterious Buddhist monk was incredibly strong. He had become much, much stronger than before. People were amazed. You lost. They couldn't see who had said it. Yuan Jing started releasing sword energies, but Yuan Ho shouted, "Princess!" Yuan Jing was stupefied, her beautiful eyes lost their glitter. She had lost. Her silhouette flickered as she left the battle stage. She had lost, Tiantai had won. Yuan Jing had lost. On Ji Chang's club's side, apart from Ji Wuyo, nobody could win. Ho Qinglin, Shimen Xiao, and the others could all win unless Ji Wuyo fought every time. Bzzz. A strong wind started blowing. Ji Wuyo landed on the battle stage again. He had his cyan dragon totem behind him. He looked proud, glaring at the members of Tiantai arrogantly and said aggressively, "You, come, all of you." How aggressive! The crowd was delighted. Ji Wuyo wanted to show everyone how strong he was. He wanted to fight against every member of Tiantai. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1797, Several Opponents to Tire Him Out. Chapter 1797, Several Opponents to Tire Him Out. Lin Feng looked at Ji Wuyo. He looked so proud and arrogant. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and mockingly. He wanted to fight against Tiantai alone? Since the first student Ji Wuyo wants to display his strength, it would be impolite to decline. Brothers, let's all fight against the first student of the university, said Lin Feng calmly. Tiantai's members looked at him oddly. They were going to fight against him, one after another. Brothers, I'll determine the order, don't stop. Tiantai, you start, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. He used telepathy to communicate with Tiantai's members at that moment. Today, we don't need to defeat Ji Wuyo, we just need to show Champion University how strong we are. Therefore, let's fight one after the other, no need to be polite. Fight as hard as you can. All right. Nodded Tiantai, nodding before he jumped onto the battle stage. Lin Feng's voice was still resonating in his brain. Use your full strength, no need to be polite. All right. Tiantai smiled. He released his lion spirit and at the same time, he released all his strength, which exploded into the air. His energies rose to the skies. You want to die? Shouted Ji Wuyo. His cyan dragon totem rose up in the air. More dragons emerged from his fists. He was powerful and dangerous. Roar! A gigantic tower crushed down from the sky. Tiantai's lions roared furiously and blotted out the sun and the sky. Ji Wuyo was surprised. Tiantai dared go for a collision? The dragons which emerged out of his arms roared furiously, colliding with the lions and destroying them. Tiantai punched out with his fists. 1,000,000 lions appeared in the sky. Ji Wuyo's eyes twinkled with cold lights. He rose up in the air, cyan rays shrouding everything. He waved his arms and more dragons appeared. They seemed like they could rend the heavens and earth. The dragons chanted and made the air shake. Powerful explosive energies surged out. The crowd thought that Tiantai was insane. He was attacking with an indomitable will, and didn't even flinch. Dong! Tiantai was pounded by Ji Wuyo's attacks. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled and he said, Next battle, Swan, go. Bzzz. Swan understood. He immediately jumped onto the stage. Tiantai retreated instantly. The members of Ji Chang's club were furious and said to Yuan Ho, the battle isn't over? Isn't it over now? Asked Lin Feng calmly. Tiantai had jumped off the battle stage. Since Ji Wuyo wants to fight against everyone, we accept. Wait and you'll see, said Yuan Ho icily. At that moment, Swan turned into a gigantic legendary beast. Just like Tiantai, he immediately attacked Ji Wuyo. The earth and the sky shook violently. However, even though Swan's physical body was extremely powerful, he still couldn't compete with Ji Wuyo. After a few clashes he had clearly lost. E.g., Shimen, Xiaoming, get ready to fight, said Lin Feng calmly. E.g. jumped onto the stage. He didn't give Ji Wuyo any time to breathe. He immediately started battling against him like a madman. Ji Wuyo could only release his energies again. However, Ji Wuyo was very strong. Even after having fought against two people, his chi was still very powerful. His blood was boiling, his dragons kept chanting, and his cyan dragon totem was dazzling. Thus, the third, fourth and fifth battles passed by. Even though E.G., Shimen, and Xiaoming were extremely strong, they couldn't compete with Ji Wuyo, and in the end they were defeated. However, the battles were getting longer for Ji Wuyo. After so many battles against so many strong cultivators, it was getting difficult. He was getting tired. Xingfeng, the sixth one is yours, go and practice on him, said Lin Feng, nodding at Xingfeng. Feng moved in a blur, and suddenly, 8 sorts of cosmic energies appeared, astonishing the crowd. Feng is a genius from the animal clan in the vast celestial ancient city. She's almost always with Feng, and she controls 8 sorts of cosmic energies, thought the crowd in amazement. Feng was stupefied too. Feng could control 8 sorts of cosmic energies now? Her cosmic energies exploded in the air and crackled through the sky. Feng was powerful. Feng's evolution power is fearsome. As expected, her cosmic energies are evolved versions. They're even more powerful than normal ones, thought Feng. The crowd gulped as they watched. Feng was making Tiantai's people practice against Ji Wuyo. All of them were extremely strong, none of them were weak. The crowd wondered how the ranking list had changed. Brother, you're next. Feng smiled at Tianqi. Ji Wuyo wanted to prove how strong he was, no problem. They were happy to take advantage of it. Tianqi looked at Feng and smiled deeply. After a short time, Feng lost, but she had amazed everybody. Tianqi jumped onto the battle stage, using his sentient being's Buddhist enlightenment again, and chanted mantras in a clear, melodious, pure, deep, and far-reaching Brahma voice. Palm strikes kept raining down on Ji Wuyo, mantras pierced through his eardrums. His facial expression changed drastically, under the assault, truly furious now. Ji Wuyo is getting angry. He can't control himself anymore, said the people watching Tianqi and Ji Wuyo's battle. Tianqi had become extremely strong. Even though his Buddha shadows were being destroyed one after another, his Buddha hands still crashed onto Ji Wuyo's body. In the end, Ji Wuyo defeated Tianqi. However, Ho Changlin immediately jumped onto the stage, releasing reincarnation energies which surrounded Ji Wuyo's body, and Ji Wuyo felt the danger. His cyan dragon totem didn't look as dazzling, his chi had become weak. He wasn't standing as steadily as before, and Ho Changlin was using his Ahsoka reincarnation strength. The cyan dragons roared, they attacked the reincarnation energies, but Ho Changlin's reincarnation sword energies were still there. Through it all, Ho Changlin looked calm and serene. Suddenly, dazzling lights appeared and Ho Changlin turned into a million light beams, like Tianqi's sentient being's Buddhist enlightenment attack. Evolution. Feng and the others who had studied the celestial evolution holy scriptures were astonished. Ho Changlin had surprisingly already mastered a rudimentary version of the sentient being's Buddhist enlightenment. He could turn into Buddha shadows. Millions of Ahsoka reincarnation sword lights appeared. Ji Wuyo was staring at them and grimaced. Stop! Shouted Yuan Ho furiously. The lights instantly disappeared. Ho Changlin was standing in the air, looking at Yuan Ho as he recalled his energies. Your people are taking turns in fighting Ji Wuyo to tire him out, is that a fair way of battling? Demanded Yuan Ho icily. Ridiculous, said Feng mockingly, he's the first student and he said he wanted to fight against everyone. Now that he can't fight anymore, you think that shouting is enough to stop the duels? He's weak and lost, and now you got involved, how ridiculous. Taunted Tiantai. The crowd studied the strong cultivators from Tiantai, especially the core members. They were all incredibly strong. Brother, come back, said Feng, smiling indifferently. Ho Changlin went back to his friends and left Ji Wuyo alone. Ji Wuyo could only stare at them. At that moment, Feng jumped up and landed on the battle stage. The crowd was stunned. Feng wanted to fight now? Ji Wuyo couldn't win in such circumstances. Feng rose up in the air and looked at Ji Wuyo from above. He said indifferently, go back and have a rest. I don't want to bully a weakling. Just wait here for a short while, retorted Ji Wuyo icily. He really needed to rest for a short while. That way, he'd be sure to win. Many members of Ji Chang's club haven't fought yet, won't they fight? Go down and let them fight. I'll fight against all of them, even if you use the same tactic as I did, one after another without any pause, even all together at the same time, I don't mind. We don't talk shit in Tiantai. Of course, nobody will shout to stop the battles, either," said Lin Feng indifferently, mockingly glancing at Yuan Ho. Lin Feng could do what Ji Wuyo hadn't managed to do. He could defeat all the members of Ji Chang's club without any pause, even all at one time. Ji Wuyo clenched his fists. Crackling sounds spread in the air. He had said that he could defeat all the members of Tiantai, and in the end, he had failed. Tiantai even accepted letting Ji Wei arrest, and now Lin Feng wanted to fight against everyone at the same time. What a humiliation again! Everybody was staring at Ji Wuyo. They thought Lin Feng was stronger. "All right," agreed Yuan Ho icily. "Ji Wuyo, come down. If you're lucky and win, I'll let you rest," said Ji Wuyo icily. Before jumping off the battle stage, Yuan Ho looked at the members of Ji Chang's club and started talking to them using telepathy. He wanted to use the same tactic Lin Feng had used against Ji Wuyo. Suddenly, someone jumped onto the battle stage and quickly threw themselves at Lin Feng, using wind cosmic energies. Lin Feng created an armor using two sorts of cosmic energies. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and his opponent attacked him. The armor broke, but when his enemy's fist struck Lin Feng's body, it was worse than punching armor, and atrocious pain invaded his hand. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was smiling. Boom! Lin Feng then kicked him violently and smashed him high into the sky. Lin Feng's physical strength was powerful. "I'm sick of pieces of trash. Come, all together, it'll be faster that way," said Lin Feng indifferently. Nobody moved, they were too weak. Lin Feng could attack them as he wished. Those people were Champion University's geniuses? In front of Lin Feng, they were just like trash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1798, Definitely Winning. Chapter 1798, Definitely Winning. Lin Feng looked proud and arrogant. The members of Ji Chang's club all had long faces. The first cultivator they had sent up hadn't managed to do anything to Lin Feng. Exactly how strong was he? Pieces of trash? Lin Feng kept humiliating the members of Ji Chang's club and calling them trash. He kept cutting them down with his words. A moment before, Ji Wuyo had said that he wanted to fight against all the members of Tiantai, and now Lin Feng was fighting against all the members of Ji Chang's club in the same circumstances. When Ji Wuyo said he wanted to fight against everyone, you didn't mind, so since you want to fight against everyone, why not? Said Yuan Ho calmly. Then, he looked at his group. Instantly, they all rose up into the air. The crowd was stupefied. Ji Chang's club was insane. Maybe that Lin Feng had just said that without paying attention. Did he really want to fight against everybody at the same time? Okay, 5 people first. We'll see how strong you are, said Yuan Ho indifferently. He nodded at 5 of them. Lin Feng was strong. Back then, he had sent so many people, Leng Xia and the others, to fight against Lin Feng, and none of them had come back. So first, he could try and see how strong Lin Feng really was facing 5 opponents. Go about things steadily and surely, no need to rush. When you see you have an opportunity, go ahead and strike, advised Yuan Ho telepathically. An infinity of chi rose to the skies and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the cultivators and rose up. Light's rays burst out and moved in all directions. Deployment. The crowd looked at the lights, astonished. Holy marks, Lin Feng controlled deployment spells. He used deployment spells to fight against the group. In the air, 2 ancient cauldrons appeared, the 9 cauldrons chi attack. 2 people had studied that attack, pressuring Lin Feng. However, at that moment, dragons chanted, and behind Lin Feng, a dragon totem appeared. It wasn't a cyan dragon though, it was a pitch black. It looked ferocious and bloodthirsty. A demon dragon. It was powerful, as if it had come from hell. Demon dragon totem. The crowd was stupefied. It wasn't Ji Wuyo's cyan dragon totem? It looked the same, but it was a demon dragon totem. Lin Feng punched out with both fists, energies gathered and crashed against the cauldrons, shattering them instantly. Then, Lin Feng jumped high up in the air, his blows moved towards two of the people, two dragons appearing instead of his fists. The two cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they released chi to destroy the dragons. Purple Lake Battle Tank. Lin Feng waved his right hand 10 times, purple tanks rained down one after another. Explosions covered everything. A tank smashed down onto one of the cultivators, blood splashed and the cultivator was hurled away. The Purple Lake tank skill seems alive in his hands and contains a powerful strength, thought the crowd, dumbstruck when they saw the cultivator getting pounded by Lin Feng's attack. The demon dragon totem was the same attack as Ji Wuyo's. It was amazing. Lin Feng couldn't have Ji Wuyo's skill, so the crowd thought of one possibility: the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Evolution attacks were powerful. If Lin Feng had only used the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, his dragon totem attack would have been rudimentary. But Lin Feng had dragon blood, and even had a baby dragon and a demon dragon in his blood. His blood was filled with dragon energies, and coupled with the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, his dragon totem was even more powerful. His dragons looked real. Ji Wuyo was fixedly staring at Lin Feng and pulling a long face. That was his attack and Lin Feng was using it to fight against the other members of Ji Chang's club. What a humiliation, once again. The other 4 cultivators attacked Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng smiled, and a dazzling sun sword appeared in the sky. Brilliant lights blinded the 4. That sword looked incredible, as if it could cut the skies. The cultivators retreated quickly. Lin Feng surrounded his body with wind energy. He suddenly appeared in front of one of the opponents. He didn't use any special attack, he just punched out in his direction. However, the sheer force of his fist shook the air. A powerful chi rolled out and smashed into the man. Blood splashed everywhere and the enemy was hurled away. Lin Feng had been cleansed by Devamara Kulpa strength twice in vast celestial ancient city. His physical strength had become even more incredible. He now had the physical strength of a medium-level emperor. When Lin Feng used a simple punch, his attacks were more powerful and explosive than medium-level emperor's cosmic energies. Lin Feng attacked 2 more cultivators, never stopping. Sword energies streaked across the skies, wind whistled and made the earth and sky shake. He also released immortal energies, which were carried by the wind and sword energies. He attacked the 3 other cultivators at the same time, and they were driven back. Chaotic Sky Punch. Lin Feng condensed more wind cosmic energy, and at the same time used his Chaotic Sky Punch. Thunder rumbled, and the earth and the sky kept shaking violently. Immortal energies were carried by the wind. He pounded another cultivator who was hurled back. Blood kept dripping from the sky. Fight together! Shouted Yuan Ho at that moment. A dozen cultivators released chi and bombarded Lin Feng. He jumped away, lights moved in every direction. A deployment spell pattern appeared. "Come, all of you," said Lin Feng to the Ji Chang Club cultivators with a cold smile. "Stop," said someone at that moment. The cultivators stopped and gazed into the distance. It was Ji Wuyo. "Yuan Ho, you're shameless, but Ji Chang's club isn't," said Ji Wuyo icily. He looked furious. Many people were stupefied and looked at him strangely. Ji Wuyo couldn't stand it anymore. Even though Lin Feng didn't mind fighting against everyone, the fact that Yuan Ho had ordered everyone to suddenly fight at the same time. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, he was a new student, and they were members of the Star Group, a subgroup of Ji Chang's club. The members of Ji Chang's club were all fighting against Lin Feng at the same time mercilessly, and on the champion battle stage no less. That was a horrible humiliation. Everyone was going to say that no member of Ji Chang's club could compete with Lin Feng. It was no wonder that Ji Wuyo was furious. Yuan Ho was stupefied. He knew that he was shameless. But if they didn't fight together, they could only watch Lin Feng crush them one after another. That was even more humiliating. Tiantai's people had fought against Ji Wuyo one after another without giving him any second to take a breather. But he was the first student, everybody considered him a genius, and all the members of Tiantai had jumped off the battle stage when they lost. None of them had been humiliated. No matter what, Tiantai was going to rise from this day forward. Yuan Ho remained silent. He had nothing to say. Lin Feng, get ready to lose one battle at least, proclaimed Ji Wuyo, releasing boiling waves of qi. His qi surrounded the battle stage, a dazzling cyan dragon totem appeared, and bestial qi descended on everything. Lin Feng waved and removed his deployment spell. He slowly rose up in the air and said coldly, "As you wish. The most important battle is this one today. Nobody will remember the loser," said Ji Wuyo. He was sure he was going to win. Ji Chang's club had been humiliated too many times, but this battle was going to determine the future of their respective groups. If Ji Wuyo didn't lose, then the Star Group would never lose its reputation. "I told Yuan Ho to tell you that today, the first student of the low-ranking list was going to change," said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he shook his hands and a gigantic word appeared in the sky. Incredibly, the word said, "Contract." A contract for a battle to the death. Lin Feng was challenging Ji Wuyo to a death battle. They both looked arrogant, proud, and self-confident. They were both sure they were going to win the battle, and therefore, Ji Wuyo couldn't refuse. He waved his hand, the two contracts collided and fused together. This was now a battle to the death. Lin Feng is insane, thought the crowd. Ji Wuyo was Ji Chang's brother, a descendant of the Ji clan. Even if Lin Feng won, even if he was an incredible cultivator from the animal clan, he wouldn't get away with it. They were in the holy city. In any case, even if Lin Feng could win, could he kill Ji Wuyo? Even if they had agreed on a battle to the death, if Ji Wuyo got killed by Lin Feng, what would be the consequences? And the members of the Moon Group and the Sun Group hadn't shown up. If they showed up, they'd deal with Lin Feng, and what would happen? If Lin Feng went to town, the members of the Ji clan would also deal with him. In case of a normal battle, whether Ji Wuyo lost or won, it didn't matter, the elders of the Ji clan wouldn't care, but if Lin Feng killed Ji Wuyo, then it would be different. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1799, Draw? Chapter 1799, Draw? No matter what, a battle to death wasn't good for Lin Feng. However, he didn't hesitate and immediately challenged Ji Wuyo to one. Only one reason could explain why he did that: self-confidence. Lin Feng was extremely self-confident. He couldn't lose this battle. Thinking about it, the crowd watched Lin Feng. Lin Feng had proven that he was very strong and had quickly appeared on the ranking list. Tiantai was also rising. In less than 10 years, Tiantai would be extremely powerful in Champion University. They would possibly have medium-level emperors and high-level emperors. They weren't extremely strong yet, only in the lower ranking list. The two fighters' qi covered the battle stage. A strong wind started blowing, containing a powerful qi. In the distance, some other people appeared. They were wearing monochromic robes with moon patterns on them. They all looked fierce and strong. Even though they weren't releasing any qi, one could see that they were very strong. Moon Group's people. The crowd frowned. People from Ji Chang's club's Moon Group were here now. Those people landed next to the battle stage, but said nothing. Many people sensed an oppressive energy, especially the people from Tiantai. Even though they were also low-level emperors, the Moon Group's people looked extremely strong. Ji Chang's club's Sun Group was extremely powerful, and the Moon Group's people were also heroic. Many of them were in the middle ranking list. The weakest people of the club were the Star Group's members. They had low-level emperors. Back then, they had many people in the lower ranking list, but now Tiantai was rising and suppressing the Star Group. However, Tiantai couldn't compete with the Moon Group. Many of the cultivators of the Moon Group were already medium-level emperors. However, the two fighters on the battle stage didn't see the Moon Group's members. Ji Wuyo's Cyan Dragon Totem was dazzling, while behind Lin Feng a Demon Dragon Totem had appeared. Both of their dragon totems kept chanting. Ji Wuyo's eyes were ice-cold. "Lin Feng, I will use my full strength to fight against you," Ji Wuyo shouted. His dragon totem was shining, he waved his hand and dragons emerged, lunging at Lin Feng. Lin Feng released Devamara Culpa strength, which collided with the dragon totem. Lin Feng had been cleansed by the Devamara Culpa strength many times, his body was virtually made of pure strength. Is that Lin Feng's skill? His strength is so destructive, thought the crowd. Lin Feng spat out qi. Each time he breathed, he exhaled more qi. His Devamara Culpa strength rained down as fast as lightning. It crashed against the first Cyan dragons moving towards him, and they exploded. Ji Wuyo's eyes were bestial as he made hand seals. The Cyan dragon totem behind him became gigantic and surrounded him, looking like an ancient dragon. For more dragons charged Lin Feng, surrounded by godly dragon flames, looking almost alive. Lin Feng shouted proudly. His purple lake battle tank appeared as his power rose, shaking the earth and sky. His tank moved towards the dragons at full speed and attacked the dragon lights, but was unable to move further. Ji Wuyo's strength was incredible. What a powerful dragon! Ji Wuyo is furious. He's using his full strength, thought the crowd when they saw Lin Feng's purple tank was useless. Their hearts were pounding with excitement. The dragons were majestic and contained a powerful strength, their dragon lights were dazzling. Lin Feng waved his hand, dragon chants rose, and Xian Yuan's axe appeared and struck out. Immortal! Shouted Lin Feng, joining his hands. Immortal energy started flowing throughout the purple tank and destroyed the dragon lights. The earth and the sky kept shaking violently. The dragons and the tank kept colliding, and the dragons finally stopped. However, Ji Wuyo jumped forwards, the real dragon was still protecting him. He ran towards Lin Feng at full speed, looking like an ancient deity, aggressive and mighty. He was the first student of the lower ranking list, he didn't have an undeserved reputation. Among low-level emperors, he had few rivals. At that moment, the crowd remembered Ji Chang, the champion. He was powerfully strong. Nobody could defeat Ji Chang within Champion University. In the Holy City, Ji Chang was second, and only one person could oppress him, Ying Chang. Lin Feng watched Ji Wuyo, who looked like a charging king, calmly. His eyes became pitch black, and his body was surrounded by immortal energy. At the same time, he released death energy, which rose to the skies. Death strangled the air, immortal and death energy churned around him. Lin Feng's demon dragon totem disappeared. A demon appeared instead, wearing demonic armor. Dark lights glowed about it like an ancient demon, surrounded by Devamara Culpa strength. It was as if he could make anything decay. The Devamara Culpa strength moved towards his hands. "Nine skies dazzling Cyan dragon!" shouted Ji Wuyo furiously. The sky and the earth were suddenly filled with cyan lights and dragon chants. Even more dragons appeared. Ji Wuyo punched out, his lights blotted out the sky. 9 gigantic dragons charged at him. Ji Wuyo looked like a warlord. 10,000 Culpa destructions. Death and destructive strength rose to the skies, as well as immortal energy. The Devamara Culpa condensed in Lin Feng's fist. It was as if nothing could stop him. The cyan lights and the demon lights collided, the conflict of them blinding. The crowd couldn't open their eyes anymore. Many people even moved away from the battle stage. The battle was terrifying, those attacks could even kill medium-level emperors. Dawn. Some powerful sounds spread in the air, destructive energies surrounded the whole battle stage. When the energies dispersed and the atmosphere calmed down again, the crowd saw Lin Feng, who had moved back of a few proud steps. Ji Wuyo had surprisingly been driven away from the battle stage. His sleeves were ripped apart, and he was soaked with blood. Devamara Culpa's strength still surrounded him. He lost. Ji Wuyo lost. The crowd was astonished. Ji Wuyo had used his full strength. They had never seen him use his full strength before, even when all the members of Tiantai fought against him successively. Ji Wuyo had tried to hide his real strength earlier because he didn't want Lin Feng to see it. However, he had lost anyway. The first student had been defeated. As Lin Feng had said, the first position had to change on this day. The members of the star group all pulled long faces. Ji Wuyo had lost. It meant that the star group had really started declining. That young man in white clothes had joined Champion University for only a year, and he was already the first student. At that moment, Ji Wuyo lowered his head and looked at his hands and arms, then he raised his head again and stared at Lin Feng coldly. He jumped forwards. Surprisingly, he didn't move back. He jumped up onto the battle stage again. "You want to die," said Ji Wuyo icily. His blood started boiling. He closed his eyes and powerful energies surrounded him. The crowd frowned. Ji Wuyo still had trump cards? "That's enough," shouted someone furiously. The strong cultivators of the Moon Group jumped onto the battle stage and landed in front of Ji Wuyo. They put their arms on his shoulders. Ji Wuyo closed his eyes and said, "Piss off. Stop fighting," shouted one of the cultivators furiously. Ji Wuyo came back to his senses, but his chi was still powerful. Another member of the Moon Group looked at the crowd and said, "The battles were amazing today. However, we can stop here. It's a draw." Draw? The crowd was stupefied. That was a battle to death, and Ji Wuyo hadn't even given up. Lin Feng also wanted to fight. Was that a draw? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1800, Admitting his defeat. Chapter 1800, Admitting his defeat. It's a battle to death, we both agreed. Why are you getting involved? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. We said it's a draw. You are both incredible geniuses. Why battle to the death? It would be a loss for the university. I hope you understand, said one of them sharply, but he tried to keep calm. After all, they couldn't truly get involved, but they didn't want Ji Wuyo to die. I can kill him, said Ji Wuyo coldly. The cultivator next to him said, I know you have a secret technique. However, battling to the death or getting injured is useless. Then, he said using telepathy, even if you win, what will you get? You're just going to waste time. Ji Wuyo remained silent and he heard the cultivator say, besides, even if you continue, you don't know what his trump cards are. You may end up badly injured or dead. Continue practicing cultivation, you can fight against him another time and win, unless you're not confident and think you won't. Ji Wuyo remained silent and seemed to be coming back to his senses. Indeed, using his trump card against Lin Feng wasn't the best thing to do at that moment. He could challenge Lin Feng in the future again. I forgive him, I won't kill him today, said Ji Wuyo icily. Lin Feng frowned and looked amused. He said indifferently, you lost and you dare say you forgive me and you won't kill me? Ridiculous, since it's that way, let's continue the battle. Lin Feng! Shouted the strong cultivator of the moon group, why say that? If Ji Wuyo uses his trump cards, he can be very dangerous. It would be useless for both of you. Let's say it's a draw. That's the best thing to do. Haven't you heard him? He said he forgives me and won't kill me today, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He's just angry, said that cultivator indifferently. Lin Feng looked annoyed. He knew that killing Ji Wuyo was useless. Tiantai was weak in the holy city, but Ji Wuyo was so arrogant, Lin Feng couldn't stand hearing such stupid excuses. We can stop fighting, agreed Lin Feng, staring at the strong cultivator of the moon group, but a win is a win, a loss is a loss. There's no draw. He must admit he lost and we can forget about it. Admit I lost? Ji Wuyo looked petrified. Admit he lost? The first student of the lower ranking list, Ji Wuyo, admit his defeat? Accepting that he wasn't as strong as Lin Feng? The two strong cultivators of the moon group frowned. That guy was stubborn. Making Ji Wuyo admit that he had lost wouldn't be easy. Lin Feng, Ji Wuyo didn't use his full strength. A draw is the best thing for everyone. Why do you insist? Asked the strong cultivator of the moon group. Lin Feng snickered and said, let's continue fighting then. If there's no winner, let's continue until there's one. Boom, dot. A powerful chi emerged from Ji Wuyo's body. On his back, a cyan dragon totem appeared again, gigantic and dazzling. Ji Wuyo! Shouted the strong cultivator of the moon group extremely loudly. He put his hand on Ji Wuyo again and released a powerful chi which restricted him. Ji Wuyo shouted furiously, what are you doing? Ji Wuyo, I promised Ji Cheng I take care of you. If you use your secret technique, with your strength, you'll need a year to recover. It means that you won't be able to progress for a year. Meanwhile, Lin Feng will become extremely strong and you won't be able to catch up with him or anyone anymore. If you ruin your cultivation because of your impulsiveness, then you'll never be as strong as your brother. Stated the strong cultivator of the moon group telepathically. Remember how Ing Cheng was many years ago when he was as strong as you? He was humble and talented. He admitted when he lost back then, and he did lose sometimes. Ji Wuyo shivered. He looked extremely sad and humiliated. He had to admit that he had lost. Lin Feng was going to become the first student. Ji Cheng, if you act like that, you will never surpass your brother. Shouted that cultivator again. Ji Cheng's face was red with restrained anger. Finally, he nodded and looked at Lin Feng. I lost today. Another day, we'll fight again, dot. It was as if Ji Wuyo had used his full strength to say that, before he ran away. Some chi remained behind, suspended in the air. After such a battle, admitting that he had lost was a painful thing to do. But Ji Wuyo understood that if he used all his trump cards, maybe he wouldn't have defeated Lin Feng anyway. Even if he had, it wouldn't have been worth it. Lin Feng was talented. With a year of time lost, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Lin Feng anymore. The crowd watched Ji Wuyo leave and sighed. He had lost. Ji Wuyo had finally admitted that he had lost in front of everyone. Lin Feng was now the first student. They looked to Lin Feng. He looked calm, serene, and yet arrogant, as if he had always known he'd become the first student of the lower ranking list, as if he had known from the beginning that he'd win the battle. Bzzz. Tiantai's members rose up into the air and jumped onto the battle stage next to Lin Feng. They all looked like heroes. Tiantai was now stronger than Ji Cheng's club. The members of Ji Cheng's club's star group pulled long faces. Ji Wuyo had admitted that he had lost. They were declining. They had suffered a crushing defeat and Ji Wuyo, the first student, had lost against Lin Feng. Humph. Yuan Ho groaned icily. He flung his sleeves and pulled a long face. He was one of the managers of the Star Group, and in his hands, the Star Group had started declining. He felt totally humiliated. The members of the Moon Group stared at Lin Feng sharply. The one who had been talking to Lin Feng smiled coldly. "You are really incredible. We gave you face, but you refused and you humiliated us. Even though you won, don't forget that your cultivation level is still very low. It's just the beginning." Lin Feng was amused. That guy was very polite a moment before because Ji Wuya was on the battle stage. The members of the Moon Group weren't supposed to get involved at all. Lin Feng and Ji Wuya's battle was now over, and that guy's face had instantly changed. He wasn't polite anymore. "Don't worry, I won't grow dizzy with success. Everybody knows the reason why we fought against the Star Group, but it doesn't matter anymore. At the moment, Tiantai only has low-level emperors, but maybe in a few years, our opponents won't be the Star Group," replied Lin Feng. That cultivator frowned and said coldly, "Well then, whom do you want to fight? Within 3 years, my brothers and I will still come onto the battle stage. Of course, it won't be this one, it will be the one of the middle ranking list," said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. Everybody frowned. Lin Feng was challenging the Moon Group? "How arrogant," said the cultivators of the Moon Group. They all looked furious and released a powerful qi, pressing down on Lin Feng and his friends. Tiantai's members looked angry. "The Star Group is very arrogant. It seems that you're not any different," said Tiantai icily. "In a few years, we'll show you what it feels like to be humiliated, just like the Star Group has been humiliated." "Little ignorant bastard," one of the members of the Moon Group sneered coldly. Rumbling sounded as a gigantic earth energy appeared around Tiantai and buried him. Tiantai harumphed and shouted furiously. A punch attacked the earth energy, but nothing happened. That person shook his hand and the earth energy exploded. He smiled coldly and said, "Little boy, medium-level emperors and low-level emperors can't compete. Don't grow dizzy with success. Within 3 years, we'll be on the middle battle stage. When I challenge you, I hope you won't have forgotten what happened today," said Lin Feng calmly. The crowd frowned, while the Moon Group's members were staring at Lin Feng. He would challenge the Moon Group within 3 years? Was he dreaming? "I will remember," said the leader of the group, smiling and staring at Lin Feng. 3 years was impossible. Who would become a medium-level emperor within 3 years in Tiantai? You will remember, of course. 3 years was the time Lin Feng gave himself in Tiantai. He had to make Tiantai rise in the shortest time as possible. The Moon Group was a kind of goal for them. Within 3 years, they had to be able to defeat the Moon Group. After the Moon Group, they'd challenge the rest of Ji Chang's club. That was the promise Lin Feng made to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.